Chapter 1177. The source of all the high divinity energy was the only high divinity energy left in the Suya continent. Even the heavenly god-tier life form on Suya did not have such divinity. That high-level life form was indeed a heavenly god-tier life form. Even if it was weaker than the heavenly gods in the upper planes, such as the realm of the gods, it was still a heavenly god-tier life form. However, it did not have the divinity and rules that were comparable to its own realm. There was no way to understand it now. Yun Nuoshing could not tell if it was just a facade. But anyway, it was a heavenly god with flaws, and the flaws were fatal. A heavenly god without the divinity and rules that corresponded to its realm was almost like losing its core, and its corresponding characteristics would be reduced. To put it bluntly, it was a god wearing the skin of a heavenly god. This was the third distortion point that the two of them had found, but there was still a question mark behind this distortion point. There were many things that were not confirmed yet. They had found it when they arrived not long ago. As for it, it was unlikely that it had found them. Otherwise, it would have come out at this moment to do something. Yun Nuoshing and Hui looked at each other and nodded. The energy in their bodies fluctuated weakly. The massive divine energy formed a layer of relatively stable rules around them. They thought for a moment and did not intend to break the eternal stagnation in the golden shield. They held on to the layer of stable rules and hoped that they would not break the stagnation. But there was nothing they could do if they accidentally broke it. Nothing special would happen anyway. On the other hand, a small part of the distortion of the rules of this world was related to the golden shield. The overly powerful divine energy was like a fishbone stuck in the throat of the rules, making it impossible to repair. But on the other hand, it also suppressed the abyssal death mist of this world. But it only suppressed the abyssal death mist that had been left on Suya. It could not do anything to the new ones. After passing through the golden barrier, he felt as if he was entering water. His vision didn't experience any dizziness, but it suddenly turned from blurry to clear. The degree of change was similar to when he woke up in the morning and rubbed his eyes. The scene inside the golden barrier immediately became clear. After a few shakes, a blurry thing slowly appeared. It was a scepter, the scepter of divine authority. It exuded the aura of a higher god, or more accurately, the divine energy of the Empyrean god of origin. It seemed to still be floating about a foot above the ground. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the handle of the scepter was full of cracks. It was already broken, and even its core had been destroyed. The divine energy had completely leaked into this space, but it was sealed by the golden light shield and did not leak out at all. As soon as Yun Nuoshing and Hui entered, they were hit in the face by an extremely rich divine energy. This energy was not full of destruction. They did not know if all the destructive energy had been released in the past. What was left here was pure divine energy that had been accumulated for countless years. The two calmed down and looked around. This was a pure golden space. The space was like a bowl of golden liquid that was constantly rippling with golden ripples. There was no land, no sky. As they expected, this was a completely isolated space. Moreover, they did not cause any movement in this space when they entered. The core that maintained this space had collapsed and was floating alone in this space like a time ghost. This is probably the scepter of the heavenly god of origin. Hui crossed his arms and looked at the broken scepter. He pondered for a moment. Unless this SUA is really so evil that he can give birth to two heavenly gods of origin. Yun Nuoshing looked at the broken barrier and shook her head slightly. It might not be possible to give birth, but it should be possible to maintain two heavenly gods of origin. However, this information was not very useful, so it was not a problem to keep it a secret. The two walked forward for a distance and approached the broken scepter. Hui suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of Yun Nuoshing. It's about time to come out, right? A ghost that has crossed countless times. Do you really think that we can't find you? There was a slight movement in the golden soup-like space. There was an invisible energy surging in this space. A wave of divine energy swept across, causing Yun Nuoshing and Hui to tremble. Yun Nuoshing glared at Hui and blinked hard. She meant, I didn't even notice the existence of a ghost here. How did you find it? Hui's eyes were also blinking. I guessed it. Yun Nuoshing. She turned her head speechlessly and looked at the place where the space rippled. The golden soup-like space in front of them was squirming rapidly, and a figure slowly appeared. It was a figure with a sage-like demeanor. He was wearing a silver-green robe, and his hair and beard were white. Although his face was a little old, he was very spirited. Speaking of which, does a ghost have a spirited spirit? That figure appeared and slowly opened his eyes. He gently lifted his eyes to look at the two uninvited guests who had barged into this eternally stagnant space. Suddenly, he slowly exhaled and said, So, the latecomers have finally arrived. The common language of all races. It was very normal at the end of the previous era, and in this era, almost all places used this language. Hui wanted to change the name of the language to the common language of all realms. If he went to other worlds, he would be able to hear this language. It was as if the 4 seas were his hometown. It was used in almost the entire 8 elements realm. So who are you? Hui looked at the ghost and raised his hand to point at the scepter. Is it the scepter's consciousness or the scepter's master? Neither. These words were said by Yun Nuoshing, causing Hui to be stunned. The old man with white hair and beard also looked at the former, only to hear him slowly say, It is a mixture of the weapon wielder and the scepter's consciousness. Hui thought for a moment and understood what it meant. When the tide of darkness came, the weapon wielder forcibly used the scepter's energy to repel all the demonic beasts on the Suja continent. Hui was also swallowed by the divine power because he overstepped his authority to use the weapon of the heavenly god of origin. The scepter was on the verge of collapse due to the exhaustion of energy, and the weapon wielder's consciousness was assimilated by it. Well, that must be it. He can also think properly. The old man's eyes were still a little hazy and a little confused. He looked at Yun Nuoshing, and Yun Nuoshing, his long white eyebrows gradually relaxed, as if he had finished sensing. He then bowed. Greetings, noble gods. Are you still awake? Hui said, and waved his hand. Forget it. The 2 consciousnesses have fused and slept for so long. It is impossible to stay awake. Well, we are from the outside. This is nonsense. Do you still remember what happened to this world? Tell us what you remember. The world is in a mess now, and we don't know where to go. The old man shook his head and thought hard for a while. As Hui wished, he shook his head. I don't remember anything. Hui sighed. Then you should still remember the reason why you stayed here, right? Why are you still asking? Yun Nuoshing raised one of her folded hands. This place was left after the explosion. The remaining energy was used to suppress and guard this world. Hui slapped his face. He felt that his IQ had dropped a little. He did not know if it was because he had just been punched by Hui. The white-haired old man could probably be called the scepter's consciousness. He shook his head in a daze. That seems to be the case. But there should be something else. Master, the Most High told us. Well, that's your business. God knows what's going on in your internal affairs. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. She turned around and pulled Hui out. Let's go. We won't be able to find anything here for a while. Wait a minute. The scepter's consciousness suddenly stretched out his hand. However, his face was still in a daze. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand. We won't leave this world for the time being. We still have to look for some special places in this world. We won't stay here. You have been awakened by us. Be honest and tidy up the broken memories in your mind. Before you need our help, you have to first help us solve our purpose of coming here. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and interrupted the scepter's consciousness. She pulled Hui and jumped out of the golden cauldron, leaving the old man standing there in a daze. Memories. The old man slowly sat down cross-legged. He looked at the broken scepter in a daze. He looked at the strange space. His eyes flashed with a golden color. He suddenly opened his mouth and said to himself, "The realm of the gods. Who is that?" "I have to warn them." Standing high in the sky and looking down at the twisted dark forest below, Hui tilted his head and looked at Yun Nuoxing. "Feng, are we just going to ignore it? Don't worry about it for the time being. It was an accident that we awakened that consciousness. However, it was also a witness and participant in the battle back then. Maybe it knows something that has been buried in history. Maybe it knows something about this world." Yun Nuoxing waved her long black hair. "It's an unexpected gain. However, it can't help much now. Let's wait for it to tidy up its memories first. We only felt a little dizzy." The process of thinking was obviously beyond his ability to think. I'm already dizzy. I've forgotten why I came to this world." Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him. "We found the tomb of the world's light in the depths of the void. We saw the giant guarding the tomb. This buried void might have something that the underworld wants. So we came in. We found that this place had been transformed into a breeding ground for the abyssal death mist. We found the core of the breeding ground and followed the world's light all the way to this world's light. Then we accidentally found that this was a special world and found the world of SUA. Now we are looking for the distortion point on the continent of SUA, looking for the reason why SUA is a special continent." Yun Nuoxing felt dizzy as she spoke. "So what are we doing?" "God knows." Hui was just a step away from foaming at the mouth. "Anyway, I only know that we have deviated from our original goal." Yun Nuoxing crossed her arms. "Not necessarily. This world has been fighting against the abyssal death mist for so many years. Aren't you curious? If we can find some way to effectively counter the abyssal death mist on this continent of SUA," we sobered up a little and continued, "will we have a higher chance of winning against the underworld? At least we won't die so miserably." We was speechless. Anyway, the underworld had that level of heavenly deity. They would die whether they fought or not. At least they could die with dignity. But if they were going to die, what was the use of dignity? Yun Nuoxing sighed. He had hidden something. His curiosity about this world mostly came from that voice. The voice had pulled him into a strange place for the second time. He always felt that that was the main purpose of his coming to this world. It was a very inexplicable feeling. It directly surged into his mind, bypassed his thinking process, and crashed into his mind and left a mark. Although it was a search, it was actually wandering around like a headless fly. He did not have any good ideas. There was no clear destination at all. So where should we go now? We looked around and looked in one direction. Go to find the land of hope, the place where that supreme person fell. Yun Nuoxing pondered for a moment and nodded. She said, "We have to go, but there's no rush. Now, let's see if the ancient royal family and the people of the realm of the gods have found anything." 139th era, the realm of the gods. The blazing sun had temporarily set, and not a single cloud could be seen in the sky. Oh, that was nonsense. After being bombarded by the stars for such a long time, even the night had been blasted away. There wasn't even a trace of water vapor in the air. The mountains, rivers, and lakes in the Sourcepeak region and the extreme plain region had all evaporated, leaving behind only craters. Looking at the two regions, there wasn't even a single mountain over 100 meters tall to be found. The scorched earth and the air that exuded a strange stench, like the unique smell of farts mixed with something rotten. In short, it was disgusting. The two large regions had sunk hundreds of feet into the ground, with huge abysses all over the land and even penetrating the bottom of the world. The smallest of those huge craters was 10 billion miles wide, and the larger ones were even more exaggerated. Looking down from the sky, the two large regions were full of pockmarks, as if they had grown a face full of pockmarks. If the land of some other world had endured such an impact, it would have been cut in half in a matter of minutes. It was said that the energy released at the moment when each star shone at its brightest was equivalent to the impact of splitting the world apart. So, here came the question. How many times was the energy released by the self-detonation of these massive objects tainted with the energy of the void when they crashed into the divine realm? In a single day, the divine realm had been split apart tens of billions of times. Golden Brilliance was sprawled out on the edge of the Sourcepeak region. Behind him was Star Spirit City, which had been emptied but was still intact. He was panting like a dying dog, and his sweat had soaked the ground. There was still a faint black aura drifting around him, and the corpses of those huge monsters were slowly disappearing. Motherf ** Cur. Golden Brilliance was so tired that he cursed without any grace. He rolled his eyes and looked at the clear sky. The light was still very bright. The light of the detonated suns would stay here for a long time. It had even overshadowed the light of the two suns in the realm of the gods. Finally done. I can rest for a day. Forget it. One day it is. Jean. Kang 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 at the border between the Sourcepeak region and the Divine Prefecture. Ihong helped to stabilize the portal and expand it to the maximum extent. Below them were countless people who had passed through the portal. He watched as those people finally listened to his command and were being transferred to other regions. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief. These guardians who refused to give up until they saw the coffin finally knew what fear was after this wave of stars. Finally, their desire to live had been aroused. They could leave without being chased away. This was really a cause for celebration. A cause for celebration. What a cause for celebration. Damn it, did they risk their lives like dogs in the borderlands just to escort these people who had no desire to live away from this place that had now become hell? Motherf * Cur. Cough, cough. As the saying goes, enduring for a while makes the wind calm. As an Empyrean god, he had to have his own demeanor and bearing. Thinking about it carefully, these things were not so serious. In the end, they all survived. This was a good result. He had saved hundreds of billions of lives. Thinking about it this way made him feel much better. You see, taking a step back, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. How many people did they lose? Well, they were actually the people of the Guardian forces. However, they were forcefully pulled onto this chariot. It was not like they could jump off the chariot. Every soldier of the Guardian forces was a precious force. If he had not just learned that the Nine Gods Temple had prepared a special ceremony to protect those people, he would have destroyed the city under his feet. 10,000 people. At least 10,000. The Guardian forces had few people to begin with, and these 10,000 people had all died in the Sourcepeak domain. They were all Emperor gods, and there were even more who had died with them. However, he did not feel that the damned people of the latter deserved his pity at all. He had said all the good things, but they did not run away no matter what. Now, they were only willing to flee after letting the people of the guardian forces die with them. What was this? What the hell was this? Damn it, Lord Yun. I know. What was that lord thinking? He was gnashing his teeth as he spoke. Yuan Feiyang and the others, who were connected to his spirit, fell silent for a moment. They were so tired that they were half dead, and even they had almost suffered heavy losses. It was easy to let one's imagination run wild when one was tired. They could not help but frown when they thought about the reports from the various forces of the Guardian Forces. The entire Guardian Forces had been reduced by nearly a third. What should they do next? There was still the rain of stars eyeing them covetously. What could they do by dragging out their last breaths for a day? No matter how powerful the spiritual temple was, they could not revive all 10,000 emperor gods in a day. Yuan Feiyang looked at the scorched earth outside the barrier of stars and could not help but sigh and shake his head. What a terrible price to pay. All of this could have been avoided. That female god could not help but sigh. Her eyes were full of complex emotions, and she did not know what to think. Inside the 9 temples, the Temple of Light was located in a group of illusory, cloud-like transparent buildings on the floating island. Temple Master Shui, Temple Master Guang, and some of the higher-ups of the Guardian Forces walked into the main hall in the middle of the transparent buildings. The door that was pushed open slowly closed behind them. There seemed to be a heavy sound of the door closing, but nothing seemed to be heard. Wow. So this is the spiritual temple. What a miraculous place. Was it all built with spiritual power? Chu Yingzhan could not help but cry out in surprise when she walked into the place. "Sho, little girl, this is the resting place of all the departed souls. Don't disturb their temporary rest." Temple Master Guang raised a finger in front of his mouth and whispered. Chu Yingzhan immediately stopped talking. Little Purple Soul and the other girls also quickly covered their mouths with their little hands to show that they would not make a fuss. The central hall was very spacious. Due to the restrictions of the power of laws, the space here was infinite. It extended endlessly, and there was no end to it. It could accommodate as many people as it wanted. In the center of this spacious hall, there were rows of dim stars neatly arranged from bottom to top. There were thousands of stars, and there seemed to be no end to them. These stars were all fragments of a soul. They were fragments of a soul that had been separated from one's body and contained part of one's information. Even if one's body was destroyed outside, it could still be restored to its original state through this temple, and it would be the same. Little Star used forbidden methods and the power of the observer and guardian to create this distorted creation, the spiritual temple. Temple Master Jean looked up at the rows of stars and could not help but sigh. The 2 gods of the Xian family sighed and shook their heads. If it were not for the observer's methods, I'm afraid that all of our guardian forces would have been destroyed in this rain of stars. I can feel our aura. Golden Queen twisted her neck awkwardly and muttered, "Although I know it's because of the fragments of our souls that we left behind. I can feel mine too," Xian said. "Huh, boss. Nightmare's expression was a little strange. He sighed and did not know what to say. Chapter 1178. Faint whispers echoed through the transparent sacred palace, as if there were souls whispering something. The faint whispers lingered in everyone's ears, causing them to fall silent. After entering this place, they couldn't help but relax. However, not everyone relaxed. Chu Yingzhan felt her scalp tingle as she heard the whistling sounds that sounded like a great wind blowing through a narrow space. "These are the people who died in battle." "Qin," Yen asked as she pointed at the shining stars. The barrier's consciousness's eyes flashed with a silver blue light. He nodded, They only have a few soul fragments left. It will take them 5 days to fully recover. Then what is their condition now? Golden Princess asked softly. Dead. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. All right, this was within their expectations. If they did not die, how could they be revived? Palace Master Guang narrowed his eyes. There won't be any injuries, right? For example, there will be a flaw in their soul. After all, only a soul fragment was left, although it contains everything that they have. But the barrier's consciousness shook his head and said calmly, 2 divine roles and the primal chaos element will carry out this task. Together with the soul suppressing lamp and the soul divine authority weapon, there will be no accidents. Palace Master Shui let out a sigh of relief. His hands were clasped together nervously. That's good. It will only take 5 days to recover. There are too few people guarding the Holy Palace. They can't afford such a large expenditure. Everyone was silent. The Holy Palace's guardian force was powerful, but there were too few people. Just 2 rounds of Star Rain had used up 1/3 of their strength. There were so many things after that. To hell with it. The godly spirit of the Imperial Ridge race was leaning on a walking stick. He looked like an old man, and his back was bent low. He sighed heavily and said, "Cooperation is the right way. Why must there be so many broken things happening? If those people were willing to cooperate, there would be no need for such a complicated ceremony." Elder Huang, what are you thinking of? Palace Master Guang looked at him. Boom. The god spirit of the Royal Ridge race stamped his cane on the ground. Rays of energy spread out and formed some sort of pattern in the spiritual temple. It was a bit distorted, and the image displayed was ominous, and it was a bad omen at first glance. Wow, what is this? What did this idiot do this time? Chu Yingzhan jumped up and looked at the distorted images in shock. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Without waiting for the deity of the Emperor Ridge clan to reply, the consciousness of the barrier stepped forward and said in an emotionless voice, "The nodes of distortion. Every distortion is a proof that the spiritual temple has violated the laws of the world of gods." Hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. In this spacious hall, there were tens of thousands of warped nodes. Just how much did the spiritual temple twist the laws? And that wasn't all. Only the main hall of the spiritual temple was filled with the soul fragments used for resurrection. As for the other places, they were definitely not for decoration. The laws of the realm of the gods are very powerful. There aren't many laws that one would have to go against to resurrect a person. The barrier's consciousness stretched out a hand. The spiritual temple has a total of 35,000 warped nodes, which is the proof of all violations. As long as the spiritual temple exists, it will fight against the realm of the gods. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was the product of another mistake. Was this the method of the observer, or was it the method of the primal chaos deity? They couldn't tell. Ming's wings moved past a warped node. It was formless and untouchable. She faintly felt something, and her expression changed. She looked at the barrier's consciousness with a questioning gaze. Where do these warped nodes lead to? Everyone seemed to see the barrier's consciousness freeze. For a moment, this emotionless person suddenly showed some human-like astonishment and hesitation, causing everyone to be stunned as well. "This god will say," before it could finish, Ming Ming waved her hand and said, "Don't use Big Brother as a shield. I know that Big Brother has given us the power to ask you such questions." The barrier's consciousness fell silent. Its empty eyes dimmed a little. It turned its head and looked outside. It was silent as if it didn't want to say anything. Ming smiled bitterly. She couldn't pry it open. This guy's mouth was sealed tight. Everyone shrugged. It was true. Logically speaking, such words would not be said. However, Ming's words made everyone a little curious. Which energy vein did these warped energy nodes lead to, and where did they lead to? The warped nodes are all connected to the concept layer of the realm of the gods, the bottom of the sea of precepts. The barrier's consciousness suddenly said something, and everyone was stunned. Ah, that guy actually said the answer, the bottom of the sea of precepts. This answer sounded like a fantasy, and it deviated from the answer they had guessed. They thought that it would involve that idiot. Finally, it connects to the soul of this god through the two divine positions. See, this answer is much more normal. It does involve that idiot. Huh. Everyone's eyes widened. Xian quickly said, "Will this affect Little Star in any way? I mean, there is a price to pay for going against the natural order to resurrect a person. Did Little Star bear this price?" Yes. The barrier's consciousness nodded. Little Star knew about this, but he still brought out the spiritual temple. Yuanshi couldn't help but ask. Yes. Then what is the price? Boss bore all the costs. What is the price? Nightmare's eyes widened. The barrier's consciousness fell silent again. This time, it stayed silent for a long time. 20 to 30 people stared at it. After a long time, it finally spoke. There was a moment of emotion in its voice. Bearing the sins of the world from going against the natural order to resurrect a person is the price this god has to pay. Xian felt a headache coming. It wasn't the first time he heard these words, but he had no idea what they were. Then what is the sins of the world? Before the barrier's consciousness could speak, the god from the Xian family said, "I think I know something about it." Elder Xian, what is it?" Homemaster Guang asked. The god closed his eyes and pondered for a while. The barrier's consciousness glanced at him and didn't answer. It seemed to be waiting for his answer. "I saw these words in the handbook of the ancestor of the Xian family. Every living being born in this world, in the Daiyuan realm, has an independent cause and effect, because they bear this cause and effect, regardless of whether it is good or bad. They will have an equal share of sins. Every sin is like the cause and effect. It belongs to a single person. If you look for the source of sins individually, you won't be able to find the source of sins. However, if you look across the entire land of life, you will find the existence of sins. So, the birth of this life is a sin. Is it the same as the evil of human nature?" Golden Queen scratched her head. No, it was the voice of the barrier's consciousness. Everyone turned to look at him. The god from the Xian family clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Your Honor, please enlighten us." The sins of the world is nothing. It has nothing to do with human nature. It is the dark side of the world, and it can also be said to be the visualization of the dark side of all living beings. Humans will have negative emotions and positive emotions. For this reason, everything in the world is classified as a dark side and a bright side. Similarly, the world has a bright side and a dark side. However, they are not bright and evil as described in common sense. The dark side is a concept, and the bright side is also a concept. All living beings can only come into contact with the bright side that you are in now. It is the same for the void. The dark side is the eternal shadow of the bright side, lurking in the shadow. All living beings in the world are born with the sins of the world. They are like shadows that cannot be shaken off. Even if they disappear, they will only settle in the world of the dark side, accumulating in the dark side of the Daiyuan realm, and will never be destroyed. The birth and destruction of the world, the arrival and disappearance of living beings are like the ebb and flow of the tide. The sins of the world that have accumulated over countless years will never dissipate in the Daiyuan realm's void. Everyone was a little confused when they heard this. After pondering for a long time, they finally understood. To be specific, the so-called sins of the world was to use a world of light as an analogy. It was like a soap bubble. What they could see normally was the soap bubble itself. The shadow that the soap bubble projected on the ground under the sun was the dark side of the world. There were thousands of living beings in the soap bubble, and in the dark side, there would be shadows of thousands of living beings. When they died, the shadows would accumulate in the dark side and settle down. That was the sins of the world. Every shadow was a part of the sins of the world. They followed all living beings like shadows, and no one could escape from it because it was their shadow, the dark matter, that accompanied them when they were born in this world. All right, now we finally understand what the so-called sins of the world are. The Golden Queen flicked her feather coat and said, "Then what does this have to do with Little Star?" When she said this, most of the people looked at her as if they were looking at an idiot. She just said that every time someone was resurrected, another sins of the world would be born. Ah, so that's how it is. The birth of life would give birth to new sins of the world. If those people were resurrected this time, new sins of the world would be born. As the price, Yin Nuwashing would have to bear those things that did not sound like anything good. The Golden Queen also reacted. She did not feel embarrassed at all. She rolled her eyes and continued, "How much did Little Star bear? Are these things harmful or beneficial?" "Bah, what nonsense are you talking about? How can these things, which do not sound like anything good, be beneficial?" Everyone was speechless and covered their eyes. They couldn't bear to listen to this. It was as if they had schizophrenia. A lot, so much that it is unimaginable. The barrier's consciousness lowered its eyelids and said, "In this world, there is no second person who can bear that kind of weight. Even the heavenly God of the origin cannot do it. Is the sins of the world that difficult to bear with the weight of 10,000 people?" Hall Master Guang frowned and said, "Although I don't know much, the 9 divine temples also have obscure records. It seems to say that a drop of the sins of the world is enough to collapse the galaxy and the void." Kai Xia's heart skipped a beat. She could not help but ask, "How much is a drop?" "Just a little bit. After all, each life does not have to bear much. Maybe it is even smaller than this little bit." Hall Master Guang pinched a drop of energy liquid with his thumb and little finger. Yes, it was really a drop. It was not sure if it was the size of 1,000th of a fingernail. If one did not open their eyes wide, they would not be able to see it. It was even smaller than a speck of dust. Just a little bit. That's not too accurate. It's really very small. However, it's said that just a little bit of this thing is enough to crush the earth, mountains, stars, galaxies, and even the void. Even a god emperor would not be able to withstand such a tiny bit. However, no one would come into contact with it normally. According to the records and the Lord of Consciousness's words, this thing usually resides in the dark side world. It would only take on that form when it manifests itself in this world. It would not come into contact with anything else, Hall Master Guang said. But Little Star is now bearing the weight of 10,000 people's sins of the world. That weight. Kai Xia, what's wrong? Before the Golden Princess could finish her sentence, Kai Xia fell to the ground with a pale face. She held her breath. She remembered that the part that Yin Nuwashing manifested for her was only the tip of the iceberg. She almost could not breathe. Feng quickly helped Kai Xia up. "What's wrong?" "That idiot, he..." Kai Xia trembled as she told Feng what she saw that day. The liquid ball that was 10 feet in size was only the tip of the iceberg. After that, the entire space fell silent. It was only then that everyone understood what the Stronghold's consciousness meant by its words earlier. Additional was only a relative term. Without a reference point, there was no way to tell exactly how much more there was. It was only now that Rosy Dawn brought out that reference point. "I came into contact with the sins of the world in the ancient age. Since then, I have been bearing the weight of the dark side. The dark side of all life. I can't tell how much it is. I did not tell me. Perhaps it is the weight of the entire 8 elements realm, and it has been accumulating until now. I have become the carrier of the sins of the world. All the sins of the world that were born after that, and all the sins of the world that were born in the 8 elements realm fell on my body. I could not escape from it. The consciousness of the barrier said blandly, I have almost reached my limit. Even the billions of reincarnated bodies could not bear the increasing sins of the world anymore. Then we'll die. Chu Chen blurted out this sentence in a moment of stupor, and was immediately suppressed by his 2 sisters. Die? What is death? The consciousness of the barrier laughed weirdly. Death is a release, but it does not mean a new life. Since I have borne the sins of the world of the 8 elements realm, I will not die. This world does not allow me to die. I am a permanent guest in the eternal reincarnation. I have to live forever, even if I have to go against the reincarnation. The sins of the world that have been entangled with my divine soul, I will be the carrier forever unless I can find a suitable replacement. But no one in this world can bear that weight. One day, I will be overwhelmed by the sins of the world and fall into madness again. If there were no elements of chaos, I might have already fallen into madness. The consciousness of the barrier side. Wait, you said again? What do you mean by again? Ming clenched his fists. The consciousness of the barrier was silent for a moment. It suddenly looked down at the ground and said, Have you heard of the 1st element realm and the 2nd element realm? Have you been there? I have heard of them. There are 8 realms, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But I have never been there. The 2nd element realm and the 2nd element realm are too far away, the Golden Empress said. Oh, it's okay. You can't go there anymore. That place has become history forever. The consciousness of the barrier raised its head and showed a terrifying expression. When I first bore the sins of the world, I did not have the billions of reincarnated bodies to bear it. The elements of chaos were not strong enough. Of course, I lost control and balance. The 2nd element realm and the 2nd element realm became an eternal wasteland. The 2nd element realm has been destroyed forever. Everyone was speechless. When they heard this, they did not know what to say. There was once a guy who was either a human or a god who proposed a theory. He said that the gods of the 8 element realm had enough power to destroy the 2nd element realm and the 3rd element realm, as well as the 2nd element realm. That was probably a theory put forward in the ancient times. No one would have thought that in the ancient times, the quarter moon had already destroyed the 2nd element realm and the 2nd element realm. Is that the eternal proof of sin left behind by Little Star? The Golden Empress was sweating all over. The hot wind outside made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. No, that is the proof of the destruction of the sins of the world. It is not my power. I only released it through my own hands. The consciousness of the barrier said. Its voice returned to its indifferent and emotionless tone. There is no way to find out the cause and effect. The only thing that can be confirmed is that it was not my intention to pursue it. It was just a strange thing that I accidentally got involved with. Nightmare handed Yuanxi a piece of cloth. Yuanxi wiped the sweat off his face. He thought for a moment, and simply put the cloth on his face. Soon, it was soaked with sweat. Oh my God! That is to say, the sins of the world of 10,000 people compared to the sins of the little star. Yuanxi smiled bitterly. Everyone was confused. It turned out that it was just a weaker part. It was so weak that it was negligible. You can rest assured. The consciousness of the barrier said calmly, The billions of reincarnated bodies and the elements of chaos in this world are enough to fight against the sins of the world. The possibility of my madness is very low. No, no, no. Since the boss became like that, it was a little strange. Nightmare waved his hand vigorously and jumped up and down. You didn't see it. When the boss was like that, he was no different from a demon. Wah! Before he could finish, he was slapped out of the spiritual temple by Shi-E. The little girl's face turned red. You are not allowed to talk about Big Brother. Everyone looked at Nightmare, who was unlucky and flew out. They all mourned for 1 or 2 seconds. God knows why there was no problem when anyone said something like that, but when Nightmare said something like that, Shi-E had such a big reaction. I just said it. Palace Master Jean had already thought it through. The sins of the world are the dark side of this world. The unknown substance that manifests from the dark side of all life can be understood as containing the nature of all dark sides, right? The consciousness of the barrier nodded. It is normal for my personality to change. From a certain point of view, I have been merged with the sins of the world for so many years. Even if my rationality is not taken away, I will still be affected to some extent. One is marked by the company one keeps. Ming frowned worriedly. Yes, everyone sighed. The consciousness of the barrier suddenly raised its head and looked at Ming. Your key is the only solution to the lock in his heart. Ming was startled. She pondered carefully for a moment, and it was as if she had been enlightened. She finally understood the use of the heart lock that hung around their hearts. The so-called keeping watch over him was to help him break free from the sins of the world. But she would rather never have to use this method. Chapter 1179. Ziyin came out of the spiritual temple, and with little purple soul in her bosom, she looked to the left and right. After confirming that there was no one around, she hastily ran outside without making any sound. Behind her, through the crack of the door that was about to close, she could see Temple Head Guang and the people of the Protector Force discussing something. Hey, run, run! Little Purple Soul waved, its little hands in Ziyan's arms. Its little face was filled with unconcealable happiness and excitement. Ziyan felt helpless when he saw this. He turned around and carefully glanced at the tightly shut doors of the sacred palace. Only then did he relax and run outside. Sister Ziyan, where are you going? A leisurely voice, accompanied by a faint hymn, sounded from the front. Ziyan was startled. The little girl also cried out in alarm and quickly covered her eyes. She didn't dare to see what was going to happen next. Ziyan's face was covered in cold sweat as she looked to the side. Ming was sitting on a pillar in the spiritual temple, looking down at them from above. Golden Mao shone brightly as if she could see through everything. Flapping her wings, Ming floated down from the pillar and landed beside Ziyan. She looked at her and whispered, "Are you going out?" Ziyan laughed dryly. "Weren't you in there just now?" Ming's expression became a little strange. Golden Mao looked at Ziyan suspiciously. She felt that her sister, who was 3 or 4 years older than her, was becoming more and more like her brother. She sneaked away. "My brother asked me to take care of you. Where are you going?" "I'm going too." Ziyan stuck out her little tongue and propped up the little girl who was covering her eyes. "Hey, didn't this little girl just say that she saw a continent flying into the divine realm?" She insisted on taking a look. "It just so happens that the meteor shower has stopped, and we have a day to rest." Little Star's clone also said that there wouldn't be any upheaval on this day, so she's going to take a look. "Oh." Ming nodded and turned to stand beside her. "Let's go." Then, the 3 girls ran away side by side. "Come back before the next meteor shower starts. Also be careful. The divine realm is in chaos right now. Don't go anywhere." As the three girls ran away, Hall Master Shui's gentle voice rang in their ears. Ming did not feel anything, but Xian and Little Purple Soul stuck their tongues out. They thought that they were sneaking away secretly, but they did not expect to be seen by others. They really saw it. At least 80% of the people in the spiritual temple knew that the two girls had sneaked out. They could not help but sigh at how the observer's little girlfriend was influenced by him and tried to sneak out like him. Leaving that aside, Xian and Ming brought Little Purple Soul and Little Magic to the one-way portal in the spiritual temple. Oh, and Xiao Xian too. The little fox had become Xian's binding scarf, and had been brought along by them ever since Yun Nuoxing fell into that state. The place they were going to this time was actually quite far away. According to Little Purple Soul, the otherworldly continent had rushed past the divine realm and was eventually captured by the divine realm. It was still drifting at the edge of the divine realm. Well, according to the little girl, it was still spinning at a frightening speed. As for how it was spinning, whether it was rotating by itself or by revolution, horizontally or diagonally, they would only know when they got there. Now that the divine realm was in chaos, they did not plan to ask anyone for help. The Guardian faction was busy, and Xian and the others were probably not interested. So the three of them went out together. This combination was actually, well, it was the first time the three of them went out together. After a little preparation, Xian and Ming stood in the teleportation hall of the Water God's temple. There was not much to prepare. The purple-red pendant hanging in front of Xian's chest was enough to protect her, so it did not take long for them to leave through the portal. At the same time, Little Purple Soul was smelling the otherworldly continents sent through the portal. She was really smelling it. Xian and Ming were amazed. This was the first time they had seen such a method of sensing. "Found it! It's here! Here!" Little Purple Soul suddenly jumped up and pulled Xian and Ming forward excitedly. When they reached the portal, they saw it. It was the portal that led to the border between the realm of Zenith and the realm of Ganyuan. Originally, the portal would not be located there, but now that the realm of Zenith and the realm of Ganyuan had been destroyed, and the portals could not be removed casually, Temple Master Shui and the others took some emergency measures and moved all the portals to the border. Ahem! This is the irresponsible operator of the portal. We are about to go through the portal. The teleportation process will be very fast, and you will feel a little dizzy. Please stand firm and support yourselves. Don't blame me if you fall. Hee hee. As soon as Ziyen and the other two passed through the transfer gate, they heard a voice gently ring in their ears. They were stunned for a moment, and before they could identify whose voice it was, they felt a faint sense of dizziness, like seasickness. They closed their eyes and took a few deep breaths. When the feeling faded and they opened their eyes again, they had already left the 9 shrine space. Ziyen hurriedly turned her head and saw a little girl wearing a black and white dress standing in front of her. Her long black hair and wine-red hair were fluttering in the wind, and her wide sleeves completely covered her arms. It was Yi Shi. She was currently looking at the two of them with a smile. "Sister Ziyen, Sister Kuming, where are you going to play?" Ziyen's expression was a bit strange. She felt that something wasn't right to be called sister by a girl who looked to be only 11 or 12 years old, but whose soul was already several 100,000 years old. She recalled Yun Nuo's words, "To an undying, those who care about age are all fools." She patted Yi Shi's head in relief. Then she felt even more strange. Yi Shi was not an immortal yet. "Yeah, we're taking Little Purple Soul somewhere." "Why did you follow us?" Xian shook her head and decided to ignore the questions. "Nothing. I saw you sneaking out, so I followed you out of curiosity," Yi Shi said with a grin. Yi Shi giggled as she spoke. Her wine-red eyes caught sight of something, and she hurriedly pointed to the sky. Look over there. Xian and Ming turned their heads. They saw it as soon as they came out. After all, it was such a large area that they could see it anywhere. It was a scorched land, and the whole land was emitting a very high temperature. The air was dry, and there was no water vapor. There was only white water vapor that was hot enough to evaporate a high-level god. It was like a spring morning, with the weak sunlight. Endless fog could be seen, and the scorched land was only a corner of it. Further away, a bright and dazzling magma lake spanned tens of thousands of miles. The dazzling golden lake reflected the sky into gold and red. A large amount of gas that didn't smell good filled the air and rose into the air. Together with the smell of rotten eggs and farts in the sky, it made the world even more indescribable. It was so smelly that Ziyan felt a little nauseous and a little nauseous. A faint golden light transformed into a faint barrier that enveloped the area around them. Accompanied by a faint hymn, it was as if an angel was whispering into their ears. It was dispelled by the holy power, and the strange smell finally disappeared. The ultimate plain region that was destroyed by the rain of stars. Yishi's face was slightly pale. This once magnificent land was known as the border between thousands of mountains. It was like spring for thousands of years, and the ultimate plain region was green. Now, looking at it, mountains? No, they were all hills and mounds. None of the mountains were more than 10 feet tall. There was no more greenery in sight, only scorched black and golden yellow. They had been in the temple all this time, listening to the reports from everywhere. They listened to the shocking and unbelievable battle, but those were far inferior to what they saw with their own eyes. Although they could not tell at a glance how powerful those big guys were, at least they knew how destructive those things were. At this moment, the land before them was divided into two, the scorched land and magma on the left, and the land of the Ganyuan region on the right were separated by a distance of several thousand feet. The height of several thousand feet had long disappeared. Looking at it from high up in the sky, it was like looking at a cliff that towered into the clouds. I've been to these places before. The endless greenery would make people mistakenly think that they had entered a paradise isolated from the rest of the world. It was a paradise for demons, a habitat for demons, and a place to hide. As long as they had the power to defeat the demons in that place, they would be able to find a good place to live. The ultimate plain region was like that, with the richest greenery and life in the entire god realm. But now, Yishi sighed softly. The land before her eyes was already shattered, no longer looking like it did in her memories. It had been destroyed. It was not just the ultimate plain region, but the Sourcepeak region as well. Yun Nuashing once said that 8% of the lives were destroyed in the 2 waves of the rain of stars. In the end, there was a discrepancy, but that was not the main point. The lives here were mostly humans and demons. There were many more lives among them. It was not that he did not count them, but it was useless to count them because there were too many lives in a large region. It was not that he did not count them, but it was useless to count them because there were too many lives in a large region. This is still considered good. The void mist did not spread. It should have all gathered at the place that Golden Brilliance handled. Ming Ming blinked her eyes. This messy land was already messy enough. There was nothing more to say. Right now, the most important thing was to see if there were any more dangerous things left behind. However, from what she could see, there weren't any. Her power was very sensitive to those disgusting things that were black wherever she went and possessed enormous destructive power. Well, let's not worry about that for now. Let's go there first. Little Purple Soul tugged at Xian's sleeve. In this somewhat serious place, the little girl could not smile. She quickly said, "Sister Xian, let's go." "Yes, let's go." "Hey, wait a minute. Look at that." Xian nodded and hugged the little girl. Just as she was about to fly in the direction she went, she saw something out of the corner of her eye. It was something that should be extremely dazzling. There were countless stars in the galaxy, and it was a sun. It used to be a sun, but now the giant liquid ball was only 1/3 of its original size. It was lying quietly in the middle of a mountain range. Turbulent energy was still bursting out from it, and it seemed to be connected to the other 2/3. What was exposed was just a cross-section. From where they were now, it looked like a sun hanging on the horizon. For some reason, its light was very dim, so dim that they could see the patterns on its surface. It didn't explode, or is it a sun that has been blown to pieces? Ming could not help but squint. The light had become very dim. It was fine to look at it from the corner of one's eyes, but if one stared at it directly and kept staring, one's eyes might be blinded. If Brother Nuo is here, he should be able to come up with a few hundred words of explanation. Yishi said. Xian and the others looked away after staring at the shattered sun for a while. Before Little Purple Soul could urge them again, they quickly flew in the direction the little girl pointed at. They were currently flying along the southern border between the Ganyuan region and the Ganyuan region. If there were no accidents, they should be heading straight for the southern ice realm. At this distance, they could already feel the cold wind coming from the southern ice realm's eternal glacier. When they looked up, they could see a thick cloud of ice in the distant sky that radiated to an unknown distance. That's strange. The southern ice realm's sky-shrouding cloud doesn't cover such a large area, Yishi said, wrinkling her nose. So many things have happened in the celestial realm recently. Something strange might have happened in the southern ice realm. Ming said, Brother isn't here, and there are many things that we can't explain. Wait. The hollow voice surprised Xian and the others. Little Purple Soul also muttered gloomily. The space in front of them rippled slightly, and a figure slowly appeared. It had black hair, black robes, and armor. It was the consciousness of the barrier. It looked at Xian and the others and said, An undetectable change has happened in the southern ice realm. Don't go near it for now. Ah. Xian replied in a small voice. Is it serious? I don't know. It might have something to do with my failure in the past, but I'm not sure myself. The consciousness shook its head. Then, can you send us to the back of this ice continent? Little Purple Soul pointed in the direction of the southern ice realm. Yeah, I don't think it's a big deal. Yeah, we're going to the back, to the outer space continent. The consciousness's eyes flashed, and it nodded. It waved its hand, and a spatial portal appeared in front of it. It led to the Endless Star region. That's right, the place behind the southern ice realm was close to the edge of the celestial realm. An undetectable change has happened in the north of the center of the southern ice realm. Don't go near it, but it doesn't conflict with the place you're talking about. You can go there without worry. The hollow voice of the consciousness echoed. Have a safe trip. After that, it slowly disappeared into the air. Xian and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why were they being watched everywhere they went? Was it because of Little Star? Well, it was probably because of that. After passing through the teleportation gate, when the dizziness subsided once more, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a vast and boundless star field. The star field they could see from this direction was the cluster of light that the God realm was currently in. Looking out from the southern ice realm, the star field they could see was still peaceful and undisturbed by the world fragments. Speaking of the world fragment, Xian and the others tacitly turned around and looked behind them. The first thing they saw was the transparent celestial realm. The consciousness of the celestial realm might have been worried, so it threw them a little further away. They were right outside the celestial realm, and they saw the rippling celestial realm. 2 or 3 layers of barriers covered the celestial realm. That was the final defense of the pillar of creation. It was only with its help that the celestial realm was able to withstand the 2 waves of meteor shower. Their line of sight once again looked into the distance, past the twinkling stars floating in the darkness, and into the depths of the vast sea of stars. In an extremely distant place, a thin white line traversed the entire star field in their line of sight. It was not very bright, but it was unusually conspicuous. It was as if they had seen something wrong with the world itself. A world fragment. That's. Ming Ming could not help but take a deep breath. This was the first time she had seen such a thing. In the star field, standing in a world sphere of light, that thing that was the size of a world sphere of light was almost infinite. Standing in front of it, one could feel the entire world pressing down on them. Yes, that was what her brother had said. She herself did not know what it felt like to have the entire world pressing down on her. There, I see it. Little Purple Soul excitedly pointed its little finger at the realm of the gods. Ziyen and the others quickly turned their eyes to the realm of the gods, which had become transparent like a mirage. In the middle of the endless ice realm and the dark galaxy, there was a planet, a complete planet. It was enveloped by a huge energy barrier, and the energy that was emitting a faint mist-like aura shrouded the planet. It was incredible. It had experienced the impact of the stars and came from the depths of the galaxy. Not to mention whether it had been hit by the world fragment. It had rushed through such a long distance and landed here, and it was still intact. It had been captured by the realm of the gods and rushed into the interior of the order barrier. This barrier was somewhat lacking in integrity, so it was somewhat resistant to outsiders knowing about the existence of the realm of the gods. But if something really rushed into the realm of the gods, it would not do anything to stop it or take any other actions. The serious deviation in functionality caused people to really want to call it chicken ribs. But when they remembered that it was something left behind by the first great deity, they forcibly swallowed back those 2 words. They could only pretend that it was really very powerful, so powerful that it had casually captured a planet and brought it here. As the realm of the gods was a little blurry in their sight, even the planet was a little blurry. Ziyen and the others could not see the details of the planet's surface so clearly with their eyesight. They could vaguely make out some of the things on the planet's surface just by looking at the blurry outline. It was a blue-green planet with mountains, lakes, seas, and clouds. Compared to the planet to be specific, Ming and the others saw in the realm of the 5 elements, it was a little smaller. That planet. Ming had forgotten the name of the planet, but she remembered seeing a few moons in the sky at night. There is the aura of the beginning of the world. Little Purple Soul suddenly said, and everyone was stunned. Why are you copying your brother's words? Ziyen ruffled the little girl's hair and asked, What do you mean? Yishi thought for a moment and said, It probably means that this planet has experienced the moment when a world of light was born, so it was tainted with the presence of that moment. It's very rare, and basically only continents and planets without a foundation would be tainted, just like the divine realm, which is eternal and does not have a fixed world of light as a foundation. When a world of light is destroyed, it will float in the void and eventually enter another world of light, or another world of light will be born in the same place. After experiencing that moment, it will be tainted with the presence of that moment of creation. The nature is very similar to the realm of the gods and the aura of time. Yishi frowned. It's very old, very old. It's so old that it will fade with time. I can't say, but it should have an aura that is older than an era. Chapter 1180. A thick aura of time permeated the starry sky like a bowl of thick soup. Ordinary people would not be able to see it, but with a little bit of effort, they would be able to notice that something was wrong here. The power of time was something that even the emperor gods could not fully control. They could barely even touch it. However, she did not need to control the power of time. She only needed to take something out of Xian's pendant, the time orb. Yes, the power left behind by Yun Nuashing. It was a God's Park weapon made from the power of time. Now, with it, she could clearly see the space around her and what time was like. What was the Sea of Time like? Those who had not experienced it personally would probably associate it with the sea. A golden sea, sometimes calm, sometimes turbulent, and in the distance, blue water and blue sky. But in reality, what one could see after entering the Sea of Time were two endless golden seas, the sky and the earth. The distance between the two seas was equal to infinity or zero. Or it could be said that there was no such thing as distance at all. There was no such thing as sky and earth. It was just a concept of up and down. If one was in the open space in the middle, one could only see the endless darkness in the distance. At this moment, the time origin bead displayed such a scene in front of them. The golden ocean was surging violently above and below. Each fold was a wave that spanned hundreds of meters and hundreds of years. However, these two seas of time were not as endless as the real seas of time. They spread out from the planet in front of Ziyin and the others and extended into this star field. Like a whirlpool, they spat out endless time aura. I have never seen such a scene. The barrier's consciousness was standing beside Ziyin and the others. It had just emerged and was alarmed when the time orb's power manifested such a scene. Looking at this somewhat exaggerated scene, it was almost scared out of its wits. My original self has traveled through the Sea of Time countless times. My memories contain his true memories of the Sea of Time. Just like what you see in front of you, it's completely the same. You can't tell the difference. This has even become a second Sea of Time. Xian and the others were also astonished when they heard this. It was also the first time they had seen it. Well, that was nonsense. They had only experienced it for a few decades. So how could they have seen it all? Well, they were just very surprised. It was not so much the first time they had seen such a scene, but the first time they had seen the appearance of the Sea of Time. That planet has become the carrier of endless time. The time it carries is very distant, so distant that it is even more distant than my existence. It can no longer be speculated, the barrier's consciousness said calmly. The corner of Yi Shi's eye twitched. A time even further back than that. It was born in the primordial era, and the exact time was still unknown. It was probably after Quarter Moon had become a peak heavenly god. And even further back than that, she couldn't think about it anymore, afraid that she would touch on some taboo. The barrier's consciousness was silent for a moment. After a moment, it looked at Xian and nodded at them. Its figure gradually dissipated, as if it was not interested in this place for the time being. Wait a minute. Since you're here, why don't you go in with us and have a look? Yishi quickly said before it completely dissipated. The barrier's half-dissipated figure regained its solid form. It looked at her, and its hollow voice slowly said, "I'm dealing with the matter of the barrier of creation, accelerating its energy release. I want to release as much energy as possible before the next meteor shower. The thing in front of you is just a reflection. It won't take up much of the main body's information space. But if the main body goes," Yishi felt uncomfortable listening to it. She waved her hand before it finished. "Stop, stop, stop. Who asked your main body to come with us? You can just send a reflection to come with us. It can collect some information for Brother Nua, and it can also answer our questions." The barrier's consciousness was silent for a moment. It was stunned. Yishi looked at it with a strange expression. "You didn't think of that?" The barrier's eyes turned to the side, and its voice was stiff. The reflection only takes up part of the mind, and the speed of thinking is slow. It admitted it. Yi Shi and Xian could not help but burst out laughing. There was a flash of silver light in its eyes. After a moment, it nodded. Its illusory figure flickered, with a faint light. With a popping sound like a bubble, its figure suddenly shrank to the size of a palm. It was the kind of little person with a big head and a small body. Xian and the other's eyes lit up. It was like a miniature version of Little Star. They wanted to reach out and poke it a few times. The barrier's consciousness gently landed on Little Purple Soul's head. It looked at them and said in its hollow voice, "Let's go in this way. You're really interested in this extraterrestrial planet." She was a little surprised. "I just said it casually. It doesn't matter whether I'm interested or not." The barrier's consciousness lowered its head and said faintly, "I'm just fulfilling my mission to watch over the realm of the gods for the main body. It's necessary to take a look at this extraterrestrial thing." "Can't you just look at it directly?" Xian said. She knew Yun Nuoxing's ability as an observer. She could see any corner of the realm of the gods with a single glance. No one could escape from her sight. The barrier's consciousness shook its head. "This planet has a powerful barrier that distorts reality and time. It might even cut off the continuity of space. Even if it rushes into the realm of the gods, the observers I will not be able to see what's inside." "Barrier?" Xian and the others were stunned. The barrier's consciousness pointed at the planet in front of them. At the top of the blue-green planet, there was a layer of faint golden membrane that was emitting a faint light. It floated at the top of the planet and covered the entire planet. If it really had the ability to cut off the continuity of space, it would completely separate the inside from the outside world. "Yes, it's that layer of eggshell." Little Purple Soul nodded. Yishi observed for a while. After a minute, she waved her hand and carefully descended with Xian and the others. They first entered the space of the realm of the gods, then slowly approached the blue-green planet. As they got closer, the planet became bigger and bigger in their eyes. They could already see the shape of another piece of land. Looking at it from this angle, they felt an inexplicable sense of awe and grandeur. It was as if they were not approaching the piece of land, but the piece of land that was crashing towards them. Even though it was not as tall as Tianmu Peak, it was not a joke, it was real. The planet was currently floating at the edge of the southern ice realm. The bottom of the planet was still tens of thousands of miles away from the ice mountain that was piercing into the realm of the stars. From this angle, it was impossible to measure the distance. The top of the planet was not even touching the sky-shrouding cloud of the southern ice realm. However, the top of Tianmu Peak was above the sky-shrouding cloud, and it was a very long distance away. It was almost touching the top of the realm of the gods. It was one of the tallest mountains in the realm of the gods. The planet was relatively large, but it was a few times smaller than what Ming and the others saw in the realm of the five elements. Xian and the others' realm of the laws carefully connected with the layer of golden eggshell. When the two came into contact, it was like two bubbles coming into contact with each other. The bigger one did not move, but the smaller one expanded a little. Faint ripples spread from the point of contact and slowly spread to other parts of the eggshell. A moment later, under their nervous gazes, the small circle of bubbles squeezed into the eggshell. Then, the entire golden eggshell suddenly shone as if it had exploded. It became as dazzling as the sun, and they felt as if they were going into the sun. The space around them was strangely distorted, solidifying and cracking as if there was a force that was preventing them from entering. "Don't worry. It's just a phenomenon caused by the energy collision between two worlds. It's a big commotion, but it's not destructive." Just as Xian and the others could not help but feel nervous, the barrier's consciousness said flatly, The truth seemed to be as it said. Even though the commotion was so great that even Xian was worried that the shining eggshell would suddenly explode, it was still a daunting experience. They smoothly squeezed into the eggshell, and then there was no then. As they squeezed into the turquoise planet, the golden eggshell that shone across the sky abruptly disappeared. Those golden ripples and shining radiance were completely gone. They floated steadily in the air, and everything around them was calm. Looking up, they saw a blue sky and white clouds with a sun hanging in the sky. Xian was absolutely certain that it was not the sun of the divine realm. The orientation was wrong, and based on the position of the turquoise planet, they should be able to see a planetary system when they looked up and the grandeur of the North Ice realm at the edge of the world. However, there was only blue sky and white clouds, and nothing else. Looks like it's just a false alarm. Ming sensed the calm energy around him and looked up at the strange sky. Looks like the space here is really completely isolated from the outside world. That's right. The ripples of the space are completely different. And this space, the way the dimensional power flows. The barrier's empty eyes quickly scanned the planet and said flatly, "It's gone through many great changes." Yishi looked at the big and small cute thing on little purple soul's head and could not help but twitch. "What do you mean?" "Based on your understanding, it's like the changing of the era, with the breath of the era and the breath of the great samsara." "That's right. This world is filled with the breath of changing generations. Not just the changing of the era. There's also a lot of information that can't be processed." The barrier's consciousness shook its head, and then said in a more solemn voice, at least to Yishi and the others, "The void of this world is solidified. If my calculations are correct, it should be brought here." "Be clear." Yishi held her head helplessly. It really was Brother Nua's clone. Even his words were so hurried. The big and small cute thing looked up at her and said flatly, "The world light in the void is a cluster of bubbles. There is also the existence of the void in the world light, but it is separated by the world barrier and is only at the bottom of the world light. However, the void there exists within the void. It's like throwing a kettle into a lake. The water is the void, and when the water flows into the kettle itself is the world barrier separating the inside from the outside. And the void that flows into the kettle will be placed at the bottom of the dimension. When a normal world light moves away from its position in the void inside and outside will change, and a part of the water in the kettle will flow out, and a new part will flow in. However, this world is a kettle with a sealed kettle, and there is no exchange between the inside and the outside. Although it's only the size of this planet, we can still confirm that this void has been completely sealed and solidified." Yishi pondered for a moment and understood. "In other words, the void here is an ancient void, and it has existed for a long time." The barrier's consciousness was silent for a moment, and then nodded. "You can say that. However, there is no such thing as age in the void. It is like flowing lava that has solidified into rock, and it is usually used to determine the void. According to your understanding, age is used to determine its active state, and only sealed voids have this method of determining age, because the void is not static, and it is always changing." All right, that's enough. We're not going to study the void anyway." Yishi waved her hand with a headache. "Can we go down now?" Xian looked up at the distant sky. They were still floating at the top of the planet, and the air was thin, but it was not a big problem. She was just worried that if they went deeper, something would happen to this world. It was a strange change. She also stopped to listen to the barrier's consciousness, which was like Yun Nuashing, babbling in a language she could not understand. "The energy collision between the two worlds has ended. Everything is fine." The barrier's consciousness nodded. Little purple soul waved her hands, and excitedly pulled on Xian's arm. She looked at the sea of clouds in the distance and giggled. "Sister Xian, let's go down and have a look." Xian and the other two looked at the little girl helplessly. They could not figure out what the little girl was so excited about. "Be careful. This is a strange world, and we've experienced—" Xian thought for a moment, and then knocked her head. "It was a very exciting journey. We've been caught from the depths of the galaxy, and we don't know what the people inside will do. It would be bad if they think we're invaders. The observer's eye has scanned this planet, and it did not find any worldwide commotion. It might be because of the barrier." Before the barrier's consciousness could finish speaking, Yishi added with a horrified expression, "Don't tell me those people don't know that the land they're standing on has traveled tens of billions of light years to reach this place." "Theoretically, yes." The barrier's consciousness nodded and said, "There is no contamination of the void mist. Don't worry." Ziyen and the other two didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was really, to what extent was this barrier severed? Even their own home, it was really their home. Wasn't the world they had lived in for countless years their home? They didn't even know that they had flown so far away. They really didn't know whether they were thick-skinned or ignorant. Let's talk to the locals first. Yishi did not know whether to laugh or cry. She was about to step forward when she suddenly saw her dress. Her expression changed, and she quickly looked at the barrier's consciousness. "Will this dress make us look strange?" The barrier's consciousness shook its head. "No matter where we land, there is a 40% chance that we will be mistaken as someone from another place. There is a 30% chance that we will be ignored. There is a 10% chance that we will be treated as an outsider. The other small probabilities can be ignored. The observer's eye has such a function? Yes, it is my inference based on the habits of the various densely populated areas in this world. The error is very small." The cute thing nodded. A moment later, it said, "The observer's eye found something similar to an airship 100 miles away. It detected a high energy reaction and inferred that there is a battle. The energy level is close to that of a beginner god. If you want to get in touch with the life of this world, this is a good chance." A beginner god. What is the energy level of this world? Are there any high-level life forms? Yishi frowned. There are a lot of demon-class life forms and a few demigods and beginner gods. There is a 30% chance that there are god-class life forms and less than 5% chance that there are heaven-class life forms, the barrier's consciousness said calmly. 30%. Well, ignored. Forget it. Let's be careful. Yishi shrugged, looked at Xian, and nodded. Then, let's go there and have a look. At the top of the clouds, there were huge energy fireworks in the sky. The rumbling explosion of energy scattered a lot of the surrounding clouds. Above the clouds, there were two airships confronting each other. The thick deck and the flanks had obvious high-energy reactions. At first glance, it was obvious that these airships were not ordinary airships used for flying. The white airship was like a huge turtle, and it had the shape of an island. The other 6 protruding islands were full of blue crystals, surging with strong energy waves. When the energy was fully released, even a god king would be caught off guard. On the central island, there was a blue energy crystal pillar about 10 meters high. It was engraved with mysterious runes and all kinds of symbols. From time to time, a strong energy light would burst out, tearing the two groups of people fighting in the sky battlefield apart. Many people wearing black clothes would be annihilated by the energy light. The other airship was brown and black. The hollow platform structure was divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. It was unknown whether it was blown up or it was originally like that. It was a bit like an ancient mechanical creation. A pair of wings were inserted on both sides of the platform, and the front of the platform was ahead. Hey, at first glance, it looked like a bird. It turned out that the airships described by the consciousness of the stronghold as airships did not even look like airships. Forget about the bird flying in the sky, the tortoise flying in the sky. If it was not supported by a huge amount of energy, wouldn't it have crashed long ago? A bird and a tortoise. Let's take them as two airships for the time being. The two airships were about thousands of feet apart and were pasting their energies on each other's faces. Both airships were wrapped in thick energy barriers. Between the two airships, there was a group of sesame pea-sized figures fighting desperately. They were locked in a fierce battle. If the bird and the tortoise didn't burst out huge energy beams from time to time to sweep away the enemies on the battlefield, who knew how long this battle would have lasted? Anyway, when Xian and the others arrived, they saw such a scene. The two camps were several thousand meters apart, and there was a group of warriors fighting in the middle. It was a heart-wrenching scene. They saw a person in white having his heart ripped out by a person in black clothes. Then here comes the question. Who should we contact in front of these two groups? She scratched her head. This battle seemed to be brainless to them. After all, they were outsiders. No matter how they looked at it, it was a mess. They had no idea who was fighting who. Speculation. The black side will be defeated in an hour. If we wait until then to lend a helping hand, it will be quite effective, the consciousness of the stronghold said calmly. Oh, so they're just pretending to come in time. In fact, they want us to watch for a while, right? She laughed sinisterly. This is fun. Xian patted her head and looked at the brownish-black airship. She looked at the three circular hollow platforms in the center of the airship and couldn't help but frown. She saw a mark there. It was an energy mark. It looked like a strange-shaped beetle. Well, she couldn't think of a way to describe it. It looked a little awkward. On the other hand, the mark on the white tortoise was so delicate. Why don't we go help the white side? She said weakly. What's wrong? She looked at her in confusion. She looked at the two groups and tilted her head in confusion. Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That mark is so ugly, the consciousness of the stronghold said. Sending charcoal in the snow and icing on the cake. I'm just judging the chances of success. She also looked defeated, but when she took a closer look, the mark on the brownish-black airship, it was really ugly. Wasn't it because someone couldn't stand seeing such an ugly mark and wanted to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? For a moment, Xian, Shi, and Ming all hoped that the white side would be defeated quickly. Then they would have a reason to help the white side. Chapter 1181, Above the Sea of Clouds. The fierce battle was still going on in the sky, spreading out for thousands of miles. The giant white tortoise and the giant brownish-black bird were facing each other, maintaining a relatively safe distance. Neither of them dared to make the first move. They could only stand outside the battlefield, sweeping away the battlefield with powerful energy torrents from time to time. It was a stalemate, and no one could do anything to the other. It seemed so, but Old Wu knew very well that it was only a stalemate on the surface. In fact, the balance of the war had tilted, and it was tilting toward the opponent's side. This made him feel very bad. The energy storm kept blowing away the clouds, and the protective shield of the giant brownish-black bird started to ripple. The energy light flashed across the 1,000-meter-long airship, and the dissipating energy turned into a breeze that blew past his ears, messing up his gray, curly hair. His black robe also puffed up in the wind, flapping behind him. Their defensive barrier had been attacked 10 times in just 5 minutes. All of the attacks were from the enemy's warriors. It was impossible for them to cause any damage to their airship. Not even a crack could be seen on the barrier. However, That was not important. These 10 attacks meant that the enemy's offensive was slowly approaching their base camp. Soon, the giant white tortoise would not be so quiet anymore. When the time was right, it would be activated with a roar and turn into a real war machine to end this battle. If they had made some arrangements, perhaps some of them could have escaped. He could not help but let his imagination run wild. He looked at the white airship thousands of miles away. No matter how he looked at it, it was a giant tortoise. This made him curse in his heart. A tortoise, instead of floating on the sea, had to learn to fly in the sky. Was it not afraid of falling to its death? He could only grumble. That was the enemy's base camp. Even if their giant bird fell to its death in the sky, the tortoise would not fall to its death. They were stubbornly resisting. Anyone could see that the front line was losing ground, and more than a third of the soldiers had fallen. Command was useless. What could he do? Rush out and fight the opponent head-on, only to be burned to ashes by a torrent of energy or be beaten to death? No, he had a more important mission. He might not be able to save the airship, but he had another mission on this trip, and he had to complete that mission even if he had to risk his life. Boom! The huge explosion of energy flattened half the sky. The dazzling brilliance of energy made everyone's vision pale. That was the enemy's energy attack. That was the first tentative attack launched by the energy torrent. If there was even the slightest result, what followed would be a storm of attacks. Reduce the energy charge of the purifying flames. Prioritize maintaining the stability of the defensive barrier. If it is torn open, it will not survive the next round. The pale white flames left behind countless shadows. Old Wu commanded loudly. The pale white light shone on his face, which was full of thick hair and beard. The wind blew his hair back and forth. He could not help but smile bitterly after he gave the command. Defense. He was just putting on an act for the other party to see, acting as if he could still hold on for a while and stall for time. Come here. Old Wu looked at a warrior standing beside him and called him to his side. This was his trusted aide, whose combat power was second only to him. If they were to break out of the encirclement later, he would definitely have the highest chance of survival other than himself. When the spaceship crashes, you take the remains of the sacred implement and leave this place with a space jump. The man hesitated for a moment. But Holy King, that's your escape route. Old Wu waved his hand vigorously. It's settled. That's it. Those guys who have smelled the blood are just testing the waters. No one expected to run into each other on the sea. A hasty battle is extremely disadvantageous for us. Defeat is only a matter of time. Moreover, the opponents are my old rivals. We have recognized each other. If I did not appear when the spaceship crashed, and this unexpected encounter happened in this place, there is no guarantee that they will not guess something. After all, our actions over the years have not been a secret. They are also speeding up. We cannot fall behind. Old Wu's trusted aide straightened his back and looked at the Holy King seriously and bowed. As you command, I will bring the remains of the sacred implement back to the holy God safely. That's good. Old Wu let out a long sigh. Under the intense light of the flames, he suddenly fell silent for a moment before he slowly said, Legend has it that the battle domain and the guardian domain are like brothers and work together to maintain the order of the continent. His mindless words stunned his trusted aide. He hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. That might just be an unreliable legend among the people. Moreover, no matter what the legend is, the war between the two realms in the past 10,000 years is not fake. Old Wu nodded and said, the war has lasted for 10,000 years. 1,000 years ago, the battle domain and the guardian domain had an earth-shattering battle. On the surface, we had won, but In reality, the guardian domain had retained a lot of strength. On the other hand, we had squandered all of our strength. It was also from that year onwards that the situation of the battle domain took a turn for the worse. Even today, we are still losing time after time. The trusted aide was silent for a moment. Although he wanted to say that the enemy was cunning, those were all laughable words. All was fair in war. No matter how they won, no matter how they repelled them, it was still a victory. In the end, only the territory of the battle domain was constantly shrinking. There was no doubt about this. Holy King, please forgive my ignorance. I believe that even if we bring the remains of the sacred weapon back, we may not be able to turn the situation around. It is just an inanimate object that has been dead for countless years. But if you were to accidentally die here, it would be a great loss to the entire battle domain. Old Wu turned back to look at his trusted aide, who had a serious expression on his face. He knew that his trusted aide was only speaking his mind. It could not be said that the other party's knowledge was shallow. The number of people in the world who still knew about the so-called sacred weapon could be counted on one hand. He should be glad that this slap had landed on the territory of the battle domain. This was one of the few areas where they were ahead of the guardian domain. Even he himself did not know what the sacred weapon was used for, but since he had already made this choice, there was no turning back. He could only believe in the legend, and believe that the faintly discernible legend could bring them a glimmer of hope. A violent buzzing sound was accompanied by an explosion of energy flames that was as bright as day. A crack finally appeared on the energy barrier of the giant brownish-black bird. Old Wu looked back indifferently at the black crack that continued to expand. His face was expressionless. Just as they were talking, they had been hit by the energy torrent several times. They had held on for long enough. Old Wu patted his trusted aide on the shoulder with both hands. The latter trembled and nodded vigorously. He knew that the decisive moment had arrived. He should obey the order and not dwell on something that he could not see. Old Wu waved his hand and shouted, "Inject all your energy into the purifying flame. Remove all your defenses and give it a good blow." As soon as he shouted, the first to move was not the giant bird under them, nor was it the giant white turtle. A colorful and brilliant energy beam, about 100,000 feet in size, rushed across the battlefield with a vigorous movement. It rushed past them and pierced through the distant space in an instant. The surging energy of the 5 elements and some kind of mixed energy released an extremely domineering destructive power. It then swept across the entire battlefield, brushing past the giant brownish-black bird. Boom! The monstrous explosion made Old Wu feel good. Although he had no idea what the sudden huge energy reaction was, he did not need to figure it out. He only needed to know that just now, an energy beam that was thousands of times more powerful than their purifying flame had hit the enemy's base. The colorful energy beam did not hit a single soldier on the battlefield, but hit the energy barrier of the giant white turtle head-on. The thick energy barrier did not even last a second before it was torn to pieces by the massive energy. In the midst of the emergency, a burst of energy erupted from the giant turtle, but it was pressed down before it really burst out. It seemed to be some kind of emergency defense. The only effect was to shift the huge energy beam a few meters to the right. Now, 3/4 of the giant turtle's body had been completely melted. The cross-section of the giant turtle that was swallowed by the energy beam was so smooth that it could be used as a mirror. "Oh, we missed. I said to hit the center. We can definitely hit it. If we hit the center, won't we skewer the people on the bird?" A few gentle and pleasant female voices rang in his ears like the sound of nature. Old Wu, who was already in a daze, was stunned. However, he was not the only one on the airship who was in a daze. He did not bother to hide it. His cronies' jaws were almost dislocated. It took old Wu 10 seconds to come back to his senses. He tilted his head and saw a purple-red crystal floating in front of him. It was the crystal that made the sound. He thought for a moment and asked carefully, "Who are you?" He did not want to use a tone that was too abrupt to ask anything. From the high energy of that energy beam, the other party was not someone he could afford to offend. It was fine if he died, but it would not be good if he brought some enemies to the battle arena. Uncle has finally spoken. The voice on the other side rang out again. It was the voice of a young girl. A moment later, the voice was accompanied by the giggling voice of an even younger girl. "Uncle, we are allies, the long-lost branch family of the battle domain. Well, I know you are muddle-headed, and so are we. We have been living in seclusion for many years and do not know many things. But why don't you retreat first and wait for us to roast that turtle? Retreat quickly. If you don't retreat, you will be injured." A faint and beautiful voice rang out. It was a soft and almost inaudible chant. Although it was pleasant to the ears, it gave him goosebumps. He glanced at the melted giant turtle from the corner of his eyes and roared without hesitation. "Retreat! Everyone, come back! Come back! Retreat to the south as fast as you can. If we are late, we will end up like those idiots on the other side." The soldiers who had already lost their will to fight immediately carried out their saint ruler's orders. They turned around and fled without another word. The people who were guarding the region fled with them as well. None of them looked back to see what the enemy was doing. They had all been knocked senseless by the torrent of energy earlier, so they all thought that the enemy had hired a powerful expert. As long as their brains had not been fried by the flash of light, they would have wisely chosen to flee. Anyway, the escape of both parties went smoothly. The people of the battlefield returned to the big brownish-black bird and turned their heads in confusion. They looked at the giant white turtle that had already collapsed and could not make heads or tails of it. The defenders on the other side were clearly at their wits' end. The airship was gradually collapsing. Many of the energy crystals left on the airship had been detonated by the energy torrent. A series of energy explosions exploded on the giant turtle. However, Old Wu and the others did not have the time to look at the situation there. At this moment, the best thing to do was to run with their tails between their legs. Just as they were retreating, they saw an even more exaggerated energy torrent, like an endless torrent of the sea washing the sky clean, accompanied by the sky gradually brightening and a great sense of fear in their hearts. The multicolored energy beam that was millions of feet long streaked across the sky and once again swept across the entire sky that was used as a battlefield. Neither party knew where the attack came from. It appeared in an instant and met the defenders who were not prepared. The defenders who were still baring their fangs and brandishing their claws a second ago were now reduced to nothing. They were all melted into the energy torrent. It hit the target this time. It's easy to aim without any obstacles. The voice of the little girl rang in their ears again. "I think we should leave this place quickly before the people in other places sense the energy reaction just now. Xiaoxi, I told you not to use such a large amount of energy. Hee hee." The little girl's voice laughed and said, "Uncle, we are going to sit on your airship for a while. We just helped you take care of the defenders. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" Old Wu, the old Saint King of the battlefield, did not know what kind of expression he should show. He felt that the little girl had emphasized the word, teach them a lesson, so much so that he wondered if he was hallucinating or hearing things. He felt that there was something wrong somewhere. He felt that if they were not allowed to enter, perhaps they would be the next to disappear. Then he very happily agreed. Holy King, this is risky. Old Wu's trusted aide advised seriously. Although they have annihilated the defenders, we have not figured out their actions and identities. It is very dangerous to let them in rashly. Old Wu tilted his head and glanced at his trusted aide. He sighed deeply and patted his shoulder. If they are hostile, you heard it just now. They almost attacked us together. If we refuse, what will happen? Old Wu waved his hand and said, moreover, if the battlefield really has such a powerful helper, it is actually not bad. Stranger is just a word of the past. The battlefield can talk to anyone. Don't you remember the old holy god's words? If anyone can defend the territory of the battlefield, then he will be one of the rulers of the battlefield. They were already at the end of their rope, but there was no other way. The battlefield had suffered a great loss in that victory, and they really could not contend against the power of the defenders. Old Wu waved his hand and said, everyone get ready. There is no need to be vigilant. No matter how vigilant you are, you can't stop them. Why don't we go along with their wishes? It sounds quite friendly, doesn't it? At least no one would send a few girls to infiltrate, right? That was what he thought. He originally thought that their complicated airship would cause them to get lost, so he hurriedly went upstairs to welcome them. But just as he arrived at the door of the upper level from the middle level, he saw guests curiously looking around. As he expected, it was a few girls, and they were the kind of girls who could bring disaster to the world. Going back thousands of years, there were also beautiful girls who could cause chaos in the world. He even knew them, but compared to the former, he always felt that the latter was lacking something. He thought about it carefully and finally understood. The women who caused chaos in this world were all just flower vases, but these girls in front of him, he could not tell who had released that energy blast just now, so he could only count them all in. These few might have the power to make the current battle realm and defense realm tremble. The difference between them was obvious. One side was a flower vase, and the other side was a Valkyrie on the battlefield. Well, it was not his fault that he did not react. But when he saw that the ones who had casually annihilated the enemy were such beautiful girls, he did not know what to think. Ahem, Uncle, have you seen enough? Our big sister is already taken. The wine red-haired girl bounced and waved her hand in front of him, causing him to finally come back to his senses. He scratched his head, awkwardly. He had not been staring at the girls, but he was still a little too shocked. He had interacted with countless people for half his life, but he had never encountered a situation like today. It was really new. Yin stretched out his hand and patted Yi Shi's head. He cleared his throat and said with a faint smile, "Hello, Saint King of Battle Realm. There are indeed many wonderful things in this world that are beyond words. To be able to meet you when we first appeared is already the greatest miracle." Ming whispered to the stronghold consciousness. "Is this line reliable or not? I think Sister Xian is holding her breath." The stronghold consciousness nodded calmly. The information obtained by the observer's eye about this planet has a very low probability of being wrong. Combined with that conclusion, it should work. Old Wu straightened his back slightly and subconsciously reached out his hand. He was stunned for a moment. While he was stunned, Yi Shi knowingly reached out and shook his rough hand. Only then did he relax a little. "Thank you very much for rescuing me and my fleet. The battlefield will remember this favor. My name has been forgotten by time. Now, my crew calls me Old Wu. As you know, I'm one of the holy kings of the battlefield." Yi Shi grinned. I know. Our family used to have dealings with the battlefield. We are considered a branch family, but we have been in seclusion for a very, very long time. So long that although you have not heard of us, we do exist. If you don't believe me, you can flip through the history of about 8,888 years ago. you should still be able to find us. There's no need. Even if it's for the sake of your goodwill, we should still have the greatest trust." Old Wu waved his hand, then pondered for a moment before hesitantly saying, "But why did you suddenly end your seclusion? I don't mean anything else. The current situation of the battlefield is very bad. Those who are related to the battlefield have either been morally kidnapped by some people in the battlefield or forcibly expelled. It's a mess. Because we are the only ones left in our family. There are also a few who are far away and can't come back for the time being." Yishi helplessly spread her hands and sighed with a painful expression. Old Wu's expression froze. "You mean the battlefield?" Ming crossed his arms and turned his head, looking sad and unable to bear to remember. This simple conversation made Old Wu understand what had happened to them. His expression became very complicated, with a trace of regret and pity. But when he thought of their strength, they did not seem to need his pity. He put away that expression. Although he still had a little doubt, he suppressed it at the bottom of his heart. On the other hand, there was also a trace of joy in his heart. Those who had been harmed by the battlefield were almost all part of the battlefield's strength or their future strength. At this moment, 50 to 60% of the people in the battlefield had suffered the same fate. Because of the old Saint God's words, the people who joined the battlefield later came from all over the world, and their reasons were very different. Some of them were more or less the same because they had been harmed by the battlefield, but only 30 to 40% of the people who truly belonged to the battlefield. Old Wu thought for a moment, then said in a calmer tone, "It's regrettable news, but the war is still going on. You, us, everyone are losing a lot of things every day. We don't have much time to hold on to the past that we can't protect. The only thing we can do is to keep moving forward. Either we fight or escape. The condition of our spaceship is still stable. We are now on the way back to the nest. Before we go back, you can rest on the spaceship for a while. When you have recovered, we will talk in detail." Xian and the others were politely escorted to a large room. When the door was closed, the girls grinned and gave them a thumbs up. That expression translated to "everything is going according to plan." Life was like a play, and it all depended on acting skills. When they came to an unknown place, no matter what happened, they just had to act. Little Purple Soul could not bear to watch. She could not help but cover her eyes and muttered, "You've learned bad things from Big Brother." Chapter 1182. In the middle cabin of the brownish-black airship, Ming poked her head out of the window and looked at the other parts of the airship. This was a 3-story airship with a height of more than 10 meters. It wasn't as spacious as they had first seen. Actually, it shouldn't be a problem for it to carry several thousand people. Just from the black-clothed warriors they had seen just now, there should be more than 1,000 of them. Ming looked out of the window for a while before retracting her head. She ran her slender hand through her silvery hair that had been messed up by the wind. She walked around the spacious, brownish-black room barefooted. It seemed to be made of wood, and she knocked on the wall from time to time. After 2 minutes, she had walked around the room once. She stood in a corner and observed the room. It looked like a large room in an ordinary hotel. It was a square room without any decorations or decorations. However, considering that this ship was one of the headquarters of the battle arena, it was impossible to spend any effort on decorating it. It was very spacious. There was only a large bed and a sofa in the room. When he first walked in, he almost thought that he had been locked in a box. There was probably nothing to do in this place other than sleep. Xian watched as the little angel walked around the room. Her feet were an inch off the ground, and she looked more like she was floating. He could not help but ask, "Ming, what are you doing?" Ming lowered her wings and winked at Xian. "I'm checking out the room, just in case." After saying this, she sat down on the bed and rested her head on Ziyan's shoulder. She leisurely said, "There's nothing I can do. Sister Ziyan and Xiao, she both don't care. When Big Brother isn't here, I can only do these things." The Stronghold's consciousness looked up from Little Purple Soul's head and said, "There are 32 life forms within 100 meters. They are all humans or humanoids. They are similar to the humans in the celestial realm. There is no abnormal energy flow within the area. There is no eavesdropping or anything like that." Zian shrugged and glanced at Ming. She meant, "Look, there's someone with better eyesight here." Ming, "I forgot." Yishi leaned against the window and watched for a while. She then turned back and said, "This ship is very different from the ones in the Pantheon. I wanted to find the location of its energy core, but it seems like I was overthinking it." The will of the barrier scanned the surroundings. After a brief moment, it said, "This airship is made up of simple connecting devices. It's not the same as the airships in the realm of the gods. The entire airship is a formation device, a weapon. The power that drives it is not elemental energy. However, elemental energy does exist in this world, but it seems that it's only in the hands of a small number of people. Not all living beings have access to it." "Then how did this big guy fly?" Zian asked curiously, using pure energy as the driving force. Yishi was stunned for a moment. She jumped down from the window and said, "But I don't feel any energy waves that are strong enough to make this airship fly." The will of the barrier jumped from Little Purple Soul's head to her hand. It pointed outside the window. Zian and the others turned to look in that direction. They saw a huge pair of wings. It was the wings of the giant bird. All the energy is sealed in the wings. The efficiency of the energy is close to 100%. There's no leakage. The seal is perfect. Ordinary means can't detect it. So that's the pair of wings that carried this big guy into the sky? Yishi blinked. The craftsmanship of the outside world. Ming sighed. "I've never seen anything like this in the realm of 5 elements." Zian looked at her curiously. She was a little disappointed that she didn't go to the realm of 5 elements. Therefore, she was very interested in the world Yishi mentioned. "What's that world like?" Ming thought for a moment. Yishi spread her hands and said casually, "The flames of war were everywhere. The people united with their gods to fight the little monsters." Zian, "It's about the same as what Xiao said. That world. You can just think of it as the appearance of the void misspawn. Then, the creatures there joined forces with the gods of the realm of 5 elements. In the end, we got involved." Ziyan nodded his head in a daze. He had roughly understood the situation. "We've entered the territory of the battlefields." The voice of the Stronghold's consciousness attracted the attention of Ziyan and the others. The girls moved closer to the windowsill and looked out. All they could see was a vast expanse of white clouds. They were flying a few thousand meters above the ground, above the sea of clouds. It would be strange if they could see land. The territory of the battlefields. Yishi touched her 2 tufts of black hair and looked at the will of the barrier. "Is the division of this world very detailed?" Generally speaking, the battlefields and the defense fields occupy the largest territories. The territories of these 2 fields are centered on the axis of this planet, dividing it into left and right. There are many other scattered empires and forces that can be ignored. In addition, the territories of these 2 fields are constantly changing. In the past hour, the battlefield's territory has shrunk by 1/10,000th. At the same time, the battlefield's territory has expanded by 1/10,000th. Yishi slapped her forehead. "Almost 10 times the territory. I heard from that uncle that the battle region and the defense region were as close as a family back then." Later on, They were evenly matched. How did they end up in such a miserable state? Who knows what happened in the 10,000 years of war? Xian turned around and sat on the bed. She stretched lazily. I feel like I'm involved in something complicated. The will of the barrier continued to report. We're about to pass by a large gathering point. Aya, we're thousands of meters up in the sky. There's such a thick sea of clouds between us. It's good that we can see it. Yishi waved her hand casually. As she spoke, she caught sight of something from the corner of her eye. She was stunned. It was a gigantic floating island, a gigantic conical floating island. The platform at the top was perhaps several hundred kilometers in diameter, and at the top was a gigantic town. It was about 200 to 300 meters away from the ship in a straight line. Yishi could vaguely make out the movements of a certain person in the town. In any case, she was stunned. So the gathering point of life it spoke of was floating in the sky. All right, there were many spaces in the 9 god temples. She should not be surprised. Why did she habitually think that human towns were on the ground? Why? That was because they were used to it. Furthermore, the floating islands in the 9 shrine space were all ridiculously large. They could even be considered as continents. Only the floating islands in front of them could be considered proper floating islands. Sister Xian, look, the floating island is huge. Ming pointed at the huge floating island outside the window and said calmly, I see it, but it's not as big as the 9 god temples' floating island. Xian nodded. The will of the barrier looked back at Yishi, seeing her stunned expression. It thought for a moment and said calmly, the human gathering points on this planet are mostly floating between 1,000 to 6,000 meters above the ground. Most of them are floating islands. Most? What about the small number? Yishi's face twitched. She seemed to have guessed something. The will of the barrier pointed at the ground below them. Flying ships. These flying ships are mobile fortresses. Some of the flying ships near the floating islands have bridges directly connected to the floating islands. They seem to be permanently connected to the floating islands. Those flying ships also have high-energy reactions. There are also many signs of human life. Ming turned around. Are they like the mobile islands in the sea? They are mobile settlements carrying thousands of people, but these are flying in the sky. Yes. What about the ground? There are no signs of humans living on the ground. Xian asked. The ground is filled with a large amount of energy that cannot be analyzed. It covers almost 80% of the land. The remaining 20% is not suitable for human habitation due to some reasons. However, many strange life forms and mutant species have been born there. Perhaps they have evolved because they have to get used to the powerful energy. We need a physical body to observe. Yishi responded instinctively. She quickly waved her hand. Wait a minute. This is different from why we are here. Speaking of which, what is our goal? Xian was stunned. They were just passers-by to this world. It was because of little purple soul that they traveled from half of the celestial realm to this place. In the end, what were they looking for? Or what were they looking for? They did not know. They had played the role of a group of people and successfully sneaked in. Now that they were asked why they were here, the 3 girls were confused. Ming picked up the culprit who had caused this awkward situation and swung her around, saying, Little purple soul, you still haven't told us why you're here. The mischievous girl tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she said blankly, Why? What are we doing? Xian and Ming were speechless. The girl was also stunned by their reaction. She grabbed a strand of her hair and lowered her head nervously. Didn't you say, we're just here to take a look? What are we doing? Yishi was speechless. So the girl's initial motivation was because she was interested in this turquoise planet, now that she had achieved her goal. Why did they go through so much trouble to sneak in with this group of people? She didn't know, but she was the one who suggested to interact with the locals first. She originally thought that Ziyin and the others came here because they discovered something special about this world and wanted to investigate it. In fact, after entering this world, they did discover many strange things, so she believed in this idea even more. Now she knew that it wasn't the case. It was just that little purple soul wanted to come here to play. What a big mistake. After letting her imagination run wild for a while, she waved her hand and sighed. Forget it. Let's not pursue this matter. Since we're here, let's just take a look. Let's just pretend that I'm interested in this ancient world. Ming looked down at the girl in his arms who was covering her eyes like an ostrich. He could not help but sigh. You forced yourself to be interested. Yishi laughed dryly. Since we're here, we can't run away halfway. I did notice something that might interest you. Ziyin suddenly spoke up. She looked at the barrier's consciousness and said, the language of this planet is the common language of all races, right? There are slight differences, but it's very similar to the common language of all races. There's no mistake. The barrier's consciousness nodded. Yishi was stunned. This world has always been using the common language of all races. It hasn't changed after such a long time. She had also been to other worlds in this era. High-ranking gods could travel through the stars and the void. She had seen other worlds and had also integrated into them. She was very sensitive to things like language, which could almost be used to symbolize the changes in time and history. In the world she came into contact with, the common language of all races had almost disappeared. Only a few people still used it, treating it as a sacred ancient language. Not many people knew and studied it. She told the barrier's consciousness. It was silent for a long time before it said, the information of the outside world has to be traced back to the memories of my original self 3 eras ago. When Little Star was still Wine Moon's shadow, Ziyin asked. The barrier's consciousness nodded. As early as 3 eras ago, the world I came into contact with also used my own language. The Book of Epics was hidden in my soul and recorded everything. From this, I can conclude that perhaps in this era, or perhaps even further back, the common language of all races has shown signs of being lost. Only a small number of people can remember it. Yishi nodded. But to see a world that still uses the common language of all races, interesting, really interesting. How did you find out? Their language had been enlightened by the Book of the Epics. Before this, she did not know the common language of all races. Now that she was using it to converse with Old Wu and the others, she subconsciously did not know that she was speaking this language. Ziyin laughed dryly and scratched his head. After the Taiyuan festival many years ago, because the people of the demon world came back and used that language, Sister Jean asked me to learn about it. Although I was enlightened by Little Star's Book of the Ages, the information I knew at that time was still there, so I recognized it. They were silent for a few minutes. After a while, Yishi stood up from the bed and said, it's decided. Let's go and find Old Wu to understand the situation and the situation of this world. They immediately came to an agreement and walked out of the room. Ming even carried the little girl, who was dozing off, and hurriedly left the room. You want to understand the situation of this world? Old Wu waved his hand to signal the others to do their jobs. Then he walked to a round table and politely asked Yishi and the others to take a seat. Then he sat down. It took him 2 seconds to understand their plan. Their families were wiped out, and they had to come out and show their faces. Well, such stories were not rare in this world, especially in times of war. Every change in the battle line would cause countless of such incidents, since they were going to stand on the front stage, and most likely would directly become the enemy of the Protectorate. It was normal to understand some things. Yes, that was it. It took him 5 seconds to figure it out. Then he nodded and said, "I can roughly guess your plan." Well, to be honest, the girls, well, I don't mean anything by it. I just think it's not safe for you to wander the world alone, especially, he looked at Xian and Ming's faces. Especially these 2 girls, well, Uncle, you don't have to worry about that. We can protect ourselves. Yishi grinned. Her legs dangled in the air as she sat on the chair. We also have our own plans. But we have been living in seclusion for many years. If it wasn't for that, well, let's not talk about it. Anyway, we were unprepared and ended up like this. We had no choice but to sigh. We can only take one step at a time. Her words and sighs had earned Old Wu's sympathy. He nodded and said, "In fact, we will return to my territory tomorrow. This trip is a more important mission. As long as I return alive, the mission will be completed. Moreover, I will have to meet the sacred deity. You are my saviors. If you don't mind, why don't you come with me? I can also explain what happened here." Meet the sacred deity directly. Yishi was stunned. She lowered her head and muttered, "I'm not ready yet." Old Wu smiled and waved his hand. "Don't be nervous. The sacred deity is a very kind person. As long as you are an enemy of the Protectorate, you will be treated as a friend. We will also lend a helping hand to the families that have been destroyed by the Protectorate. Ahem, that's for tomorrow. As for this world," Old Wu pondered for a moment. He slowly stood up and organized his words. "I'm not too sure how long ago your family went into seclusion. It's not good to go too far back in time. There will be a lot of wrong information. Let's start from 1,000 years ago. In an even more ancient era, the Protectorate and the Battle Protectorate were as close as brothers. No one knew what had happened back then that had led to a great split. They only knew that one day, the 2 hegemons suddenly started fighting each other. The 2 forces that stood at the top of the planet started a full-scale war right from the start, dragging the entire world into it. The small forces that were sandwiched between them suffered unspeakably. It was not good to join either side, but if they did not join the battle forces, they would definitely be eliminated. The entire continent spent thousands of years in the flames of war. 1,000 years ago, the top forces of the Battle Protectorate and the Battle Protectorate fought a decisive battle. The Battle Protectorate won by a small margin, but the Battle Protectorate's core forces suffered from a hidden illness. On the other hand, the sacred deity of the Battle Protectorate had died in battle, but a sacred deity who was not inferior to the former had taken his place. Moreover, many of the core forces had been preserved. However, no one recognized the sacred deity of the Battle Protectorate and the core forces that had suddenly appeared. They had never shown themselves and had appeared out of thin air. Logically speaking, the Battle Protectorate should have collapsed at an astonishing speed after losing the decisive battle. However, the reality was that the sacred deity of the Battle Protectorate had counterattacked on the second day and pushed the Battle Protectorate's defensive line back several thousand miles. It was only when the Battle Protectorate's forces had regained their strength that they were stopped. The aftereffects of that decisive battle continued to this day. The old sacred deity of the Battle Protectorate had abdicated, and the new sacred deity was still slightly young and needed time to grow. However, the Battle Protectorate did not have much time to wait. The Battle Protectorate carried out several hasty counterattacks, but they all ended in failure. Afterwards, the Battle Protectorate was pushed back several hundred miles and has always been at a disadvantage, falling into such a state. Because the Battle Protectorate had absorbed too much foreign power, It was no longer pure, and its internal forces were in chaos. This was something that could not be helped. If not for this, the Battle Protectorate might have disappeared long ago. Old Wu sighed. Yishi suddenly said, but now the Battle Protectorate is basically just a figurehead. Although it still has the name of the Battle Protectorate, the people inside are no longer the same people. That's right. Old Wu patted his head in distress. It has long been a figurehead. It still maintains its battle lines, but everyone is fighting for themselves. No one listens to anyone else. The 33 sacred kings all have their own ideas and stories. Everyone wants to destroy the Battle Protectorate, but they are unwilling to listen to anyone else's commands. They don't even pay much attention to the sacred deity's commands. Ming raised his head, and his golden Mei Mao flashed. They don't listen to commands. In this situation, even if the Battle Protectorate wins in the end, I'm afraid there will be another battle, and this battle will completely engulf the entire continent. A civil war. Old Wu smiled bitterly. He had already seen through it, but what could he do? This battle still had to be fought. The battle that was supposed to happen was unavoidable, and he could only take it one step at a time. In fact, if the Battle Protectorate still had enough strength, it would not have developed into such a situation. Xian and Ming looked at each other and could not help but sigh softly. The situation in this world was more complicated than they had imagined and was a little troublesome. Chapter 1183. This world was more complicated than Xian and the others had imagined, but there was one thing that they were not surprised by: war. War was a daily occurrence in the void, and on a large scale, billions of planets would be destroyed in a single day. That was probably something that happened a few eras ago. In this relatively peaceful era, there were not that many wars of that magnitude. The war in this world was basically two giants fighting each other, and halfway through, one side would cheat while the other side would draw in all the available forces in the world. As time went on, the situation they were in now became what they were looking at now. One side was the war realm, where countless factions were entangled in anger and strange emotions and refused to unite. The other side was the garrison realm, which was still cheating. Ming did not mean to target the garrison realm. She and the others had only done it because it was the best way to integrate into this world. Perhaps it was one of the reasons why she did it. She felt that there was something wrong with the garrison realm, and it was a very big problem. A large group of unheard-of champions had appeared out of thin air, and that did not make sense. How could two equally powerful factions hide their forces when they were fighting each other? If they had the time to hide their forces, they might as well gather their strongest forces and push the other side down. Was there really a need for this kind of twisting and turning? No. That was why she felt that there was something wrong with the forces that appeared after the garrison realm was defeated. As for what the problem was, she had only been in this world for a little more than 2 hours. God knows what the problem was. If we stay in this world for a day, the third wave of the meteor shower should be coming. Ming whispered to the barrier's consciousness. Is there any way to speed it up? The barrier's consciousness simply shook its head. There is no need for that. Some of the laws in this world are still in conflict with the laws in the realm of the gods. Moreover, the void brought in by this world is stagnant. Before the clash of the two laws ends, the time here will be faster than the outside world. This is the result of the adjustment of the laws. The original flow of time in this world is slower than in the realm of the gods, but now there will be a period of compensation. How long will it take? The barrier's consciousness pondered for a moment before saying, before the next meteor shower comes, you can stay here for 10 days. In other words, the flow of time in this world used to be 10 times slower than in the Pantheon? Ming asked curiously. To be precise, it's 20 times. The speed of the collision of the natural order will become faster and faster, and the entire process is constantly accelerating. So there might still be some errors. Perhaps it's more than 20 times, the stronghold's consciousness said softly. This world was very strange. The continents and oceans were covered by a layer of boundless energy, making them uninhabitable. Even if one were to descend from the sky to 100 meters above the ground, they would still be threatened by that powerful energy. The ground was an extremely dangerous hell for humans. Even god-emperors would be threatened if they got close to it. This was the conclusion that the consciousness of the barrier came to when it observed the layer of energy. The ground had been abandoned, and everyone lived in the sky. The human settlements in this world were huge floating islands that drifted along with the flow of the sky. They had no fixed residence. While Yishi and Ming were talking, the large bird-like brownish-black airship had passed by a few floating islands from a distance of 1,000 meters. They only glanced at it from afar. Old Wu also saw it, but he did not order them to get close, nor did he have any intention of going over to greet them. War zones are not allowed to fight each other. Their only purpose of gathering together is to defend against the war zone. Civil war is not allowed. At least, before the fall of the Shun God, this rule is still in effect. However, fighting in the dark is unavoidable. It's the most unavoidable thing in this world. Old Wu sighed and said faintly. Yishi noticed that when they approached the floating islands, Old Wu deliberately made the airship stay away from the floating islands. She had a guess. She grinned and said, "Uncle, did you offend them? Is that why you're deliberately avoiding them?" Old Wu's confidante's cheeks twitched. He laughed awkwardly and said, "A few years ago, when some people formed factions and secretly joined forces, you rejected all of them?" Zi Yan looked at him. Thinking about his reaction, he voiced out his guess. Old Wu's expression became even more awkward. It seemed that Xian's words had hit the nail on the head. "Uncle, whose side are you on?" Yishi grinned again. Old Wu straightened his back. His expression was as serious as it could be. "I fight for the war zone. I don't think about who I'm fighting for." Yishi could not help but smack her lips when she heard this answer. "Uncle, if you're too honest, you'll be remembered." Old Wu's heroic expression immediately withered. His face seemed to be covered by dark clouds as he smiled bitterly. In reality, he had already been remembered. Otherwise, he would not have taken a detour. It was because he did not want to see certain people. He was glad that he was not restricted by civil war. If he did not have this restriction, he might have been bombarded by more than a dozen people in a day. Moreover, he would have been blown to smithereens by their power. Then his territory would have welcomed another group of people to lead it. They would have done something more meaningful, or even worse. They talked a lot along the way. Old Wu was also a rather talkative person. He told his saviors everything he knew. After all, the information in this world was not a secret. Furthermore, they could not even define the boundaries of a secret in the battle zone. Along the way, Ziyin and the others also saw other airships from further away. Other airships looked much more pleasing to the eye. That beautiful design, that elegant streamline, that exquisite layout, that roaring energy, well, actually it was not that much better. It was just a little more pleasing to the eye than this large brownish-black bird, but it was really not that much better. They even saw a brownish-black tortoise flying across the sky. The top of that tortoise shell was marked with a mark. That mark was the source of the deduction of points. It was not pleasing to the eye no matter how one looked at it, but it seemed to be the symbol of the battle domain. Speaking of which, did the creator of this battle domain really not casually set this symbol because he had too much to drink that night? Wouldn't it be embarrassing to walk out with this thing on your head? You're talking about that black mark. That is indeed the mark of the war zone. You don't know about it? Old Wu looked at Yi Shi and the others in surprise. Yi Shi stuck out her tongue. She had accidentally said what she was thinking. What a bad thing. Now she had to think of a way to smooth things over. What would happen if she said that she was muddle-headed from sleep, without waiting for her to smooth things over? Old Wu slapped his thigh hard. I got it. I forgot about the time interval. The war zone mark was not like this back then. It was even more glorious and majestic. The origin of this mark is also very mysterious. It is said that the founder of the war zone made a copy of it from something, but ordinary people cannot see that mark. If they see it, they will lose their minds or become confused. In any case, there are all kinds of ominous reactions. So the founder changed the mark a few times. Don't tell me that after so many years, it ended up like this. Yi Shi felt a little frightened. Old Wu laughed bitterly. This laugh made them even more certain that the person who changed the mark must have drunk too much that night and casually changed it into this unsightly appearance. Time has changed a lot of things. It can't be helped that it ended up like this. It was already set by the Sheng deity of many generations ago. Old Wu sighed. What kind of mentality did he have when he set it down? Ming could not help but criticize. I don't mean to speak ill of the Sheng deity. It's just that. I know. It doesn't matter. In any case, this matter has long been a hot topic over tea and meals. It has been popular for hundreds of years and has not died down. Old Wu shook his head helplessly. It is said that the Sheng deity drank too much that night and impulsively changed the mark into this appearance. After that, many people looked at the mark while drunk, hoping to see something from it. But other than adding millions of drunkards to the war zone, there was no other achievement. Yi Shi, Xian, and Ming. Damn it, it was really set while drunk. Why didn't he tell his cronies to go back then? Old Wu scratched his thick beard and said, Actually, this matter is strange. The Sheng deity's cronies of that generation all praised it endlessly. That's why the mark was set so strangely. And when they woke up the next day, they all kept quiet. Xian and the other two girls. They all thought that it was not good to recall that they had set such a strange mark last night, so they kept quiet. After chatting for a while, Xian and the others got up to leave. Old Wu would also take charge of the airship. They had to be careful to avoid some places along the way. He did not dare to leave the task of sailing the airship to his subordinates. However, the journey was very smooth. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The group arrived at their destination unscathed, leaving Yi Shi a little disappointed. She had thought that something would happen in the territory of the battle arena to gain Old Wu's trust. In the end, they arrived at their destination uneventfully. It seemed that after the incident at Yun Nuo Planet was over, there were much fewer incidents happening. She was a little disappointed. She had thought that something would happen in the territory of the battle arena to gain Old Wu's trust. Old Wu's territory was said to be very close to the sanctuary in the center of the war zone. The people in this area were all real war zone people. Only 20 to 30% of the normal war zone people were left. In terms of geographical location, according to the stronghold's consciousness, it was 7,000 meters above the ground, close to the north. Since it was close to the north and high up in the sky, this place was relatively cold. Old Wu's territory was still a huge floating island. Looking down from above, they could see a crescent-shaped mountain range covering half of the floating island, separating the front and back of the island. The front of the island was a bustling city, and behind the mountain range was a very strange turquoise lake. Looking at it from the perspective of this floating island, perhaps it was the sea of this island. This floating island was much larger than the other floating islands they had seen along the way, and there was an aura that had settled over time. It should have existed for many years. When they got closer, Xian and the others could finally see the full appearance of this floating island. The huge city lined up on the front of the crescent-shaped mountain range was not a complete whole. It was divided into several parts by the turquoise river flowing down from the mountain, and then scattered into several areas along the mountain range. It was a cluster of scattered small cities clustered around the big city in the middle. The areas on the back of the crescent-shaped mountain range were also covered by the shadow of the mountain range, but they were more scattered than the cities on the front. And perhaps because they were close to the sea, there were many buildings that could not be seen in the cities on the front. They were also very magnificent, but they were relatively scattered and lacked a sense of liveliness and prosperity. The dark brown giant bird that Xian and the others were riding on came to a stop outside a protruding rocky mountain range on the floating island. It was connected to the long wooden bridge that extended out of the floating island. Suddenly, many runes that they could not understand lit up near the long bridge and extended all the way to the giant bird, completely stabilizing it. Assimilation runes. At this moment, the ship is connected to the floating island, the barrier's consciousness whispered. Since we live in the sky, we must have some special technology. We can't just park the ship and watch it fly away with the wind, can we? Old Wu saw the curiosity in their eyes and could not help but grin. There must be better technology in the ancient times, but I'm still more used to it now. It's fine as long as the ship doesn't float in the sky. There's nothing special in the ancient times. This assimilation rune should be a metamorphosis of the community runes from 3,000 years ago. It's a simplified version, the barrier's consciousness said calmly. Xian and the others were calm. With the observers, it would be strange if the barrier's consciousness did not know about the things in this world. Oh, so that's how it is. Old Wu was enlightened. He then looked at the cute little thing on little purple soul's head in confusion, and could not help but ask, "What's this little thing?" "I've been meaning to ask." "Oh, but if it's a secret, you don't have to tell me." Yi Shi and the others were about to make up a story when the barrier's consciousness said to Old Wu, "Hello, I'm the last remaining elemental spirit in this world, so please don't look at me and don't touch me. Cherish historical relics and stay away from naughty children. Thank you." Old Wu and Xian were speechless. This guy even knows how to smooth things over. It's getting more and more human. Old Wu obviously knew what an elemental demon spirit was. He was in awe and took a step back in awe. "What? So, you're an elemental spirit. But what's an elemental spirit?" Yi Shi blinked, looking confused. It's left behind by your family." "Oh, right. It's an antique left behind by your family. It's normal for young people not to know about it." Old Wu patted his forehead as he spoke. He then explained, an elemental spirit is a kind of puppet that is created with the power of the elements in this world. In ancient times, elemental spirits were mostly used to record precious information. Due to the power of the elements, they were also made into weapons for battle. The only downside was that they were very expensive. Even in ancient times, the realm of war, they could only make 3 elemental spirits for battle. They were all destroyed in the war that lasted for 10,000 years. Then came the 10,000 years of war, which led to the loss of the art. No one knows about the ancient technology anymore, and the elemental spirits have retired from the stage of history. So, if I'm not mistaken, your elemental spirit is the last elemental spirit in this world. Oh, I've talked too much. Old Wu patted his forehead and pointed at the bridge. As you can see, this wooden bridge is used to fix our spaceship. Those runes are not yet repaired. So, little girl, if you poke them again, they will explode. Then, the spaceship will fly away, and thousands of us will have to float in the air to chase after the spaceship and our dreams. Little Purple Soul jumped up and scratched her head with a smile. She had poked one of the runes on the wooden bridge with her finger. The rune was now bursting with energy, and it was flickering and about to go out. Her strange energy immunity was too overpowered. Holy King! A voice as loud as a bell rang in their ears, startling Xian and the others. They looked at each other and turned around. They saw a skinny old man with white hair and a beard, wearing a black robe with gold trim, walking quickly from the end of the long bridge. He waved his hand at Old Wu, and the robe was so long that it dragged on the ground. The robe rustled with his vigorous footsteps, and Xian and the others were worried that the skinny old man would fall to the ground in the next second. What worried them the most was that the old man looked to be about 200 or 300 years old. His face was as thin as a dried twig, and his eye sockets were sunken. Yet he walked with vigor, and his back was straight. His eyes shone with a youthful and clear light, just like an 18-year-old boy. But judging from the way he walked, he did look like an 18-year-old boy. The old man jumped in front of Old Wu and was about to kneel down when Old Wu stopped him. The old man could not help but smile bitterly. You look like you're more than 400 years old. Why are you still kneeling? Judging by your tone, you must have something urgent. Hurry up and tell me. Old Wu had a kind look on his face as he faced the old man, as if he was looking at his own junior. However, he looked like he was in his 30s. This strange difference made Xian and the others' jaws drop. They felt that something was wrong. Old Wu's confidant saw this and quietly came over. He whispered, "Don't be fooled by the Holy King's youthful appearance. He has lived for more than 1,000 years. He is much older than Elder Exian." After that, Ziyan and the others didn't find it strange at all. After all, they also had an old monster by their side. It wasn't very nice to say this about their partner. However, this was the truth. A guy who had reincarnated and lived for over 70 eras. If he was placed in the current god realm, wouldn't his age be enough to scare people to death? The old man, who was called Elder Exian by Old Wu's confidant, straightened his back and bowed to Old Wu. Then he said in a serious tone, "The holy god is waiting for you in your palace. I don't know anything else." Old Wu's expression became even more serious. Xian and the others were also very curious. This situation was really interesting. Someone had sent him a pillow when he was sleepy, just as he wanted to take a look at the so-called holy god. He appeared in front of him. Chapter 1184. There was a large undulating group of magnificent buildings in the forest hidden by the mountains. Looking down at these towns from a high altitude, it seemed that these towns were built in the forest. No, it seemed that they were built in the forest. From a distance, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with them. They only felt that these towns were divided into parts by the forest and the river. It was not until they got closer that they could clearly see that these were actually cities built by the forest and the river. The most conspicuous buildings were unusually prominent in the forest. Those were the independent towns that Ziyan and the others saw. If there was a sole building in this large city on the front side of Half Moon Ring Mountain, it must be the building in the middle of the mountain. It was a square spire surrounded by a circle of minarets. 10% below the top of the spire was a wide ring of buildings 10 meters away from the spire. The ring of buildings was inlaid with energy crystals. They were the energy crystals that Xian and the others saw on the giant turtle. The energy here was all gathered in the huge crystal at the top of the spire. The energy would be released through the crystal, forming two huge energy shields that shrouded the entire Half Moon Ring Mountain and the entire floating island. That's the defensive crystal tower. The shield that you see covering the entire floating island is spread out from it. It was built here for the so-called sense of security. In fact, it has never been used. But I'd rather not use it one day. The day this energy shield comes into effect is probably the day the defender realm attacks the center of the battlefield. Old Wu patted a box in his hands and sighed. The scale of the sacred city is even more magnificent, and its defense is even stronger. The floating island you see is actually one of the defense nodes. Xian and the others were sitting on a giant bird, while Old Wu and his cronies were on another one. This thing was called an eagle in this world. It looked like a hybrid between a giant dragon and a crow. But this thing did not have the blood of a dragon, and there were no dragons in this world. When Yishi saw this eagle, she said that Old Wu and the others did not know what a dragon was. This was a description that only the few of them could use. The eagle that looked like a giant dragon, and a crow had a wingspan of more than 10 meters. It had a giant beak like a crow, feathers like a crow, and 4 claws like a dragon. They were talking about the 4 claws of a giant lizard. Along its back, there was a row of unidentified objects that looked like dragon spikes. Anyway, it felt weird. They did not like the look of it. Old Wu and the others were completely used to the existence of this thing, so they did not feel anything special. This was a kind of life form in this world. It replaced the airship as a short-distance flight tool. Its speed was only slightly slower than the airship, but it could only fly as far as 3 floating islands. There was no land here for them to rest. Before they ran out of energy, they could either find a floating island to rest on or crash. After disembarking from the airship and sitting on this strange eagle, Ziyan and the others finally felt a sense of familiarity. In the realm of the gods, airships were rarely used. Most of the time, they used teleportation portals, flew by themselves, sat on Yun Nua's sword, or were teleported back and forth by him. Also, airships in the realm of the gods were really ships. They were the kind of ships that could sail on the sea and fly in the sky, unlike the strange ones here. When Xian and the others approached the town, they could not help but feel a little stunned. They had imagined that in this time of endless war, they might see a large number of panicked warriors rushing about. At the very least, they could feel the tension in the air. But when they actually stepped into the town, they could only feel that everything was normal. That's right, these 4 words were all there was to the atmosphere here. Ordinary people lived and worked in peace and contentment, doing what they were supposed to do in broad daylight. The only thing that was not harmonious was the fact that everyone was wearing black robes. The humans in this world are very similar to the humans in the realm of the gods. There is no accurate individual judgment. We can only guess what the differences are within. The voice of the barrier's consciousness softly rang in their ears. Are there differences between humans as well? Ho Ming asked softly. Yes. The void is endless, and there are countless worlds. Even if the same species were born in different worlds, they would naturally behave differently due to the influence of the laws. But most of the differences are within, and they are very similar. The humans in this world are able to adapt to harsh environments faster and can use the energy of harsh environments for their own use. The subjects of observation here are ordinary humans. They are life forms that do not have high power. Ordinary people in the realm of the gods cannot do this. Is it caused by the special environment of this planet? Yishi recalled what he said. There was a layer of high energy reaction on the ground that made it uninhabitable. It is caused by the environment. It is also caused by the influence of the laws. There are many reasons, but only these 2 are known to have the greatest influence. The barrier's consciousness nodded. The city in the forest was quite large and peaceful. Xian and the others could not help but take a few more glances at it. The giant eagle that they rode descended from the sky. Because of that, they could see many things that could not be seen from above. Many buildings were hidden in the forest. They could only see them clearly as they descended. While they were observing the city below, many people on the ground also looked up. Some people solemnly saluted the giant eagle that flew across the sky. They seemed to have recognized Old Wu and the others. Moreover, they had seen the stable airship more than 10 minutes ago, so they were not surprised that Old Wu and the others flew across the sky. In fact, some people were even looking forward to seeing them pass by. It was rare for ordinary people to see someone like Old Wu. Even if they flew across the sky, it would be good to catch a glimpse. The people of this world, it was probably because of the people from the battle zone. The people they saw were all wearing black robes. When they got closer, they realized that the style of the black robes was not exactly the same. Some had hoods, some had strange patterns on them, and some had something else. The only thing that was completely black was that the color was completely the same. Moreover, the clothes also had a faint energy glow. When the sunlight fell on the black clothes, it was like a stream of water that was blocked by the clothes and then fell to the ground along the trajectory. With the people wearing black robes, the surrounding ground was a little brighter. What are those? Blocking the sunlight? Dying in the light? Yishi could not help but ask. Clothes made of a special material. It is a specialty of this world. The humans of this world do not seem to have a high resistance to sunlight, starlight, and other light. Those who are at a high level will not show any reaction, but those who are at a lower level will not be able to resist sunlight for too long. According to the calculations, after 5 minutes of exposure to sunlight, their bodies will show signs of tearing. It seems to be a special reaction that exists in the body. When triggered by sunlight, it will self-disintegrate, the barrier's consciousness said. Then they will really die in the light. Is that even possible? Yishi was stunned. She had just said it casually. She did not expect that they would really die in the light. It seemed that there were differences between the human race that they did not know about. The population of this city was not small. There were many residents on the streets, so many that it was a little strange, because there were only residents. Those who were bustling, noisy, and shouting were all ordinary residents. In other words, they were all ordinary people. There was not a single life with a high energy reaction. Yishi could not help but say this to Old Wu. He smiled helplessly, because most of the people have gone to the front line to fight. The rest of the people in this city are mostly the old, the weak, the women, and the children. You can't feel the presence of any powerful people. If you want to say, the only powerful person left in this city is me, because I just came back. There is no need to protect the rear. It seems that there is no need to protect the rear. Yishi slapped herself on the forehead halfway through her sentence. Old Wu shrugged. The defense region could not break in. Yes, it could not break in for the time being. As for the war region itself, no matter how big the grudges between the holy kings were, they could not fight each other after entering this gate. That was right. They could not fight each other for the time being. Therefore, there was no need to defend the rear. If the defense region had such a strong force to sneak in, they could just kill the leader directly. Xian and the others came to a place close to the half-moon ring mountain and landed. They came out of the giant eagle's energy shield and shivered. They felt a slight chill from the cold wind that came from the sky. Only then did they remember that Old Wu's territory was 7,000 meters above the ground and was closer to the north. The cold wind had been whistling in this place, but they had been holed up in the energy shield the whole time, so they did not feel anything at all. Now that they came out of the giant eagle's wind shield, they breathed in the cold air of a foreign world for the first time. It seemed that it was not as cold as the wind in the north and south ice realms, nor was it as deep and profound as the wind. If it was this temperature, the mountain rocks should have been frozen into ice. But what appeared in front of them was a scene of spring all year round. The mountains and forests were green, and there was no cold winter at all. Speaking of which, this was another world, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Everything was normal. It is now spring and summer in this world. You feel cold because the average temperature of this world is lower than that of the realm of the gods. It is about the temperature of the border between the ice realms and the origin realm. The people here are used to it, so you won't feel any discomfort with your own strength, the barrier's consciousness said. Ming rolled his eyes. So this was indeed another world. This temperature was still considered spring and summer. If it was winter, wouldn't it be so cold that one's face would be frozen? The Sheng deity came to my palace. Let me think. Old Wu pinched his scalp and thought for a while. He should be waiting for me at the obelisk. But, Holy King, did the Sheng deity go to your palace? The white-haired, sage-like elder asked in confusion. I know, but the Sheng deity does not sit in his palace for long. Instead of waiting, he prefers to play hide-and-seek with others. Every time he comes to my place, I have to look for him for half a day, and most of the time, I will find him at the obelisk. Old Wu smiled helplessly. Shi was startled. Are you familiar with the Sheng deity? Old Wu nodded. His trusted aide moved closer to Xian and the others and whispered, Holy King, Wu has lived for more than 1,000 years. Besides the old Sheng deity, he is the oldest person in the battlefield. To Holy King Wu, the current Sheng deity is like a child. I heard that Holy King Wu taught the current Sheng deity, but that was a long, long time ago. Xian and the others let out a long sigh. They felt that this was normal. They had interacted with much older people. It was better not to poke at his back. Ahem. Old Wu coughed softly and glanced sideways at his confidant, who suddenly stood up straight and looked straight ahead. He had heard every single word. Although he did not mind the fact that he was young, he still felt uncomfortable when it was brought up again and again. Don't you need to rest for a while after the long journey? Old Wu raised his hand and pointed at the tallest tower. There's still a long way to go from here, and there won't be any transportation after that. We will have to walk. It's fine, it's fine. Uncle, you don't have to worry about us. We're not as delicate as you look. We've already gotten used to climbing mountains. Shi grinned. Xian and Ming nodded in agreement. They had followed Yin Nuoshing all those years and had traveled far and wide, eating and sleeping in the open. To put it bluntly, they had slept in the forbidden area before, so some fatigue was not unbearable. Besides, they did not feel tired at all. In that case, time is of the essence. Let's go now. Old Wu nodded. The Sheng deity was still waiting for him in the tower, and he could not let her wait for too long. The place where the giant eagles landed was a huge plaza. They weren't the only ones who had landed here. This was the landing area for the giant eagles. There were a few small sheds at the edge of the plaza where 2 or 3 smaller giant eagles were huddled up. It looked like they were rented out to others. After all, not everyone had their own giant eagles. There were also some shops and buildings that looked like pavilions on the side of the landing platform. They didn't look like the boxy buildings that Ming was familiar with, nor were they the pavilions of the celestial realm. The architectural style was very strange, and there was an indescribable sense of beauty to them, even though they were just ordinary buildings. Places with transportation are always more prosperous than other places, Xian said softly. It seems to be the case everywhere. Because it's convenient. Ming nodded in understanding. Just like in the celestial realm, those cities with portals were all big cities. She did not know if it was because of the portals that it became a big city, or because it was a big city that had portals, but she felt that both were similar. The group hurriedly flew toward the obelisk in the city. The leader of the battle arena was waiting for them at the obelisk. To be specific, he was waiting for Old Wu and the others. After entering the city, he made some simple arrangements for his trusted subordinates and said something else. Only then did he carry the black wooden box and lead Xian and the others to the obelisk. The city was still very lively. Perhaps it was because there were no high-level experts around, but the atmosphere in the city could be said to be even more relaxed. After flying through 2 or 3 streets, they could not help but feel relaxed. It was really too serene and peaceful. Just by looking at this city, who would have thought that this world was in the midst of an abyss of war? Through the few words they heard from below, Xian and the others unexpectedly obtained some information. First of all, some places in front of the door of every house, and some places where the shop signs were hung, would be engraved with the mark of the battle arena. They had originally thought that this was some kind of symbol of the battle arena's army. Even in the celestial realm, they had not seen every house with the mark of their protector hanging on it. Even in the celestial realm, there was no such thing in the floating island cities of the 9 temples. The former's mark seemed to be more complicated than they had imagined. It was not as simple as the battle arena's army. Perhaps there was something else. Those marks. Look at the marks all over the city. Do you think of anything? Ming carefully prodded the stronghold's consciousness and said. The stronghold's consciousness looked down from above Little Purple Soul's head. This city was really filled with the marks of the battle arena. It was so densely packed, from the simplest markings on the ground, on the houses, and even on the clothes. It was more like faith. The stronghold's consciousness said concisely. The answer it gave them a slight shock. Was this what it meant when it said that there were 3,000 believers everywhere? The whole city was filled with this mark. What did they believe in? Was it a fictional existence? Or was it a real life? Or was it something else? Speaking of which, when they heard the people in the city talking, they would occasionally mention a name. The god of the battle arena. Oh, so this battle arena was a country with faith. Did that mean that there was also something like a god in the guardian realm? Damn it, did they get themselves involved in some serious matter? Although there was no such thing as faith in the realm of the gods, as far as they knew. Oh, they heard it from Yun Nuwashing. The waters of faith were a little deep, especially in the 8 elemental realms. If there was such a thing as faith in the 8 elemental realms, then it would not be as simple as 1 or 2 realms. While they were letting their imaginations run wild, the noise around them suddenly quieted down. It was very quiet, almost as if there was no sound at all. The entire area was shrouded in a peaceful atmosphere, as if all sound was being absorbed by something. There were only faint whispers left, and they did not know where the whispers came from. They seemed to be coming from the sky, or from their hearts. The faint whispers lingered in their ears, causing Xian and the others to subconsciously look around, but they did not see anything different. Xian covered her chest with her hand and looked around in confusion. She had a feeling, an indescribable feeling. The soft whispers that reverberated in her ears were like the faint whispers that came from Ming Ming's body, but it wasn't just that. She really felt that there was something or someone whispering in her ears. That voice was very strange. It was a very strange voice. If this voice really belonged to a human, it would be very easy to remember. It's the echo of some sort of entangled consciousness. There's a high-level entity here, the barrier's consciousness said. Faintly, it is estimated to be at least a divine spirit-level life form. The rules entwined around its body and the echoes of its will are of a higher level. It can't completely restrain that will, and the part that leaked out has formed a domain of its own. It keeps making meaningless sounds like echoes. Old Wu did not hear its voice, but he heard a soft whisper. He could not help but feel excited. The Sheng deity is here. This is his domain of calming souls. Looks like I'm right. Yishi glanced at him and whispered to Xian and the others, "There's really a high-level entity here, and it's a divine spirit." Ming suddenly stared at the golden Mei Mao and pulled Xian's sleeve in horror. She pointed to the sky and said, "Sister Xian, look there." She was pointing at the top of the obelisk, which was the crystal that protected the entire floating island. The crystal was a strange combination of light purple and light red, and it had a very high energy reaction. But the crystal itself was not the main point. In the center of the crystal, there was a faint shadow that was illuminated by the light purple and light red. Old Wu noticed the change in their expressions and followed their gaze. He could not help but smile. "It's amazing, isn't it? I bet there was no such thing in ancient times." The statue of the god of war was replaced with an energy shadow 1,000 years ago, erected at the highest point of every city. That's right, it's there. It symbolizes the scene of the supreme god overlooking all living things from the clouds. Yishi's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She reached out and touched the barrier's consciousness. She whispered, "Is it real?" In terms of appearance and characteristics, it's not a complete match. But if it's mixed, the barrier's consciousness closed its eyes. There's no doubt that it's the real one. Chapter 1185. This was a world with faith. Xian and the others had never come into contact with this so-called faith, so they did not know how it existed or how it was rooted in everyone's hearts. However, from the situation of the city in front of them, they could deduce that the object of faith must have an extremely high status in the hearts of its believers. It must be a godlike figure, distant and inviolable, the most sacred existence. However, it was not just the kind that floated high in the clouds that could not be touched. This could be seen from the fact that the god of war was constantly mentioned by everyone, and not owned by anyone alone. Perhaps for this war-torn world, faith was a spiritual pillar. It could support two groups of people to fight to the point where their skulls were about to be flipped open, and they would never back down. They also did not know what kind of immortality they believed in. They just happened to stumble into this world and just happened to discover the existence of faith in this world 2 or 3 minutes ago. They just happened to bump into the sole building of this city and just so happened to see the figure inside the crystal at the top of the building. The crystal was more than 10 meters tall and stood at the top of the obelisk. It shone with a faint purple and red light, but the light could not hide the figure inside. An illusory figure stood quietly inside the crystal. His figure constantly changed as the light surged. He was wearing a long black robe, and a loose black cloak that dragged across the ground was draped over his back. The cloak fluttered in the wind, and the details of the cloak could be seen clearly. It did not look like an energy projection that had been solidified for many years. It looked more like he was standing there with a scepter in his hand, overlooking this world, as if he was protecting all living beings. Under his gaze, this world should be peaceful and peaceful. Perhaps no one would have thought that a war like this would break out today. Perhaps this world should have been peaceful and stable to begin with. Xian and the others looked up, following the luxurious robe, and finally focused on the face of the energy figure. They saw an extremely beautiful face, a beautiful face filled with a delicate aura. It was so beautiful that it was impossible to associate it with a man. They were very familiar with this face. It was different from the appearance of Quarter Moon in the consciousness of the stronghold. This was Yun Nuoxing's face, which was exactly the same as his own. However, his eyes looked a little strange. They looked majestic, but there was also a trace of indescribable laziness in them. It was as if the owner of the energy figure had always been lazy, and the person who left the energy imprint on him seemed to want to change something about him to reflect the majesty of their god. They tried their best to make him look majestic, but they could not bear to destroy that perfect face, so they could only change his eyes to make him look like a person with a paralyzed mind. If he were to say this out loud, he would definitely be drowned by the spit of saliva from the 3,000 followers of the battle arena. However, they were already too familiar with him. Even his body, that is to say, even his sacred glyphs could be drawn with their eyes closed. Cough. That was why they felt that his gaze was an awkward one that had been altered. Perhaps in the eyes of the people of the battle arena, it was still very awe-inspiring. If they were given a chance to alter it, they would be able to replicate the expression of that person who was usually smiling and could cause chaos in the world when he went crazy, as if a god had personally descended. Xian felt a little dizzy. In fact, she did not need to use the barrier's consciousness to confirm anything. She would not mistake Yun Nuoxing's face. Whether it was Quarter Moon's face or Yun Nuoxing's face, there was no mistaking it. The energy silhouette in front of her was obviously related to Yun Nuoxing, but it was not the person she had seen before. If she were to reverse the awkward expression of the sculpture, she would probably see a guy with a lazy expression on his face, which was very different from the one they were most familiar with. He rarely had such a majestic expression. Usually, he would either appear carefree and cheerful, or when he went crazy, his ferocious and dark expression would be enough to stop children from crying at night. The rest of the time, he would have a profound and unfathomable expression that was as deep as the abyss. The energy shadow in front of him that looked like him, yet didn't look like him at the same time. Damn it, it definitely had an inseparable relationship with him. Was there a second person in this world who had the same face as him? However, what he couldn't figure out was, how did this strange world involve that guy? Old Wu and the others stood there and did something to the energy silhouette. They seemed to be praying, bowing, or doing something else. Xian and the others took this opportunity to stare blankly at the strange energy silhouette of the god of war in the crystal. The more they looked at it, the more dizzy they felt. It was as if thousands of thoughts were surging into their minds, but they could not grasp anything when they stretched out their hands. Big Brother is really, really everywhere. Little Purple Soul also felt dizzy when she saw the sculpture. She scratched her long hair and showed a strange expression. When Ming heard that, his expression became even more strange. His footprints were all over the void. He thought it was a metaphor, but it turned out to be a statement. Even a planet that flew in from the outside world could have his shadow on it. She had a nagging feeling that something was amiss, as if there was something that didn't match. The strange division of this world, the strange stagnation of the void, and the face of the god of battle domain. That's right, it was her brother's face. She was very familiar with it, and had engraved it in her heart countless times. There was no way she would mistake it. The two faces met and perfectly overlapped. It was this that made her feel out of place. When did this world exist? The consciousness of the barrier heard Ming's whisper, and could not help but be stunned. Silver light flashed in its eyes. It is impossible to deduce. The memory of this world does not exist in my memory. There is no record of it in the Book of Epics. Using logic, combining the stagnation of this world and the pseudo-time sea, coupled with my own memory and changes in appearance generation after generation, it slowly raised its head and said, only the mythological era and the Dark Age are left with this possibility. Yishi felt a stomachache. Why? The pseudo-time sea created by this world is very complicated. It has accumulated an endless amount of time. It has existed for a very, very long time, even longer than an era. Thus, it pushes the time of search to the ancient era. But in the ancient era, the god of war was still reincarnating in the lower realm. The void of this world is stagnant and has not been tainted with the aura of crossing realms. It does not exist that it came from the lower realm. Xian continued softly. So, if the timeline keeps going forward, the time when Little Star was still in the Eightfold Realm can only be in the ancient era. However, The god of war is the quarter moon of the ancient era. He does not look like this. This means that the karmic entanglement of the god of war should have nothing to do with quarter moon. According to Violet Night Flame's memory, the Shadow Emperor and quarter moon do not look different. This means that the god of war in the ancient era has nothing to do with the god of war, and the god of war has already reincarnated in the lower realm. The timeline can only continue to go forward. Ming Ming suddenly shuddered, and the wings on his back began to tremble. Wait a moment, there's something I've always been very concerned about. One's appearance comes from the soul, and there are only a few opportunities to change it. Moreover, the changes won't be too great. But why does Big Brother from the high ancient era look different from Big Brother now? And why does this god of battle who suddenly appeared out of nowhere have the same appearance as Big Brother? The consciousness of the barrier did not stay silent for long this time. After a while, it said, I can only assume that something has happened to the god of war's soul, causing the god of war's soul in the ancient era to be incomplete. At this moment, the god of war who has returned after almost 70 eras is complete. Hearing this, Ziyin also said, Little Star from the primordial age wasn't complete. Then, was he a god from 2 eras before? At that time, she suddenly paused and whispered, Before we left, did Little Purple Soul say that Little Star's consciousness is now in the Dark Age? Find the source, the consciousness of the barrier said. Ziyin nodded. Little Xingxing knew that he wasn't born naturally in the distant antiquity era. Instead, he was a stowaway on the reincarnation road. Perhaps he also knew that his soul wasn't complete, or perhaps he didn't know. But no matter what, these things pointed to a fact. That fact would bring him back to the origin, the Dark Age. Perhaps he was actually a person from that era. Little Purple Soul counted with his fingers and could not help but say, Big Brother has lived for 100 eras or more than 90 eras. Ziyin and the others were speechless. Another era had come out of nowhere. After Old Wu finished his series of actions, he turned around and saw that Ziyin and the others were a little gloomy. He could not help but be taken aback. Seeing that they were also looking at the energy shadow of the god of battle, he thought that they were thinking of the sad past. He could not help but say, The god of battle has always been protecting the battle realm. This sentence may not be appropriate for you, because when you were in great trouble, no one came out to save you. But, well, I can't say anything. Unlike those who wholeheartedly believe in the god of battle, I actually only see that illusory god as a spiritual pillar. Every time I see him, I feel that I can hold on for a little longer, and that the future is full of hope. Ziyin and the others came back to their senses and shook their heads. They were more familiar with the god of battle than him, more than anyone else in this world. Probably. Yishu looked at Old Wu and said, Of course, we also believe in the god of battle, but we don't believe in him. We just see him as a pillar in our hearts that will never fall. When we look at him, we feel that he can do anything. Old Wu did not catch the hidden meaning in her words, and just nodded in agreement. None of them could understand what was going on. After waiting here for a while, they were led into the obelisk by Old Wu. Ziyin and the others noticed that he was holding the box. They looked at each other and did not ask anything. Perhaps it was someone else's secret. Of course, this tower had a very heavy aura of time. In this world, many things seemed to have been soaked in the sea of time. They were very old. They did not look old from the outside. They looked very new, but they had a heavy aura of time, as if they had carried countless years of time. Some of the buildings were a little too new. The newest one seemed to be only 1 or 2 months old, but they looked unusually messy and dirty, as if they had been abandoned for many years. This was a strange feeling. It was just like what the barrier's consciousness had sensed. This world had deity-level experts, but there weren't many core forces. It was like a hidden force that had a deity, and the rest were all people below the deity level. The middle part had disappeared, just like dynastic. The consciousness of the barrier said concisely, "For the time being, I don't understand what has happened and what kind of distortion has occurred. This world has serious dynastic. There are gods, but there are no divine emperors. The old things look very new, but the new things are very old. It's like something that will happen when the rules of time are in chaos, but it should not happen locally. If it happens at the level of rules, it should directly affect the whole world." There was only one way to the top of the obelisk. Old Wu dismissed his trusted followers and led Xian and the others straight to the top of the tower. They thought that there would be some formal palace here, but the entire top floor of the obelisk was a room used to store the crystal. When they walked in, they saw the pillar-like purple-red crystal poking in from the top of the tower. It was stuck in the groove at the top of the room. Looking up from the door of the huge room, they could see the figure floating in the crystal. Other than that, there was only one person standing under the crystal, looking up at the crystal. Old Wu led Xian and the others into the quiet room and closed the door. This room is used to store the crystal that carries the shadow of the god of war. Usually no one would come here, but the saint god likes a quiet environment. Every time he comes here, no matter where he goes, he will eventually come here. Ziyin and the others nodded. This was indeed a grand occasion. They were simply dragged here. They didn't want to be surrounded by a large group of old men as soon as they entered the door. Then they would be oppressed and regarded as outsiders with evil intentions. Well, there was nothing wrong with being an outsider, but they didn't have evil intentions. Anyway, when they entered the door and found that there was only one person, they were a little relieved. The hall used to store the crystal was very spacious. Other than an arc-shaped pit dug into the ceiling, there was only a square box. The walls, which were engraved with runes and formations, were pale purple and pale red under the light of the crystal. The most eye-catching thing was the imprint that represented the god of war. A large piece of it was imprinted on the floor of the hall. It was much more pleasing to the eye and was not as ugly as it was at first glance. Then, there were really no decorations. In this place, it was a competition of whose voice was louder. If one was louder than 10 meters, they would have to shout. If one was louder, they could hear their own echoes. After entering the hall, he casually scanned his surroundings, and then his gaze landed on the person under the huge crystal. He looked very young, about 30 years old, and indeed younger than old Wu. He was a little slender, and, as expected, he was also wearing a black robe. This seemed to be the uniform of the people of the battle zone. He had 2 dark circles under his eyes, and at a glance, one could feel that he was sleepy. It felt like he was doing his best for the sake of the battle zone, even at the cost of his own body, and staying up all night to torture himself. Translator's note: this chapter was sponsored by, well, it was a little exaggerated, but that was the meaning. They really did not expect that the so-called sacred god of the god of war was such an ordinary man. After entering the hall, the faintly discernible chanting became louder. They could already distinguish the pronunciation of the voice, if not for the fact that the chatter was so jumbled that it was difficult to hear clearly. They might have been able to make out something from it. Old Wu took a light breath and quickly walked forward. When he was halfway there, he respectfully bowed to the sacred god. Then he quickly walked the rest of the way. Xian and the others hurriedly followed. As they approached, they constantly scanned the sacred god of the god of war. Sacred god, I have brought back the remains of the sacred weapon. Old Wu took a deep breath and handed over the square box in his hand. His hands trembled slightly as he held the box. The man called the sacred god only smiled and did not take the square box. He reached out and patted Old Wu's shoulder. Old man, you've aged a little. It seems that you haven't settled down all these years. If I had known, I would have left you in the holy region instead of letting you run around and cause trouble. Old Wu's expression was a little awkward. The sacred god continued, I heard from the divine shadow that you found the remains of the sacred weapon. Old man, you did well. After that, he turned his gaze and looked at Xian and the others. He smiled. Thank you for helping this old man. Today's meeting may have been a little rushed. After all, I did not expect that Sacred King Wu would be ambushed on his way back. The Guardian has been thinking about this old man for a long time. When I came here, I heard that you had saved him. Yishi smiled. We did it in passing. After all, we don't have a good impression of the Guardian. Ming poked the Guardian's consciousness and said in the soul, Is that guy really a god? Yes, but it's a little strange. The Guardian's face was expressionless as it said in the soul. His lifespan is not long. His soul is abnormally old, caused by rapid aging. The aging of his body is up to him. From my observation, the sacred god's soul is even older than the sacred king, even though the latter is actually much older than the former. What's wrong with him? Divinity inheritance. No, it's the inheritance of a deity. The power of a deity is passed down from generation to generation. This method allowed him to reach such a level at such a young age, but his lifespan was also inherited. When the immense power of a deity was injected into his body and soul, his original body and soul would not be able to withstand it and would explode, only to be repaired by that power again and again. The cycle would then repeat, draining his body and soul dry and turning him into his current aged state. If nothing out of the ordinary happens, this deity would only be able to live for another 20 years. The Guardian has not been very active in the past 2 years. I saw that they were secretly setting up something. However, it happened in the depths of the Guardian. There was no way to guard against it. To be honest, I did not put much hope on the remains of the sacred weapon. It was just a sustenance, a request. The sacred god suddenly said as his gaze swept across Xian and the others. His voice was steady and reliable. The Guardian's consciousness had thought that he would not understand the responsibility of a god since he was only 100 years old. But now it seemed that it was not so. If there's something I want to say, I'll just say it. The sacred god coughed softly. His gaze became serious as he stared straight at Xian and the others. Then he said, Old Wu, please leave us for a moment. I have something to discuss with these unexpected guests. Isn't that right? Friends from the realm of the gods? Chapter 1186. Old Wu slipped out of the hall in a daze. He did not question the Shang deity's orders, but he did not understand why he was asked to leave. Moreover, the place the Shang deity mentioned, the legendary place, he felt that something was strange. After he closed the door, he became even more confused. He even forgot why he had come out. He could not figure it out, but he felt that he could not go wrong by standing there. Only Xian and the others were left in the hall. They faced the strange Shang deity. When the latter said the words, realm of the gods, they had already regarded him as a strange, abnormal, and somewhat strange person. Yishi stood in front of Xian and the others. Her forehead was slightly sweating, but her face was still calm and composed. Please calm down, guests from afar. I mean no harm. The Shang deity said softly, his face filled with a seemingly sincere and friendly smile. He slowly took a step forward, but Xian and the others collectively took a few steps back. He was a little helpless. Quite impressive. In this completely sealed and stagnant world, you actually know the words realm of the gods? Yishi grinned and braced herself to talk to the person in front of her. In any case, the other party knew of their origins without any reason and was also a god. This made her extremely vigilant. In fact, In terms of the result, being vigilant or not was useless. A world that exists in legends. That's right, to us. That world only exists in ancient legends. The Shung deity pressed his chest and stretched out his other hand towards the sky. He said softly, "All creatures have announced your arrival. Just as you entered this world, their faint whispers told me that after countless years, the people of the realm of the gods will descend once again." Descend once again. There were people from the realm of the gods who came to this world before. Yishi could not help but be stunned. Who? The saint god smiled, as if he felt that this was not something worth hiding, and easily said, "Now the two gods known as the god of war and the god of protectors are known as the god of war and the god of protectors. After so many years, perhaps very few people still remember this matter. The human race is a forgetful race. They were born to be favored by the gods and watched over by the gods. However, they gradually forgot their origins and treated them as gods who should naturally exist." He turned to look at the crystal and said, "Perhaps no one would have thought that while they were forgotten, their figures became more and more mysterious and supreme. Did you know that there was no such thing as faith in this world? It was because they came here, and as time passed, they became the faith of this world." Xian clenched her jade-like hands and suddenly said, "When did they descend to this world?" "I don't know." The Shung deity shook his head and pointed at his temple. Here, all the memories of every generation of the Shung deity. I think if it is you, you should be able to see the nature of this unusual thing of mine. The inheritance of every generation after generation. The price for this is your own lifespan. You are probably only 150 years old." Yishi said. The Shung deity looked at her with a little surprise and nodded. "That's right. I didn't expect you to be able to see through this." Yishi secretly stuck out her tongue. If the consciousness of the barrier had not pointed it out, they would not have been able to see through it. The more Ming heard, the more vigilant he became. "Why are you telling us this?" The Shung deity looked at them and pondered for a long time. Then he said faintly, "In the ancient times the sky was dark, a chaotic black. Holes swallowed the stars and the horizon. It was not until the two gods descended that they broke the eternal darkness that sealed this world and escaped the prison of darkness. But they did not expect to fall into a new seal. The consciousness of the barrier suddenly looked up. This sky, the ones who sealed this space, and this world were those two gods. Yes or no, we can't say for sure. When they came, they wiped away the darkness of the world. When they left, they took away the key to the world. We were trapped in an eternal prison and fell silent again, waiting for the day when someone would open the door. This sentence has been recorded for a long time, but the things that happened at that time are just records to us and not real. We never know what happened at that time, and we don't know why the sky was sealed. If it was really the doing of two gods, we would at least want to know why." He paused for a moment. "This world has been sealed for far too long. It has been so long that many people have forgotten about it. Now, not many people know about it. They and I are fighting to break free from the seal of this world, but we do not know where to go. Our vision is limited, and we cannot see the outside world. We cannot see the outside world, and we cannot see the outside world. It feels a little sad. So when that myriad spirit told you, you practically jumped here to wait for us." Yishi asked, "Actually, I only found out after praying here. I knew that you came back with old Wu, so I decided to wait here." Xian and Ming sigh. Yishi sighed heavily. "If those people in the God realm had the same awareness as you, Brother Nual would have a much easier time. What a pity, what a pity. Shung deity, No, I'm talking about our world, the God realm's nonsense. Those who were trapped in prison were fighting with all their might for the outside world. However, Those who had all this power had sealed their vision and become short-sighted. They could not see anything. They did not know that if they looked outside, they could not sense the danger that was coming from the outside world. Others could not even look outside if they wanted to. This world was fair. Those who were in a high position and were able to climb to that position should bear the corresponding responsibilities and have the strength to do their part, and not be long hairs that slept in the depths of the earth all day long. In fact, 90% of the gods in the god realm were about to go moldy. Ming looked at the Shang deity and said, "You want us, the people of the god realm, to come and help you break this seal?" The Shang deity glanced at her and tilted her head. "Yes, what is it?" The Shang deity waved her hand and slowly walked to the side. As she said, "The reason for this world seal is probably because it has been found, or maybe it has never been found. The people of the god realm. Well, actually, we have never prayed for anyone to come and save us. When you came, I was also very confused. I was half happy, half confused. I was worried that even the people of the god realm did not understand what was going on in this world and did not dare to have any hopes. On the other hand, I hoped that the people of the god realm would really be able to break this seal, but on the other hand, I was worried that the people of the god realm would come here to do something. I'm very sorry I've been letting my imagination run wild all this time. But when it comes to the future of this world, I can't help but think about it. The fate of this world has been tightly grasped by the throat, so we must act quickly. We don't have much time to think about too many things." Yishi scratched her head. "Isn't it just being sealed? At the very least, we've survived for millions of years, or several dozen epochs. Is it that serious? Maybe it's that serious, maybe it's not that serious. I'm not sure." The Shang deity shook her head. "Ever since the two gods came, too many things have changed in this world. It was as if they had given this world a new life, but for some unknown reason it was sealed. And now it's about to be destroyed by war." Wait a minute. Why are we talking about this again?" Yishi grimaced. "Weren't you the ones who started this war among yourselves? Why are you talking about those two? The Shang deity waved his hand to get her to calm down. He continued to pace around as he softly said, "To the vast majority of people in this world, many things that happen in this world are natural. They are only the inheritors who let nature take its course, inheriting history, inheriting the ancestors, inheriting the war. They don't know what the reality of this war is. The alternation of day and night, the cycle of the four seasons, the coexistence of eternity and destruction, the cycle of the world, the replacement of the old with the new. In the eyes of those whose lifespans are determined by the heavens, these things are strictly carried out according to the rules and are infinitely repeated. This is the limit of the vast majority of people's understanding, and they won't set their sights on anything higher." He spoke in a flat tone, without any mockery or regret. He was simply stating a fact. Because of this world's seal, there's no way around it. Generation after generation of people have tried to break free from this shackle and pass on everything to the next generation at all costs. However, this inheritance is destined to only be accepted by a small number of people. In the end, it created a distorted product like the Shang deity. Although he claims to be an inheritor, he's actually just a living carrier of history. How many inheritors are there? Yishi softly asked. "Very few." The saint deity lowered her head, her eyes flashing slightly. "There is only one saint deity guarding the domain, and every kingdom and race sandwiched between the two domains has won. There are no more than 7 or 8 of them. These 7 or 8 people are us, and also them. Together, we protect everything that is left in this world. And we are also the last people who know about the changes that are happening internally in this world. Others cannot understand this level of things. This world needs war, and it needs the destruction caused by war. A peaceful life will only push this world into the abyss. I know this saying sounds like a fantasy story, but it is very difficult for ordinary people to jump out of their rigid way of thinking and think about these things. If we force them to understand these things, the best result would be a world of panic. The Shang deity tilted his head and observed the slight changes in Yi Shi's and the others' expressions. However, he ignored them and continued to speak. Our world is being controlled by something, and its existence is causing this world to fall into a vortex of destruction, unable to break free. In our words, this is the collapse and destruction of the laws. This sealed world will eventually collapse on its own. We want to stop it, but there's nothing we can do. We can only be pushed forward helplessly by it. It started a very, very long time ago, so long ago that even history cannot reach it. Only a few records remain, and we cannot confirm the beginning of the matter. We only know that it happened not long after the two gods left, and the world was sealed. At first, it was only a very small matter, such as a small life form dying abnormally, a crack appearing on a rock on the ground, or a part of the sky suddenly being covered by dark clouds. However, these areas were too small and difficult to observe. It took countless years, endless years, to expand to a point where it could finally be observed by the people of the world. The land was devoured by a destructive energy that came out of nowhere, and that energy tide swept across the surface of this world. I clearly remember that it took 20 years for 70 to 80% of the lives to be washed away, while the remaining people left the land and floated in the distant skies. The saint god paused for a moment, and after a moment of silence, he continued, "No one can understand that disaster." Suddenly, half of the world was destroyed, and only a few floating islands were left floating in the sky. However, it was far from over. The energy crystals that kept the floating islands afloat for millions of years inexplicably cracked, and the floating islands that had just been in the air for a few days fell back to the ground. It was as if an invisible giant hand was preventing everyone from leaving the land, but the land was already covered by the destructive energy, and falling down meant death. Then everything suddenly stopped. The cracked crystals miraculously repaired themselves, and the floating islands regained their balance and rose back into the sky. Seeing that he was silent again, Yi Shi could not help but ask, "What do you mean by suddenly stopped?" The destruction was over. The sacred god helplessly smiled and let out a long sigh. And how could it be over? That destructive wave is still surging in the dark, and it will never end before it destroys all life in this world. What happened at that time? Xian realized something. When a miracle happened, something special must have happened. Perhaps that was the saint god nodded. When the floating islands fell, it naturally caused panic. The people on the falling islands screamed and struggled to leave. Fighting was unavoidable, and instead of watching themselves fall from the sky, it was better to fight for a living space on another floating island. The worst outcome was that they would all die together. I don't know how many people had this idea at the beginning, but they caused a disturbance, and then their goal was achieved. A miracle? No, I call it a joke. Everything that was a joke stopped, and the world suddenly became normal again. Even the destructive wave of the land was reduced by half. Yi Shi was stunned for a moment. She did not think that there was anything wrong with the saint god's narration. From the beginning to the end, the saint god had an expression of reminiscence, as if he was searching for information in the depths of his memory. Just because of a disturbance, a battle, that wave of destruction is over. You think it's unbelievable. The saint god smiled helplessly and shook his head. But that was the truth. That was the only thing that happened at that time, and there was nothing else worth paying attention to. Once the battle stopped, the destructive wave would continue, and the spread of destruction would continue. Thus, we came to the conclusion that there was some kind of power controlling this world that we could not see or control. It thirsted for destruction and wanted to destroy this world. If we did not act ourselves, it would destroy this world. That was the origin of the 10,000-year war. Xian asked. The saint god shook his head. That was when war was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. The flames of war had already been ignited before that, but it only became more and more intense. In the end, it became the 10,000-year war that you all know there was no other way. Things were not under the control of us inheritors. If we weakened the intensity of the battle, it would come back again, and the further it went, the more intense the battle would be. In the end, it even evolved into the battle from 1,000 years ago, where the inheritors had to personally act and abide by the rules of the game. It was only after that decisive battle 1,000 years ago that its influence slowly decreased, just like the ebb and flow of the tide. Right now, it is only ebbing. So that's what happened. Yishi scratched his head. Everything, was it really everything? Was it everything that happened in this world? Was it a chain reaction caused by the departure of the two gods of the divine realm? Or was there some other reason none of them knew? The silver light in the eyes of the barrier's consciousness faded. He had been silent all this time, and only now did he speak. I can't sense anything that can cause such a distortion. The layer of laws is normal. In my opinion, it is normal. Now, of course you can't see it now. The saint god was not surprised at all that they could sense. He only said, that will of destruction has been hiding for a long time, secretly influencing this world. By the time we could sense it, it had already spread its vicious claws, and this world was in danger. There's no way to solve it. After saying this, Yishi smiled bitterly and waved her hand. Who knew how many generations of efforts had failed to solve it, and in the end, they had to create an inheritor, a desperate method. How could there be any way to solve it? All right, it's already like this. The people from the divine realm that you have been waiting for. Hiss, we are right here. If you have anything you want to do or say it all at once. Yishi shrugged. I can see that you definitely have some ideas. The saint god looked at her and nodded hesitantly. Well, it's not that there is no way. It's just that I don't know if this method counts as a solution, or if it is the right method. He grabbed the square box from the side and gently stroked it. The remains of a divine artifact. This divine artifact. It couldn't have been left behind by the two gods, right? Yishi's eyes twitched. The saint god smiled and nodded. We don't have a way, but the two gods should have a way. They once tore apart the eternal darkness that covered the sky. Perhaps their power is strong enough to resist that wave of destruction. And if it still doesn't work, the saint god's hand paused slightly. He raised his head and softly said, history will continue, and all of this will never end. Ming looked at the wooden box, his eyes flashing with golden light. Then we first have to put it back together, if it can be restored. About that, the saint god nodded and turned to walk into the depths of the hall. Come with me. I have something to show you. Xian and the others looked at him with some confusion as he walked to the bottom of the crystal in the hall. They shook their heads. There were still many things that they did not understand, and they could not easily make a decision. It was better to follow him and take a look first. Between the heavens and the earth, a huge golden circular barrier covered the earth like an inverted bowl. The barrier surged with golden flames and released powerful divine energy. Regardless of whether it was friend or foe, everything that approached it would be purified into nothingness. This was the land of hope, once the most supreme place in the Suya continent. Now, only the ruins of destruction and the powerful divine energy that expelled all life were left. Within a radius of 100 miles, there was no vitality left. Everything was purified until nothing was left, whether it was the power on the surface or in the dark. It was also because of this reason that no one came to this dilapidated land of hope to pay homage to it. It was exposed to eternal time and gradually worn away. Phew, the divine energy here is really exaggerated. Hui covered his robe that had been messed up by the wind of divinity and grinned at Yun Nuoshing beside him, saying, "This is probably the energy left behind by a fifth heavenly layer origin expert after he died. Unwillingness and indestructible will mixed with indestructible divinity created this land of hope that is isolated from everything." Yun Nuoshing lazily said and stretched, "I think it's more than fifth celestial layer, but I hope it's only first celestial layer. Then, at least, there's still hope. A first celestial layer of origin and a fifth celestial layer of origin are two completely different concepts. One is fatal, the other is fatal. Aren't the two similar?" We could not help but smile bitterly. He looked down from the sky for a while and waved his hand. "Anyway, let's go in and take a look first." Chapter 1187. What was in the Land of Hope? This was a mysterious place built by Sua, a supreme being, to fight against the demonic beasts, namely the Abyss Death Misspawn. It was a mysterious place that nurtured powerful warriors. Its history was too long ago, and no one could remember what was inside. It was ancient and mysterious, just like those mysterious forbidden areas in the divine world. The difference was that the latter would be filled with the lives of countless people, while the former would be ignored to the point of being spurned by people. Before entering this place, Yun Nuoshing and Hui had imagined what was inside: the corpse of the fifth celestial level of origin, endless energy, a divine artifact, and another part of the scepter's consciousness. Perhaps there were a few more maybes. Perhaps it was just an empty space, but that was also very possible. The two of them passed through the golden barrier without any warning, and the inverted golden bowl did not stop them, allowing them to enter the space that had been sealed for countless years. Then Yun Nuoshing and Hui saw the situation inside at the same time and instinctively closed their mouths, wanting to run. That was just an instinctive reaction from being startled. When they saw it carefully, they calmed down. Then the two of them looked at each other, and their cheeks could not help but twitch. What filled the entire land of hope was an endless black aura, drowning the sky like a curtain of darkness. Ugly abyssal death mist spawns filled the entire space, churning violently like a pot of boiling oil. Countless strange-looking things rolled on the ground, and their huge bodies cast unsettling shadows on the light of the barrier. They condensed into black crystals on the ground and quickly wriggled into all kinds of strange things that made people want to faint at a glance. There were monsters with 7 hands and 8 legs, 3 heads, and 6 arms, like a strange creature that was a mixture of humans and giant demons. Their huge bodies were constantly spewing out smoke, and in the smoke, black crystals fell out and turned into new abyssal death mist spawns. Yun Nuoshing and Hui looked at each other silently. They really did not expect this place to become the lair of the abyssal death mist spawns, and their numbers had clearly reached the point where they could form a stable environment. They multiplied endlessly, devouring the energy within the barrier without stopping for millions of years. If that's the case, this place should be overcrowded. I don't think the number of people here can fill up this space. This isn't an infinite space. Hui whispered in Yun Nuoshing's ear. Yun Nuoshing looked around and looked into the distance. After a while, a look of realization appeared on her face. If there's consumption, then it naturally won't be full. He pointed into the distance. Hui glanced over there and immediately understood what he meant by consumption. Far away, beyond the area sealed off by the endless army of darkness, perhaps the center of the land of hope, there was an area shining with golden light. The golden light reached the sky, and the golden light spread out like an ocean. Unfortunately, the ocean of light couldn't go far before it slammed into the black mountain wall. The two energies seemed to have a grudge against each other. In an instant, there was a huge reaction. The flames of the explosion were very dazzling. It was like the detonation of small suns. However, they were blocked by the death fog of the abyss and couldn't shine out. I can't sense any signs of life. I don't know if it's affected by the death fog of the abyss. Hui frowned. He looked at the rolling black ground under his feet, and his eyebrows twitched. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten for a few days. Otherwise, he would have vomited. He wasn't afraid of these things, but it was too disgusting to look at. Courage and disgust were two completely different things. These strange things were purely used to cause mental attacks on the enemy. The energy here is very chaotic. Of course, I can't sense. We've been noticed. As soon as Yun Nuoxing's voice fell, Hui immediately looked down. He saw that some of the crooked things crawling on the ground slowly raised their heads. I saw them. Then, an incredible scene appeared. The army of darkness that was walking towards the golden light pillar in the distance stopped and slowly turned back to look at them. For a moment, the evil aura in this space soared several times. The explosive black aura that soared into the sky almost suffocated Hui to death. Huey's face twitched. They didn't emit any aura at all. It was understandable that they were discovered by the monsters under their feet. But those in the distance, unless they had eyes on the back of their heads, how could they detect their existence? Feng, these guys are sharing their minds. Yun Nuoxing took out her scepter and gestured twice. From the performance just now, this is very likely. But I don't think now is the time to discuss this. Don't panic, don't panic. In your words, they're just shiny cannon fodder. Hui grinned, revealing a bright smile. As he spoke cheerfully and wittily, he waved his hand, and an energy that was terrifying enough to reverse time hit the ground like a hurricane. It then turned into a monstrous energy wave that swept towards the distance with a rumble. In an instant, it wiped out hundreds of thousands of abyssal death mist derivations, suppressing their roars that were stuck in their throats back into the void. Boom! A huge and indescribable energy storm exploded in the depths of the land of hope. The dazzling energy storm was like a colorful tornado that connected the heavens and the earth, causing the golden energy barrier to ripple. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands or even millions of abyssal death mist derivatives were annihilated. Yun Nuoxing put away her scepter and lightly tapped it in the void. The faint sound of wind chimes echoed in their ears. She looked at the dark army that was suddenly annihilated without any expression. They were indeed not panicking. These were just shiny cannon fodder. If the two of them had to be flustered just to deal with these things, then they might as well just surrender when the people of the underworld came knocking on their door in the future. The two of them walked side by side in the sky step by step, slowly moving towards the golden light pillar in the depths of the land of hope. Every time they moved, it was enough to wipe out the space within 100 miles of them. Yun Nuoxing looked on expressionlessly as the ugly monsters with ears were destroyed in the churning energy wave. He could not help but frown. He had never seen these abyssal death mist derivatives before. They were different from the void mist derivatives he saw in the present realm of the gods. These were much larger and more terrifying. Don't be fooled by what he said about shiny cannon fodder. In the dark army that was locked in the land of hope, there were monsters that were comparable to gods. It was just that they could not be used in front of the two of them. Feng, it's not good to be in a daze here. I know you trust me a lot, but you should be more vigilant. Hui reminded softly. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. I'm thinking about something. You just need to know that I trust you. Do you need me to even deal with these little cannon fodder? Fine. What are you thinking again? Isn't it because this place is weird. My reflexes and probing abilities aren't as strong as yours. You trust me, but the truth is, I can be unreliable occasionally. The two of them were talking about two different topics at the same time like lunatics. This was the victory of countless years of tacit understanding. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. His worries were not unfounded. The world they were in had been modified by the people of the underworld into a core to nurture the abyssal death mist derivatives. There were many distortion points, so much so that it made one's hair stand on end. Even if the two of them represented the highest combat power in the realm of the gods, well, there was a saying that went capsized in the gutter. It applied to anyone, anywhere. If the dark army here were to leak out, I'm afraid the entire Suja continent would be devoured in an instant. I can sense a few monsters here that are not inferior to heavenly god-tier power, although they are less than half of a heavenly god-tier power. A few of them together is still quite a force to be reckoned with. These are all high-level cannon fodder. Huey's gaze swept across the depths of the space, and he turned to Yun Nuoxing. What did you think of just now? As you said, there is only one heavenly god-tier life form in the Suja continent. It is impossible to stop them. However, the barrier of the Land of Hope has stood for so many years, and the divine power here is still fighting without sleep. This battle has been going on for an unimaginably long time. If we did not come, it would have gone on forever. Yun Nuoxing said faintly, I'm thinking about the Land of Hope. What do you think that pillar of light is? The two of them were talking offline again. If anyone were to listen in, they would faint at any time. I bet a stick of candied hawthorn that it is the corpse of the Empyrean god of origin. We grinned. What do you think? I don't know. Yun Nuoxing shook his head, which surprised Hui greatly. He rarely gave such an answer. There are too many anomalies in this world. I was sure of it a few times, but in the end, I denied it. Without seeing it with my own eyes, I don't dare to make a judgment easily. I just feel that the fall of the Most High back then is definitely not that simple. After we finished listening to him, he held the back of his head with both hands and walked step by step with him in the sky, with a thought, a wave of divinity energy that was countless times more powerful than the golden beam of light rushed out in all directions like a tsunami, forming a huge divinity domain. Those manifestations that crashed into this domain all strangely disappeared without a trace, as if they had been decomposed into air. A huge rumbling sound came from the sky. A huge black demonic sword that was tens of thousands of feet long descended from the sky with a power that seemed to be able to cut the void in half. A huge shadow slammed on the ground, turning into countless strange long swords. Disgusting broken limbs were embedded in them, and there was a huge eyeball embedded in the sword hilt. Thousands of demonic swords swept towards Huey's domain. A new model, huh? It's something. Hui looked at the huge demonic sword and smiled, faintly. He did not pay too much attention to it. He just walked forward with Yun Nuoxing. Those things could not touch his domain anyway. Boom. Accompanied by a huge tremor, thousands of demonic swords, and the huge demonic sword fiercely hit Huey's domain, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. Damn. This is a law-breaking attack. Ordinary attacks would not directly touch his divine domain, just like how attacks could not deliberately cause any damage to the air. The energy that could touch his domain all carried the power of the natural order. Yun Nuoxing held the scepter horizontally behind his back with both hands behind his back. As he walked step by step, the scepter constantly made the sound of wind chimes. He did not stop from beginning to end. A big guy has come to support. It's comparable to half a heavenly god-tier plaything. Be careful not to fail miserably. After crossing a layer of chaotic boundary, the natural order here became abnormally blurry again. An abnormally deranged dark thing was lurking in the chaotic atmosphere. Through its blurry figure, one could see the golden light pillar that reached the sky. It was still very far away. The closer they got to it, the more rampant the power of the abyssal death mist became. Behind that madness and darkness, there was a phenomenon of energy stacked and entangled. The space here became blurry, a black mountain that was so huge that it could swallow an entire planet rose from the ground. Those dark shadows spewed out endless power. The black energy spread wildly. In the shadows, something seemed to be happening. Crack, crack, that huge demonic sword sank a little into Huey's divine domain. His domain was actually broken a little, which made him feel shocked. This doesn't make sense. What just happened? The power of the spawn has been strengthened? Yun Nuashing stopped for the first time. He turned around and looked into the distance. He looked outside the barrier. His eyes flashed slightly. Resonance, the power of the abyssal death mist. The power of the spawn in this land of hope has resonated with the abyssal death mist outside. I can feel the restlessness of the thoughts, the restlessness of the entire world of light. Huey's face twitched. This was too much of a cheat. Gathering the power of the abyssal death mist in the entire world of light to deal with them. Wow, his domain had sunk a few meters. Seems like they really don't want us to go over. We grimaced. Although they don't want us to go over and rescue them, the meaning is the same. Troublesome. Yun Nuashing yawned lazily. He held the scepter in his right hand and held it horizontally beside his body. Then he knocked on the void forcefully. With a loud bang, a monstrous energy burst out from the void behind him. It turned into a meteor shower and fell to the ground. The dazzling destructive energy cut through the dark clouds, tearing the continuous stretch of abyssal death mist and the spawn into countless pieces. However, before Yun Nuashing and Hui could take a step forward, the gap there was instantly filled up by an even more frenzied energy. Those gaps disappeared without a trace. Silence! Yun Nuashing raised his scepter, and the elements of nirvanic extermination surged out from his body. A cold wind swept past him and circled him, gradually turning into a dark storm that revolved around him. The energy that was even more violent and violent than the abyssal death mist collided with the black abyss in a head-on manner. The huge demon sword and the countless smaller demon swords were pushed back by the elements of nirvanic extermination. There were constantly manifestations and demon swords that were torn to pieces, but more and more would be added in an instant, and more. It's almost the threshold of usable energy. Be careful. Don't break this barrier. Hui held the wind that was dancing wildly in the wind. He looked at the black energy that made his heart palpitate as well. An imperceptible worry flashed across his eyes. Yun Nuashing nodded. They didn't dare to use too much energy, so they could only use some simple methods to destroy the enemy. They absolutely couldn't use large-scale energy destruction. At that time, the barrier of the land of hope would shatter. It seemed that it was much easier for the internal energy to destroy it than the external energy. Once the barrier was gone, the dark army stored here would rush to the entire Suja continent like a flood. Overlooking this land from the starry sky, one would see a black spot crazily spreading in all directions. Of course, that was not what they were worried about. They had 1,000 ways to suppress or destroy the abyssal death mist spawn. But they needed to see clearly what was left behind in the depths of the land of hope. It may be important, it may not be important, but no matter what, they had to take a look. We can't kill it. The power of resonance is too strong. The main thing is that the barrier will collapse if we use more power. Yun Nuashing frowned and withdrew the elements of silence. without any obstruction. The spawns and the abyssal death mist spawn pounced on Huey's divine domain even more crazily. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, waving their ugly bodies to hit that layer of the domain. Soon, the once smooth domain was full of bumps and hollows. Should we just charge in? Hui raised his head. Those huge, ugly manifestations were pressing down on his divinity domain. Every punch landed on his flesh. Those fellows who had recklessly rushed into his domain just now were already using the impact of rules to beat up his domain. This made him silently raise the threat level of the abyssal death mist manifestations by several levels. He looked towards the depths of the land of hope. The massive abyssal death mist spawn storm was pressing towards him like a mountain range. In that obscure darkness, he could vaguely see countless hideous faces, huge bodies, and countless disgusting and bizarre things dancing wildly. If what they saw before was a bunch of lunatics ready to strike, then now millions of lunatics were showing their ferocious side, using a cheating method to slap their energy at his face. I think, Hui said weakly. Yun Nuwashing then said, the energy level has increased by several levels. That big guy who is comparable to a heavenly god is about to make a move again. Hui staggered. Why is the abyssal death mist here so powerful? Millions of years after countless years of confrontation. There must be something wrong with the abyssal death mist here. Didn't you notice that your divine energy did not cause any great damage to them? That's when they all switched to using the power of rules. That can't be, right? Hui was stunned after saying that. The abyssal death mist here. The Dark Army's rule-breaking power was already cheating, and now they even have mind-sharing and a weak resistance to divinity. Perhaps we can see such a scene in the depths of the abyssal death mist, but there's obviously something unexpected here. Yun Nuwashing looked at the divine domain that was constantly sinking as if it could not bear the weight and collapsed. Her eyes flickered slightly. We can't wait any longer. Moving in this place is very restrictive. Let's go straight to the depths. As Yun Nuwashing's voice fell, Hui shuddered. Before he could say anything, he felt his shoulder being clasped and a layer of hazy, colorful light floated over his body. Then the space around him began to distort and collapse. Even the light was cut off. The rules around them were also constantly collapsing and decreasing until they finally disappeared. Everything returned to nothingness. In just a few seconds, they had disappeared. The divine domain disappeared in an instant. Countless abyssal death mist and manifestations swarmed in like a black sea that was flowing backwards into the empty space. They quickly filled up the area and then pounced on nothing. They looked angrily at the space that was filled with them. Unable to find a target to vent their anger, they staggered towards the depths of the land of hope. That huge demonic sword also changed direction. Even though they strangely had thoughts, they obviously did not understand what had just happened. After losing their target, they returned to their irrational state. In the center of the massive abyssal death mist storm, it was a calm area. It was like the eye of the storm was approaching a windless zone. The bizarre, nightmarish scene had been left behind. Now, there was only this calm space in front of them. Of course, that was an illusion. The center of the storm formed by the abyssal death mist gave an illusion of excessive tranquility. However, the constantly fluctuating layer of faint light on the two revealed the truth here. They were being attacked by malevolent energy at every moment, and even a faint sense of danger was born in their hearts. If the sense of danger was switched to reality, it would cause them no more harm than a sneeze. In the dark surroundings, even though they could not see anything, the malevolent energy did not diminish. They were still in the center of the storm, and this time they had entered the center of the abyssal death mist. Chapter 1188. The abyssal death mist was a formless, untouchable, strange thing. Its existence and its power were distortions. The distortions were like some kind of irreparable flaw and loophole that had existed since the birth of this world. It only had one kind of power, and that was the invisible destruction of the rules, causing everything that depended on the correct rules to fall apart. The tidal wave of derivatives was just some kind of absurd thing that had been distorted and projected into the world. It was not surprising that they had the power to destroy the rules. They only existed for one purpose: to eliminate all order and rules, to destroy, and to cause the entire world to fall into a frenzy of self-destruction. Just like the attack that Yun Nuoxing and the others felt at this moment. In the space that was as dark as ink, something was stirring. Some kind of unobservable thing was moving around. It was pitch black, and it felt like the light had lost its vitality. The gloomy and dark space seemed to have everything, but also seemed to have nothing. A frenzied and dark energy flowed like a long river, causing the scalps of those who felt it to tingle. There was no way to observe anything in the pitch-black space. The only source of light was the energy that surged around the two of them. They calmly looked at the space and did not feel despair at falling into the center of this madness. They were even calmly talking about the madness that filled their surroundings. They could not use their eyes to observe the thing in front of them, but their souls could feel that there was a large amount of chaotic and irrational thing surging around them. They were in its stomach. The surging energy in their bodies was constantly fighting back. Their senses were constantly reminding them that something was attacking, eroding their energy, even though they could not see any physical contact. Even though they could not see anything in their sight, the information sent back by their senses could not be wrong. The probing of their souls also told them that they were being attacked by some kind of unknown energy. How did you jump into this godforsaken place? Hui calmly looked at the blurry black image in front of him and could not help but ask, "I don't know. Don't ask me. Even if you ask, I don't know." Yun Nuoxing shook her head and said irresponsibly, "I just randomly picked a nearby place to jump. God knows how I ended up here." The dark energy was filled with something illusory, like shining stars, and the blurry images of the stars could be clearly seen. This place was like an endless starry sky. The thick, dark, cloud-like energy twisted into a cluster like vines, spreading to every corner of the sea of stars. It looked like a huge tree standing in the middle of the sea of stars, and what shuttled between the vines were endless stars. Inconceivably, in the center of this weird storm, he actually felt a weak existence of order. The death fog of the abyss should be some kind of error, some kind of defect that was formed when the world was born, just like his elements of chaos. As chaos, the chaos that was nothing at the beginning of the world was the original nothingness, the nothingness, nothing, but it could represent everything that the world could show. Look, it was so similar to what he was seeing now. In the center of this violent thing that filled the Grand Yuan realm, there was a scene that could only be seen in the world of order. That was the light of thousands of stars shining. Phone, do you see that? Those things, we slowed down his breathing. He originally thought that the death fog of the abyss represented death, and that it was the aftermath of the annihilation of all things, but today he saw a complete star field in the center of the death fog of the abyss. Probably a complete star field, the power of his soul shuttled through this chaotic and boundless space without any hindrance, which surprised Hui a little. He quickly calmed down and let his soul shuttled through the abyss star field quickly. Feng, this place seems endless. You feel it too? Yun Nuoxing nodded. She looked into the distance. Her nose twitched slightly and suddenly showed a very strange expression. Guess what I found? We glanced at her. The bread that you didn't finish last month. Yun Nuoxing. Huh. Ahem, I'm just kidding. What did you feel? Hui coughed dryly and quickly put on a serious face before he was beaten up. He knew that Yun Nuoxing's reaction speed was much faster than his. Maybe he really saw something incredible in this abyss star field. Yun Nuoxing stared at him with an unfriendly expression for a while until Hui shivered. She then looked away and said softly, "I felt an aura from the middle plane." Middle plane? Hui was slightly stunned. "But we are in the lower plane now. Where did the aura of the middle plane come from? It can't be that something from the middle plane has drifted here. Wait a minute. Did you feel the aura of something from the middle plane, or the aura of the middle plane itself? It's like the aura you feel when you are in the middle plane when you are cruising in the void," Yun Nuoxing said very seriously. "It's definitely not something that drifted here." He stretched out his finger and pointed into the depths. "I'm sure that if we walk to the end in this direction, we will definitely reach the middle plane." Hui shuddered. "CK me, this abyssal death mist can't be something like a passageway, right?" Yun Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. The word passageway brought up a scene in his mind. At that time, he had talked with Azurite about a certain Empyrean god of origin in the Dark Age, who had fought his way into the underworld through the abyssal death mist. In other words, the abyssal death mist could very well have the function of a passageway. For example, they could stand in the center of the abyssal death mist without being harmed. There must be many such people in the underworld as well. No wonder when the abyssal death mist disappears, they come out with the dark army. This thing has such a function. Yun Nuoxing murmured to herself. "What?" Hui did not hear her murmur and looked at her curiously. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. After thinking for a while, he told her about it. Hui was silent for a while after hearing it. His eyes wandered around the abyssal star region for a while. "But we can't find where the underworld is. Even if we know where it is, can we still fight our way in? According to what you said, there are people at the level of Yuanshi in the underworld, and that's their home ground. No matter how I look at it, we are no match for them." Yun Nuoxing shrugged. "I'm just saying." Hui heaved a long sigh. Looking at the space, he said, "I feel like I'm looking at the void when it was first formed. At the beginning of the world, at the beginning of the chaos, the void came." "You mean the void when it was first formed?" Yun Nuoxing pondered for a while and shook his head. "The void when it was first formed wasn't so violent and crazy. The abyssal death mist and my elements of chaos are the mistakes and defects that appeared when the world was first formed. They are like termites in a house. Their inventions are nothing in the whole De Yuan realm, but they can gnaw the De Yuan realm full of holes. This was a graveyard where rules were buried. All order and reality collapsed into nothingness here. Order and chaos clashed endlessly here. They would not stop until one side was destroyed. However, neither side would stop. This was a never-ending battle. This battle originated from a life's obsession. It also belonged to all living beings in the De Yuan realm, to every thinking life, and to this world." Yun Nuoxing's eyes flickered. He couldn't help but frown. Some memories buried deep in his heart surfaced involuntarily. He wanted to suppress them, but he couldn't. He couldn't help but recall what happened at that time. The more he tried to stop himself from recalling, the clearer the memory became. It made him even more agitated. This dark and lonely space kept overlapping with that scene. Finally, they overlapped. He saw that day again. In the depths of the void, he entered the endless sea of rules and saw the thing that made him restless. It was really similar. The aura that spread out from the center of the abyssal death mist was also very similar to that space. It was very similar to the atmosphere of that day. It was also after that he became abnormally irritable. In the end, he paid the price of 2 primordial realms and countless lives before he regained his calmness. Now, When he went to those two primordial realms again, all he could see was the nothingness of destruction. Nothing would exist. There was nothing. All the stars had been extinguished. Order. There was no order to speak of. He was no longer a life controlled by order. Everything in the mortal world belonged to order. They lived in this world, in the De-Yuan realm. They faced birth, old age, illness, and death. After death, they reincarnated and returned to the relay station. The cycle repeated over and over again, until one day, when this spirit became excessively weak, he would face true death, and his soul would be torn apart in the 8 primordial realms. Everyone was moving forward. Every life was moving forward. However, he had stopped there long ago. Eternal life, eternity, carrying this so-called eternity. This world didn't allow him to die. Therefore, he stopped in his tracks and stood there blankly. He watched as the stream of people brushed past his shoulders and continued moving forward. Death, to him, was just a beautiful, extravagant hope. So annoying, so boring. Everything in this world was annoying, everything was boring, and only destruction could change this boredom. He liked this feeling very much. Phone. Huey's voice sounded in his ears. Yun Nuoshing suddenly came back to his senses. The overlapping illusions disappeared, and the whispers echoing in his ears also disappeared. The scene in front of him became clear again. They were still in the abyss star territory. Endless light spots flashed in front of him like another starry sky. Taking a closer look, it didn't look like the scene he saw that day. It was just a little similar. It was also dark, but there were light spots. The depths of the sea of rules were not completely empty. Foam. As if he felt that Yun Nuoshing hadn't come back to his senses, we called out again, which made Yun Nuoshing slowly come back to his senses. This time, he was completely awake. He saw Huey's anxious face swaying back and forth in front of him. Yun Nuoshing even pressed down on his shoulders and shook him hard. He suddenly found the reason why he woke up. It turned out that he was shaken awake. If you keep shaking me, I'm going to faint. Yun Nuoshing shook his head and said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Hui let out a sigh of relief when he heard Yun Nuoshing speak. He patted Yun Nuoshing's shoulder and said, you just fell into your memories. I know. I knew it when the illusions appeared in front of me, but I couldn't break free. Yun Nuoshing held his head and shook it slightly. He smiled at Hui, who still had a worried look on his face, and said, it's much better now. Hui looked him up and down for a while and muttered suspiciously, what did you think of just now? The element of nirvana moved spontaneously. The energy that was brewing just now almost tore this place into pieces. Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize that the scene in front of him didn't just return to normal. It seemed to have become a little more fragile. He could poke a hole in space with a gentle poke of his finger, hovering in the death fog of the abyss. There was also a similar black, cloud-like energy. It was his chaos, element of nirvana. What did you think of just now? We asked again. All things are born of order and die of chaos. These billions of worlds exist in the void. Something is born out of nothing. There is no beginning and no end. What we face, what we bear. Stop, stop, stop. All right, you don't have to say any more. Huey's head was hurting from listening to Yun Nuoshing. He waved his hand hard to stop Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing smiled silently. That was not it. However, he couldn't tell him that it was something that would happen in the future. The day he went deep into the sea of rules, the day he came into contact with the sins of the world. He didn't want to tell anyone. It was meaningless. It was a fact that could not be changed. The future could not be changed. The past could not be changed. It would never disappear. That was the sin of the entire De-Yuan realm. It determined all his future. But those were meaningless. There was no need to tell anyone. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked at the space. He then looked at Hui and asked, "How about you? How did you break free?" "I wasn't affected too much. Those inferior illusions were too easy to see through," Hui said in a matter-of-fact tone. When Yun Nuashing heard that, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had forgotten that this guy was equivalent to the embodiment of sunlight. How could he be affected by such inferior illusions? Those false illusions had no effect on him. The ones who would be affected were people like him, people who had darkness in their hearts and embraced darkness. Although it made me see some uncomfortable things. Yun Nuashing grinned. But it also made me see some even more unpleasant things. Today is really bad. It made me recall so many unpleasant things. Yun Nuashing's right palm faced downwards. He slowly raised it high. The elements of nirvanic extermination crazily condensed into a ball of condensed light in his palm. His palm brought the ball of light down and slammed into the abyss star region. Suddenly, the space shook violently. The twinkling stars in the distance were extinguished one by one. The black, mist-like space shook violently. Under Huey's stunned gaze, this seemingly real space shattered with a loud bang. Bang. As if they had been hit by a stick. A muffled sound rang in their heads. It made Yun Nuashing and Hui feel a little dizzy. They opened their eyes abruptly. What they saw was a space wrapped in brilliant golden light. The golden light pillar went straight to the sky. From time to time, golden light pillars would erupt from the ground in the distance, spewing out golden and flame-like energy flames. They extended all the way to the end of their line of sight. Finally, they saw a touch of black. A ferocious giant demonic beast waved its huge limbs and used its ugly body to crash into the golden barrier. It was burned to ashes by the golden, flame-like energy. Boom! The ground shook violently. The sound of magma erupting echoed in their ears. Huge golden flame pillars spewed out from the ground. They seemed to be standing in a volcano. Wow, that space is fake. Hui was really surprised this time. Not really. That may be a more realistic scene in the illusion. At that moment, I really felt the breath from the middle plane. Yun Nuashing shook his head. With that jump, we had already entered the center of the land of hope. That is, here, where we saw the light pillar erupt. But what awaited us was only an illusion of the abyss death fog. Huey's gaze swept around. His eyes were a little dazed. This place was the land of hope, the most sacred place in the Suja continent. Are you kidding me? The land of hope. There is no hope. What is left here is only an illusion. Chapter 1189. The land of hope, once the most sacred place on the Suja continent, was now filled with endless abyssal death mist spawns. It was the land of nightmares. Yun Nuashing and Hui saw a place with endless divine power in the depths of the land of hope. They thought it would be the last salvation of the land of hope, so they came here to look for it. They did not expect to find a deeper abyss in the abyss. The dazzling golden divine power spread far and wide, forming a domain that kept spitting out golden divine energy. Standing there, one would feel as if they were standing in the middle of a group of volcanoes. The land was purified by that layer of divine energy, and the closer one was to the center, the stronger the purification. The ground here had a brittle texture as if it had been scorched by high-temperature flames for countless years, and a light tap of the toes would turn a large portion of the land into ashes. Below, even more brittle land would appear, as if the land within a radius of several thousand meters had become the earth piled with dust. Closer to the center, the nightmare began to appear. Black vines broke through the shackles of the ground and stretched out in the sky, releasing a black aura like water ripples spreading to every corner of the land of hope. The vines stood on the ground like a jungle, exuding the smell of nightmares. The red light and runes flashed with ominous light. If an ordinary person looked at it for too long, they would lose their mind and become a part of the nightmares outside, and then be torn to pieces by the divine aura in the next second. The dancing black jungle kept releasing distorted light. This was the center of the land of hope, and also the deepest part of the nightmare. Countless thick black vines surrounded a sarcoma, and through the red light refracted from the inside, Yun Nuoshing and the others could vaguely see a human figure wrapped in the sarcoma. Hui touched Yun Nuoshing's arm. "Feng, do you see that?" "I see it. I see it very clearly." Yun Nuoshing's expression turned serious and nodded. "It's the same aura as that little girl. If she's not lying and really is a descendant of the Most High, then there's no doubt that this abyssal death mist spawn in front of us is that Most High." He thought for a moment and added, "Even if it's not him, it should be a mutated corpse." Ha! That battle back then was really tragic. The Empyrean god of origin had 100 ways to kill himself before he was killed. Now it seems that he didn't even have the time to self-destruct. The people of the underworld personally took action. We nodded. His gaze was a little complicated and helpless. Then what kind of gods did they send to pin a 5th-level Empyrean god of origin to the ground? How would I know? You're asking me, Yun Nuoshing had just laughed bitterly when his expression changed slightly. An unprecedentedly powerful energy reaction instantly appeared in his and Huey's soul. Some kind of extremely crazy and dark energy spread into their souls, causing them to raise their heads abruptly. This energy was even crazier than Yun Nuoshing's element of annihilation. Just the breeze that blew against their faces made them feel as if they were falling into an abyss. Hui subconsciously grabbed Yun Nuoshing's shoulder, and the two of them rushed out. At the same time, countless black spikes suddenly protruded from the ground, extending toward the sky and entangling the black tumor. The surrounding space was wildly distorted, and most of the space collapsed. The rules that had already collapsed turned into nothingness, almost returning to the state of nothingness at the beginning of the world. Not good. That thing is really not good. We had goosebumps all over his body. People of their level could still feel such a threat. What kind of monster had the Empyrean god of origin been transformed into by the abyssal death mist? A very dangerous aura. This is the aura of countless worlds collapsing. He alone contains the aura of annihilation of countless worlds collapsing and the laws of entanglement. Yun Nuoshing muttered to himself for a moment. He looked at the increasingly shocking and terrifying aura coming from the black tumor and could not help but have goosebumps. This aura has probably fused with the aura of many worlds. Stop sighing. We seem to have woken this guy up. Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. What do we do now? What can we do? Yun Nuoshing glanced at him and said, "Should we cut off this place and throw it into the depths of the void? This place is sealed by laws. Can you cut it off?" Hui rolled his eyes. Yun Nuoshing muttered to himself for a while before nodding seriously. "I can, but what do we do after we cut it off?" Hui was clearly startled. "Let's cut it off if we can. We can't use it here anyway. We can move it around in the void. Anyway, let's take it one step at a time. Otherwise, what else can we do? I don't think leaving this thing on the Suja continent will do us any good. They must have touched something that broke the eternal stagnation of this place. Otherwise, such a situation would not have happened." Although they did not know if that big guy had anything to do with the most exalted of Suja, it was clearly ready to cause a ruckus with Yun Nuoshing and Hui. How big would the commotion caused by 3 Empyrean gods be? Moreover, 2 Empyrean gods of origin, and 1 Empyrean god of origin whose aura was not weaker than theirs could easily destroy the world. Oh, to destroy half of the void. Unless one side was crushing the other, the commotion would be so great that the entire void could feel it. Now that they were in this place, it would not be fun if the people of the underworld sensed it. Bang! The black vines danced crazily in the air. The black aura was mixed with a violent power that could destroy the void. Madness, endless madness, made Yun Nuoshing and the other two feel the coldness of death. They were all too familiar with this aura. Even they themselves had felt this aura countless times. It was an aura that they could often feel when walking on the edge of order and collapse. Countless times, countless times. Maple, hurry up and get him, and us out of here. That tyrannical aura made Guido's expression change slightly. That feeling really had the aura of a middle plane. He could clearly feel that Maple's nirvanic elements were weaker in the face of this tyrannical aura. How many worlds' rules did this guy eat? How many worlds had the abyssal death mist destroyed? How many worlds were there in the entire lower plane? Now that it had been pushed to the middle plane, the number of destroyed worlds was an astronomical number, not to mention the lives, and many more things that had fallen. Yun Nuoshing didn't say anything. She had already taken action before Huey's reminder. Hui almost subconsciously pulled out the Netherworld Ruin sword. The Netherworld Ruin sword. He stared blankly at the purplish-black greatsword in his hand. He froze for a second and shook his head violently. Now was not the time to think about this. 6 dazzling divine rings appeared behind him. The dazzling light cast a shadow on his back, making him look like a god descending to the mortal world. He raised the Netherworld Ruin sword high and forcefully stabbed it into the ground. The purplish-black light bloomed on the ground and quickly spread out, including Yun Nuoshing and Huey's wildly dancing black vines. The space in front of them flickered with a dazzling light, causing Hui to close his eyes involuntarily. Yun Nuoshing suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. She felt a little strange, but it was too late to do anything. The light in front of them flickered wildly and swallowed them. In the next second, an endless galaxy suddenly appeared in front of them. It was the starry sky of this world. The distant stars painted the eternal light, and it was magnificent. Hui felt the gravity disappear. He opened his eyes and subconsciously opened his rule domain to envelop both of them. Then he saw an empty, cold, and dead galaxy. He couldn't help but say, "You actually cut that piece off. But didn't you say that we would be teleported into the void? How did we end up in the starry sky? Feng, what's wrong?" He turned his head and saw Yun Nuoshing's face full of cold sweat. He could not help but be stunned. He then looked at the purple-black giant sword in his hand and understood. If there's nothing else, it's better not to use these things. It's not very reliable for people of our level to use the Netherworld Ruin sword. Although the consciousness of the divine weapon has been dormant for countless years, it's inevitable that you'll suffer a backlash if you use it rashly. You still, didn't you? Yun Nuoshing shook his head and interrupted Huey's guess. Although the latter said a lot of things that made him very concerned, he really did not suffer a backlash from the Netherworld Ruin sword. Yun Nuoshing looked up at the starry sky, her face full of cold sweat. Just now, there was an inexplicable force that affected me. I got the order wrong. I threw the Suja continent into the void. Huey's eyes widened. He opened his mouth and said in an extremely shocked tone, "Huh! We're still in the same place." Yun Nuoshing wiped the sweat off her face and smiled bitterly. But the Suja continent was thrown into the void position that I wanted to teleport to. Hui was speechless. Yun Nuoshing was still sweating profusely. He looked at the nearby star field. The twisted black forest had been brought out as well. It looked like it had been successfully cut out. Other than that, there was a star in the distant region, of about 2 trillion force points. It was a dying star that emitted a bright red light. It was the only thing in the vicinity of several light years. As for what was behind them, Yin Nuoshing turned around and looked behind them. The huge abyss black hole emitted a deep and hollow echo. It was dark, deep, and buried endless worlds. It was a huge tomb that was very close to them. Perhaps they could reach it with one hand. It was so dark that it made people's hearts palpitate. It was so dark that it made people go crazy. The dark jungle was still emitting an unusually powerful energy. The spreading energy shockwaves continued to shake their energy barriers and law domains. The black wind permeated the star system, and Yun Nuoshing and the others could not help but have the illusion of a cold chill. A very powerful domain was spreading and colliding with their domains. It seemed that the other party was ready, but they had not seen that person so far. Buzz, the ground under their feet had already shattered. There were several ways to communicate in space. This kind of sound that was wrapped in the power of law and rushed into their ears or minds was one of the simplest and most violent ways. Yun Nuoshing and we looked at the dark jungle that was still twisting wildly in the star system. They looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. How did you get the place wrong? We rubbed his hands together. He calmly accepted this fact. In fact, it might be better to be left in this star system. No matter how big of a commotion they made, they would not be noticed by the outside world. The premise was that they could not break the world barrier of this world. However, he still wanted to know why Maple, who was always reliable, would make a mistake. Yun Nuoshing raised the Netheruan sword and gestured in the air. It was disturbed by a force. By the time I realized it, that force had already locked it and us in this space. Back then, I used a lot of energy to forcefully cut and teleport Suja, which caused it to be thrown into the void. I'm afraid it will melt in an instant. No, the Suja continent has a layer of powerful energy barrier. Although it has been in disrepair for a long time and cannot stop the appearance of the demonic beasts, it has no problem blocking the erosion of the void. That supreme one's. We nodded, a little surprised. Then, when this is over, let's help them fix the barrier. At the same time, we can also clean up the abyssal death mist derivatives. Yun Nuoshing turned her head and was silent for a moment. Let's talk about it after this is over. Hui nodded and looked at the dark forest in front of him. Or rather, he looked at the person hidden in the deepest part of the forest. Suddenly, he took a step forward and put on a bright smile. Hey, buddy, if you wake up, how about we have a chat? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The annoying sound kept echoing in his head, like the buzzing of mosquitoes circling back and forth in his ears. It seemed that the black thing still didn't have the ability to communicate. Probably not. We suddenly felt his heart palpitate. The distorted thing had launched an attack. Maybe it was an attack, but he couldn't feel it at all. Hui instinctively dodged, but Yun Nuoshing was one step faster and pulled him back. The place where they were standing just now suddenly exploded with a ball of brilliant and dazzling energy fireworks. The dazzling white light made Hui feel a little numb on his scalp. The dazzling white light with a powerful energy impact reverberated in this star field. It was as if a star had just exploded and turned into dust in the star field. When Yun Nuoshing pulled Hui back, she gently pressed her palm against the starry sky and grabbed downwards. A black, cloud-like giant energy hand that was millions of feet in size appeared with the starry sky as its raw material. It distorted the starry sky and dispersed the shockwave that came after it. It met the dark, twisted jungle head-on. The frequency of the strange buzzing sound in his mind became a little faster, and a sharp sound rang out. With the black forest as the center, A deep black energy halo suddenly exploded at lightning speed, blasting the layers of forest outside into powder. In the next blink of an eye, it met with the giant hand of stars again. The collision of the two huge energies tore a huge hole in the starry sky horizontally, leading to the void. The giant starry hand was shattered into several pieces, but it did not stop and continued to rush towards the black jungle. Yun Nuoshing threw Hui behind him, and his hands danced as fast as lightning, carving golden runes in the starry sky one after another. They were smashed into pieces by his palm and turned into countless tiny fragments. Those fragments rushed to the surroundings of the dark forest like lightning and wrapped around it like a group of little fairies. After a moment, they all turned into pieces of arrays that were only the size of a thumb, and the center of the arrays were all facing the black sarcoma that was not blown up by his own energy. Stars of the myriad realms, heavenly light of the great Tao, Yin Nuoshing elegantly turned around. The light in her hand surged and gradually condensed into the divine power scepter. She pointed it at the place surrounded by countless tiny golden arrays. Void, assemble! Like an order from the heavens, the space suddenly turned into the deepest darkness. The space was broken through, and the deep void surged into the real world. With the power of thousands of worlds and the light of countless stars, the hole in the space was dyed in a myriad of colors. It was as if an unusually colorful void was collapsing. Hui looked at the symbolic colorful void and could not help but swallow. That sarcoma contained the power of thousands of worlds. The degree of entanglement of the rules could be said to be terrifying. To deal with it, one had to use the power of the same level, that is, the power of the same level of the world, fusing the power of thousands of worlds. Buzz, buzz. The sound in his mind was exaggerated once again. The sudden sense of crisis made Hui tremble. He did not care that Yun Nuoshing, who was in the middle of attacking, had not yet finished her move. She hurriedly dragged him and fled. The next second, a huge explosion like a huge glass being smashed by a battering ram came from in front of them. The space they were in just now was crushed together with the void. That guy still has the strength to beat me up while dealing with your attack. Hui was a little dumbfounded. Break. As Yun Nuoshing was being dragged away, he did not forget to let the staff fall. Immediately, a vast amount of energy surged in the space surrounded by countless golden formations. The space there began to tremble unstably, bringing with it the energy of thousands of worlds as it charged towards the center. In that instant, the energy fireworks ignited, causing people to mistakenly think that a dazzling star had suddenly been born in this region of stars. Where did you get so much power of the world? Hui looked at the place where the energy fireworks bloomed and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He could not help but ask, "There are many destroyed worlds in the depths of this void. I borrowed their remnant sounds before they could dissipate." Yun Nuoshing said, "The strength of the power of the world depended on the strength of the world itself. There were many ways to judge, but now was not the time to talk about this." The other party used the abyssal death mist to condense the power of countless worlds as a defense. It could only be broken by energy of the same quality. He had no choice but to borrow the remnant sounds of destruction. In fact, it was considered an attack and defense on the order level. If it was an ordinary defense, he could break it with a casual slap. There was no need to waste so much effort. The heavenly god of Origin's attack and defense on the order level were like child's play. In the past, when he used this level of power, he had to hold it in for a few minutes as if he was constipated. Now, he could do it with a wave of his hand. Hui pulled Yun Nuoshing back a great distance in one breath until he saw that his entire vision was about to turn dark. They were about to fall into the black hole of the abyssal death mist. They looked at the enemy in the distance who could no longer be seen. In the middle of the overwhelming torrent of world power, fireworks were set off, shining with energy that could be seen in the entire star field at the same time. However, the two of them did not relax, because if nothing unexpected happened, this level of attack would at best be canceled out. In the end, when the enemy emerged from the eggshell, they would still have to rush up and fight. Roar! A real roar that made the laws and order tremble shook the entire star field. A portion of the stars in the depths of the star field were extinguished, and the space was surging like a tsunami. The energy fireworks in that area were torn in half by a huge force. With Yun Nuoshing and the others' eyesight, they could clearly see that there was a giant tens of thousands of feet tall crawling out of the sea of stars. It stood in the star field, and the black energy that made one's heart palpitate circulated all over its body. "Oh, it's over." Hui sucked in a breath of cold air, and his face paled a little. "The guy who stands at the peak of the 9 heavens of origin. I can feel the power of 4 primordial realms from its body. It's a monster, right?" Yun Nuoshing calmly slapped the Netheruan sword into the scepter. Light surged in his hand, and a divine sword emerged from the ball of light. He held it tightly in his hand. "Whether it's a monster or not, it's not a big deal." "A guy who stands at the peak of the origin," Yun Nuoshing murmured, and then smiled bitterly. "It's either he beats us to death, or we kill him. Choose one. Can I choose to escape?" Hui raised his hands, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Obviously, he couldn't. Chapter 1190. In the depths of the starry sky, countless stars had lost their light. Their light and their bodies had been stripped of their rules by some unimaginably powerful force. The order of the surrounding space had also become bizarre and collapsed. In a dead and dark place, there was a sudden reversal of an energy nova. Countless scattered energies gathered in that dark space again, and finally condensed into a huge star emitting a dazzling blue light. Its size became smaller and smaller in a few minutes, and then completely solidified at the same size. It lasted for a while, and with a bang, it suddenly disappeared into nothingness like a bubble under the sun. Similar things were happening in many places, and this was only one of the most obvious places. The entire star field was flickering as if it had gone crazy. Stars of all sizes suddenly appeared and were annihilated in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the star field itself was shaking. "Feng, this starry sky can't hold on for much longer. We have to think of something." Hui took a step forward and stood in front of Yun Nuoshing and said softly, "Well said, but other than fighting, what else can we do?" Yun Nuoshing shrugged. "That big guy has woken up. I don't know how many years he has been in a dream. He was turned into a ghost by the abyssal death mist. I don't know if he will be scared to death when he looks at himself in the mirror," Yun Nuoshing said with a faint smile. "But whether he is alive or dead, he is already standing on the other side of the order, and he is still shaking this starry sky. There is no need to worry about anything. Destroy him." We heard that, but he smiled bitterly and shook his head. "He is the supreme of SUA. If possible, I want to wake him up, even if it is just for a short while. I want to know what happened in the SUA continent back then, and about the underworld." Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and looked at him, and whispered, "Don't you just want to see if you can still be saved? There is no need to talk about other things." We laughed awkwardly. "The world that you have treated so gently, do you know that it will one day turn around and eat you away?" "Huh." Yun Nuoshing spoke very softly, so we didn't hear him clearly. He looked at him in confusion. "Feng, what did you just say?" "I say," Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath, "if you want to save him, you'll have to put in a lot of effort. That's a peak-level, heavenly origin god we're talking about. If you want me to kill him, I have a million ways to do it. If you want me to save him, then you might as well kill me. There was no way he would say those exact words out loud. He had known him for more than a day or two, and he was a good guy from the inside out. If he could save someone, he would not give up. He had never considered paying a price for it. Logically speaking, the guardians of the gods should be decisive in killing people. Well, there was no rule saying that a guardian could not be a good guy. Who knew? Maybe the guardian had to be a good guy. Could it be that even the god realm couldn't bear to watch any longer? So they created an observer? We shrunk his neck. Just as he was about to say something, Yun Nuoshing said, "Well, let's wait and see first. Maybe it's just as you said. There's still hope." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a change in the starry sky. The starry sky that looked like it would explode at any moment suddenly stabilized. At this moment, countless suns appeared in the starry sky, and the heat from the suns seemed to set the entire starry sky ablaze. The giant stood in the middle of the starry sky and maintained his posture of roaring at the sky. In the next moment, he strangely stopped. It was as if time had stopped. Yun Nuoshing and Hui, who were on high alert, were also stunned. They could feel the subtle change in the atmosphere. The giant's aura was still hovering in the starry sky, and they thought that they would be immediately locked onto by his aura. However, at this moment, they felt that the giant's aura seemed to have directed all of his hostility and malice outside. Bang! The sound of the starry sky exploding suddenly entered their ears. We watched as the giant suddenly rushed towards them. He felt his scalp go numb. He quickly waved his hand, and the divine staff appeared. Just as he was about to grab it with both hands and do something, he paused. He saw the giant sweep past them and rush towards the abyss black hole. Yun Nuoshing didn't do anything from the beginning to the end. He could feel that the giant's consciousness wasn't directed at them. However, when he saw the giant rushing towards the abyss black hole, he couldn't help but be stunned. Bang! Before the two of them could do anything, they heard an even more violent collision sound coming from in front of them. Judging from the sound, the giant should have crashed into something. They turned around and saw a layer of transparent black barrier appearing in front of them. Judging from the way the giant flew away from them, he might have crashed into the barrier and bounced off. Yun Nuoshing and Hui were dumbfounded. What was going on? Roar! Roar! The most powerful being of SUA let out an angry roar. He seemed to know that he couldn't do anything to the barrier in a short period of time. With a bang, he shattered the starry sky with a punch and entered the void. The void crack was so big that it could fit an entire planet. It wouldn't close up in a short period of time. The giant came and went like the wind. Yun Nuoshing and Hui were dumbfounded. They couldn't figure out what he was doing for a long time. Is that a barrier of order? I smell a very complicated energy aura. It might take some time to break through it. Hui looked at the black barrier that was still rippling after being hit by the most powerful being's head and said, "That's right. With our strength, it might take an incense stick's worth of time to break it open." Yun Nuoshing's expression changed as he spoke. He looked at the void crack and said, "Oh no, that big guy ran outside." Where is outside? Hui was still thinking and couldn't catch up with Yun Nuoshing's change of topic. After a while, his expression changed drastically, and he said, "It's the war zone outside." Yun Nuoshing waved his hand vigorously and dragged him toward the void crack. "Let's go and take a look. Damn it, we've made a big mess this time." Judging from the actions of the most powerful being of SUA and the scene of his death, I'm afraid he's rushing to find trouble with the abyss death mist. He might even directly hit the place where the people of the underworld are. Then why did he beat me up just now? Hui was shocked and turned pale. He must have slept too much. I don't know how many years it has been. Hui was speechless. Roar, roar. A furious roar came from the depths of the void, and a powerful pressure that was almost condensed into a substance, with an almost infinite power of rules, crushed the void like thin ice. This degree of oppression and the indiscriminate impact of rules even moved Yun Nuoxing and Hui. The speed of passing through the void increased a little. Hui broke free from Yun Nuoxing's claws and quickly sped up. That's a war zone outside. Well, I can feel the aura of the birth and annihilation of countless energy tides. If I fall from here to the real world, there's a 99% chance that we'll crash into the place where the battle is taking place. Maybe it's a world or a shallow layer of the void, Yun Nuoxing said without turning his head. His face was expressionless, but the faint light flowing out of his black pupils showed that he was in a bad mood. He said, "It's hard to sense the situation outside when we're in the bottom layer of the void." He was stunned for a moment, and his expression became a little bad. He said, "We've already reached the middle plane. The intensity of the surrounding energy has increased a lot. The frequency of energy annihilation and the frequency of energy collision are very high. That big guy will definitely be a huge problem when he rushes out." His words seemed to be an omen. As soon as he said that, an even more violent roar exploded from the depths of the void. Then, an indescribably powerful energy burst out from the depths of the void, shattering the void. If the void could be divided into 9 layers, then this space would only be half a layer thick. It would not be far from the state of nothingness. The collapsed void had already revealed the blurry space of the real world and the thin layer of void. With a quick glance, what they saw was the burning void. Endless black energy fog filled the entire void. That disgusting and repulsive aura was something that could make people vomit. Even if they used their toes to think, they would know what it was. And further away in the real world, there were many, perhaps many life forms. Whether they were humanoid or not, they were all life forms under the control of order. Their opponents were, of course, the abyssal death mist and its spawns. They were not strong enough to be called an army. They were just small groups. To the 2 of them, but to the life forms of order outside, this was already an army of darkness. Their power was like mayflies trying to shake a tree. They could not even withstand a single blow. The 2 of them could not see more clearly. In the end, they only had time to see countless lives vanishing into nothingness. The death of the God-tier champions was like a joke. They were easily harvested. This was the phenomenon of a corner of the void. It was also the current state of the entire void. Deep in the void burst like bubbles that were popped. It shook and shattered the last thin layer of the void together with the real world. The remaining energy waves disintegrated the defense of the void inch by inch. The void gradually appeared, and across the void, Yun Nuoxing and the others could see a blazing flame coming out of a part of the void. That place that had been reduced to nothingness emitted a light. It was so weak that it could be ignored, but it stubbornly came to Yun Nuoxing and the others. They saw that it was probably a passage from the void to the real world. It happened to open up next to a star. It projected its blazing light into the void. It was powerless to struggle as it was weakened and devoured by the chaos and chaos in this place. That supreme one still rushed out. Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes as he looked at that ray of sunlight. He could feel the endless power of destruction from the real world. There was also the presence of the law of destruction. He took the lead and rushed out. Let's go. Let's go. Now that things have come to this, we can either fight or we reacted and quickly followed. Or destroy. Strangle all life until there is nothing left. Destroy all the death fog in the abyss. No one knows that we have been here. Huey's face was full of horror. Wait, I think we need to discuss. All right, I'm just excited. Let's go. They were just scouts who went to the lower planes to inspect the border. This was their identity for this trip, not to be the vanguard of the war. The enemy's strength was far beyond their imagination. The realm of the gods needed to urgently prepare for war. A war was inevitable, but not now. However, the appearance of that supreme one, Suya, was an unexpected product. It was to the extent that they needed to urgently clean up the mess. If they triggered something that should not have happened in advance, the realm of the gods would be finished. If the first world was finished, then the Deyuan realm would be finished as well. Yun Nuoshing suddenly realized that he should be in a dream at this moment. He shook his head hard. It did not matter if it was a dream or not. Even if it was a dream, he should just go with the flow first. The two of them rushed out of the void. The violent changes in the rules made them immediately understand that this was a space of order, a stable space built by powerful energy. It was very large, and it might not be a problem to accommodate hundreds of worlds. The surging energy in this space was also abnormally large. Perhaps it was the center of the middle plane. There was energy of heavenly god tier, and almost heavenly god tier surging and spreading throughout the entire space. Moreover, it was the power of order, not the death fog of the abyss. Its energy was also here, just like it would definitely be in a place with order. It was also entrenched here, and it was the number of an entire army. The army of darkness was a complete army of darkness, the type whose rules were self-stabilizing. They appeared here in advance, unlike what Yun Nuoshing knew, which only appeared when the death fog of the abyss disappeared. They were originally one with the death fog of the abyss. So, how could they appear in batches? Yun Nuoshing saw the end of this space at a glance and instantly understood what was happening in this space. The things that happened in this space were in line with his understanding of the death fog of the abyss. How should he put it? It was unexpectedly a little more normal. Time did not allow them to observe this space for too long. In just a matter of a few seconds, they felt the starry sky of order suddenly shake. Accompanying this shaking was a furious roar that shook the universe from the depths of the starry sky. A red energy beam, mixed with viscous black energy, suddenly cut through the starry sky, leaving a dazzling scar in the starry sky. The starry sky that was cut by the light beam was distorted as if it was collapsing. The countless stars that were originally blooming on the battlefield disappeared along with the collapse of the starry sky. Half of the starry sky dimmed, and the whole scar was like a sea that was being split open, collapsing into the depths of the void. The surrounding starry sky was attracted and pulled closer to this scar. In just a few blinks of an eye, a huge leak space was formed, and the surrounding starry sky was distorted beyond recognition. And as the starry sky cracked open, an even more insane destructive energy gushed out from the void. That supreme being Sua could not wait to make his move. He originally thought that his brain was scorched by the death fog of the abyss and would release an indiscriminate energy attack, but Yun Nuoshing clearly saw that the energy he released was all rushing towards the death fog of the abyss and the Dark Army. The life forms of order that were fighting here were not affected at all. The energy that was so terrifying that Yun Nuoshing could not help but whistle alarmed everyone in this special space. When the life forms of order saw the violent energy that was enough to overturn order, their faces were as pale as paper. They thought that a powerful spawn of the death fog of the abyss had come to support them, and the flames of hope in their hearts were suddenly extinguished. But when they focused their eyes, they saw that the Dark Army and the death fog of the abyss were being annihilated by the violent energy, and their formation was disrupted like a boat in the wind. They were stunned again. The aura of the death fog of the abyss lingered around the body of the colossal giant, and everyone immediately judged that it was the reinforcements of the death fog of the abyss. But now it seemed that it was not so. It was their reinforcements. Roar! Roar! The dark army all over the world stopped their actions and roared angrily at the giant that suddenly appeared. The death fog of the abyss that filled the sky suddenly protruded from a few places, and under the gaze of countless people, it turned into ferocious black giant faces. Those ferocious faces grew out of thin air from the sky, and their scarlet eyes surged with a light that could take away one's mind. The leader of the allied forces of the 10,000 realms, Sector Lord Lu Tianguang, smashed a giant of the death fog of the abyss into smoke with a strike of his staff. His face that was dyed red by the blood of someone or those twisted monsters was illuminated by the light of the space crack. He looked at the giant that suddenly appeared in the depths of the sky and was also stunned for a moment. He was the most powerful person in this world, and this space was a special world that he opened. Perhaps he could be called the most powerful person in the middle realm, but even he could not detect the aura of the giant, and subconsciously thought that it was a guest from the upper realm. He wanted to shout some words of encouragement, but when he sensed the aura of the giant and saw his actions, he was also stunned and forgot what to do for a moment. This battle had been going on for a very, very long time. It had already begun when they used a little trick to lead a small part of the death fog of the middle realm here. The Heaven's Light Realm was their headquarters, and there were countless hidden hands here. Their original plan was to block the death fog of the abyss at the entrance of the Heaven's Light Realm and continuously strangle it, hoping to slowly kill it off. However, the death fog of the abyss kept using small cannon fodder to weaken their strength and attack the barrier of the Heaven's Light Realm, forcibly opening that small gap that was deliberately left open, and left their destructive aura of rules on the battlefield. That power kept eroding the barrier, gradually widening the gap, and the number of enemies they faced also increased. Unknowingly, they had already fallen to such a state. If the battle continued, the Heaven's Light Realm would be completely destroyed, and more death fog of the abyss would surge in. The familiar faces would disappear one by one, and in the end, he would also fall, and no one would be spared. Hey, buddy, come back to your senses. You can't be distracted on the battlefield. His shoulder was patted hard, and LV Tianguang only felt that his shoulder was about to be dislocated. He grimaced with all his might, and when he turned around, he saw a sunny face that he had a slight impression of. However, he couldn't recall it for a while. The only thing he knew now was that the person in front of him was very strong, so strong that it was a little ridiculous. Hui revealed a bright smile at him and sized up his face. Suddenly, he let out a long, "Oh," and said, "It's you? Then, this is the Heaven's Light Realm." LV Tianguang was stunned again. "You know me? Know you?" "No, I only heard that there is a very special place in the Middle Realm, and I have been here before, although it was just a quick glance." Hui smiled and shook his head. Then he said, "This is not the time to chat. You guys reorganize the Alliance army. Boom." Before he could finish his sentence, an energy tempest that was several tens of times stronger than the spatial crack earlier swept through half of the heavenly light world. Countless people were astonished and hurriedly dodged. The terrifying energy shock waves swept out and sent the darkness army along with the starry sky into void space, disappearing without a trace. An extremely violent energy storm swept across the heavenly light world, completely clearing out an area. When the energy ripples dissipated, many people cast their terrified gazes over. Then they saw a figure with an aura that could sweep through all the regions in the world, rushing toward the place where the abyss death fog gathered. With a sweep, he cleared out an area. When they took a closer look, that person's beautiful face revealed a maniacal smile, causing their scalps to tingle. This face, coupled with this maniacal expression, really gave off a different feeling. Hui scratched the back of his head and shrugged his shoulders at LV Tianguang, who was in a daze. Hurry up and reorganize the troops. We are here to help. Feng, wait for me. As he said that, Hui shouted and rushed toward the place where the storm had ended. Suddenly, another energy shock wave that was not weaker than the previous energy nova explosion swept across the star sector. LV Tianguang was in a daze. Throughout his life, who knew how many years he had lived, he had never encountered such a strange thing. Everyone, reorganize the troops. Our reinforcements are here. He did not hesitate and shouted loudly. His voice, which contained the power of the rules, boomed in the minds of the Alliance army, raising the morale of many people. Follow me and kill. In the 51st era of the Great Yuan Realm, near the middle of this era, the Middle Realm started a counterattack due to the arrival of two unexpected guests. This was also the beginning of the Great Yuan Realm's Order Life forms fighting against the Abyss Death Fog together.